Chapter 451, Bombing Holy City. The situation on A.K.A. doesn't look good for the Alliance. They are discovered by the remaining forces including the 5 Elders, Chief Commander Kong, and even some remaining CP0 agents that weren't sent to Marineford. It's the correct choice to not send some agents to Marineford. We would be pinched if we sent them all. Dragon, you really used this chance well. Attacking the Holy City when our focus is on the war, not a bad idea. You could come and wreak havoc, but don't expect to return alive. The 5 Elders seem very determined to take Dragon's life here. He is the most dangerous enemy of world government currently. It's not his power that made him dangerous, but his ideal and clear hostile actions toward them. Buggy and Clown Pirates are the most dangerous group in the world. But they don't actively oppose the world government, unlike the Revolutionary Army. That's why Clown Pirates aren't seen as the greatest threat to world government despite being the most dangerous group. Dragon looks around to see the enemies that have come. Currently, only his Revolutionary Army members and leaders are there. Heart Pirates and the ninjas are nowhere to be seen. Morley has hidden the Heart Pirates underground while the ninjas are still moving around stealthily. Staying silent now, aren't you? It seems you've realized that struggling is hopeless. Then, we will end you here. Boom. Suddenly, a massive explosion happens, but it's not happening at the confrontation spot. The explosion happens at one of the Celestial Dragon's mansions located on the outskirts of the noble residential area. After that, several other explosions happen in the other mansions from the outside to the inside area. The explosions are getting closer to the palace, which makes the world government's side panic. Using the explosions as distractions, the Revolutionary Army escapes. They use Morley's power to enter the ground and go down the red line together with Heart Pirates. Law, what were those explosions? Morley asks Law because those explosions weren't part of their plan. Those are explosions caused by explosive collars. We triggered the collars to explode using small controlled explosives. Those small explosives triggered the collars and made them explode at the same time. I know you don't want to kill them yet to avoid angering the world government too much. But I thought it was the best solution to take you out of there fast and avoid battle. You made the right call. I don't mind killing some celestial dragons now even if it means the world government will give more effort to destroy us. This will happen sooner or later anyway and Buggy has promised me he will help us till the end. It seems you trust that man so much. Trust, hey? Rather than trusting him, it's more like I can't escape from him. He always knows what I need and provides them to me. It's like he really knows me, but I only know a few things about him. I always feel like I'm just dancing on his palm. However, everything we do together has helped me get closer to my goal. So yeah, maybe I trust him now. Sigh, we are similar, hey? I also feel like he is using me, but he also supports me. He even said it to me that he helped me so that I can repay him for everything. It's strange that I don't hate him even though he used me to do some of his businesses like this. Haha, yeah, as annoying as he is, I can't help but respect him. While they go down the red line relaxedly, A.K.A. is in chaos. The remaining guards and agents are searching for celestial dragons in a hurry. In this situation, saving the celestial dragons is more important than chasing the Revolutionary Army. The elders are the ones who made the decision to not chase the revolutionaries. Even so, they are still very pissed at what happened here. Not every noble residence gets destroyed, but the majority of noble residences are destroyed. Fuck. Not only they freed the slaves, they even killed many celestial dragons. This is unforgivable. It seems we have been too passive regarding Revolutionary Army. We should be more serious after this is over. I can't agree more. But we can succeed only if the Marines aren't destroyed today. Damn, so many problems at once. It seems we need to consult it first. The elders nod before they go to the palace, leaving the cleanup to their subordinates. This situation looks dire, but they are not that worried because it's not unsolvable. The world government had stood for more than 800 years and had faced numerous problems, yet they still stood to this day because they have the power to support their reign. Buggy and Dragon know this well even though they don't know what secret weapons the world government has. But they need to be careful, that's why they tried to free the slaves stealthily. If they moved openly, then they could get annihilated instead. This problem really makes Buggy hope that he died after One Piece finished in his past life. At the very least, he wished to know how powerful the world government actually is. Even now, he still can't uncover the world government's real power, which is quite dangerous for his grand plan. Well, it's not like his grand plan will fail easily, but it will be better if he knows more about his enemies. The world government's unknown real power can be a serious setback to it, after all. That's why he needs to do something beyond their imagination, and it starts by freeing the slaves. Buggy is still thinking of the slave release plan while fighting the three admirals. He needs to keep fighting them until the group that goes to A.K.A. finishes their task. That's why he fights defensively and doesn't attack too often, which makes this battle very difficult. But then, Buggy suddenly gets a signal from his men on the ship. It's a signal that indicates the attack on A.K.A. is over and they've succeeded. He grins widely because it means he needs to end this war now. Cricket, take over the command. Everyone, retreat. Whitebeard pirates, you guys also retreat, now. The clown executives that fight fiercely against the high-ranking marines suddenly retreat as they commanded. It makes the Whitebeard pirates flustered and look at their captain, who doesn't look good at all. He is tired and has many injuries, but he looks like he still wants to fight. Old man, I don't care if you still want to fight even after Cricket asked you to retreat. If you don't follow this order, then what happens to you next isn't our fault. Dion passes Whitebeard while saying that and keeps running to the sea. Whitebeard frowns while looking at Buggy, who still fights the three admirals with a smile. But Whitebeard realizes that his smile looks different from before. Tisk, everyone, retreat. Whitebeard gives his order, so all Whitebeard pirates are retreating. They retreat while repelling the marines. Sengoku orders the marines to stop chasing the pirates. He orders them to attack from afar using guns and cannons instead. Sorry, but you guys need to let them go. Buggy says that while raising his right foot as the three admirals are rushing to attack him. He is the only one who doesn't retreat, which also made Sengoku gave that order. Sengoku doesn't know why Buggy stays behind, but he knows that it's better to focus on Buggy now. All high-ranking marines are focusing on Buggy and watch as he stomps his right foot on the ground. Nothing happens for a moment, but then square lines suddenly appear on the plaza ground. Then the ground suddenly jolts out in cube shapes. He is destroying the plaza with just a stomp of his right foot. The marines are falling as they lose their footing and balances. They widen their eyes in front of this unbelievable scene. One thing they don't know is Buggy can do this to the whole island of Marineford if he wants, but he holds back because his comrades need to retreat. It's not just the marines who are shocked, the pirates other than clown pirates are also shocked. Whitebeard pirates have seen this scene when Buggy fought Whitebeard. But it is still shocking to see it in person again. Such power is making everyone watching the broadcast speechless. They only watch it from screens, but it's enough to make them tremble in fear. Even idiots know that Buggy was holding back earlier. He was strong enough to hold back against the three admirals. The five elders who also watch the war are frowning deeply. They are already troubled by the attack on A.K.A. and now they need to worry about Buggy's power. If they don't do anything about him, then he will grow even stronger, which will be very dangerous. I don't want to think about it, but he might become a bigger threat than rocks. We still haven't solved the Revolutionary Army problem and now we need to think of this clown. Luckily, he doesn't show any interest to conquer the world or direct hostility to us like rocks. Also, the other emperors won't stay silent after seeing this. They know he will be a very great threat to them. It will be good if they fight among themselves, but we can't rely on that. We need to prepare a countermeasure for him. Yet, no matter how powerful he is, in the end, he is just a human. This is not the first time we faced someone like him. Still, we need to report this. The elders nod before they leave their room and go deeper inside the palace. Meanwhile, the man they are talking about is rampaging on the battlefield. He slashes his swords everywhere and creates powerful slash attacks that destroy the reformed ground and send the marines flying. But suddenly, the three admirals, Sengoku, and Garp jump toward him. They send powerful attacks at him and Buggy dodges all of them before standing on a higher ground. He grins while looking at the 5 strongest forces of marines in front of him. Well, it seems the closing stage won't be that boring. Chapter 452, Giant Killing. Buggy jumps around to evade the attacks of the 3 admirals plus Sengoku and Garp. They aren't showing any mercy and attack with all their power. Every attack is devastating. They don't care anymore about Marineford's condition, it has been destroyed too much, after all. However, none of their attacks hit Buggy because he can always dodge. He is always one step ahead of them, thanks to the future sight of his advanced observation haki. As he can see their attacks before they even move, Buggy can easily dodge their attacks. He only needs to be wary of Kizura's speed and Fujitora's strong observation haki. Though in the end, none of their attacks landed on him. Instead, their attacks destroy Marineford even more. Luckily, the other marines have run away after Buggy destroyed the plaza, so they don't hit their allies. The pirates and marines that have retreated are in awe and disbelief now. Buggy keeps dodging at the last moment as if he is toying with them. Now that he is fully concentrating to dodge, no attack will land on him. Buggy even uses their attacks to hit the marines who have retreated. He runs to their positions, making the admiral's attacks hit the retreating marines. The marines try to escape, but most of them are still caught in the attack ranges. Even when Buggy moves to the marine area, the admirals still don't hold back in their attacks. It's because Fujitora assists the marines using his gravity power. He helps them get away, and even though they still get caught by the attacks, the damage they receive is not much because they've gone quite far. However, Buggy's strategy to bring the battle to the marines' location has succeeded to scatter and scare them. He is creating chaos to give the pirates an easier time to retreat. The marines know his intention, but they can't do anything about it because they are busy enough now. Light beams, ice attacks, punches, shockwaves, and flying rebels keep coming toward Buggy. But he dodges all of them, making the admirals frustrated. Right now, they are just destroying their base instead of defeating their enemy. On the shore, the pirates are getting on their ships while still being attacked by marines' guns and cannons. Though because of Buggy's action that creates chaos among marines, the attacks on the pirates have reduced significantly. It gives them an easier time to get on the ships. It doesn't take long for them to get on the ships, and Buggy is still holding on during that time. He is enjoying his game of cats and mouse. Of course, he is the mouse being chased by 5 cats. But he is a tricky mouse and the cats still can't catch him after so long. "Captain, we're ready." Buggy looks at the port after Cricket calls him. He sees the Black Pearl is the only one left there while the other ships have retreated quite far. The Black Pearl is waiting for him, but he needs to shake the admirals first before retreating. He looks at the war between Big Mom pirates and Red Hair pirates that get assisted by his crew members. It still goes on because his crew members including Enel keep attacking Big Mom pirates. This war almost stopped when Buggy destroyed Marineford's plaza, but the clowns kept attacking Big Mom pirates to prevent the war from stopping. Buggy grins while running to his ship and being chased by the admirals. He doesn't even bother to attack them because his crewmates have taken care of it. They will shoot Black Pearl's railgun toward Marineford from such a close distance. If it hits, then not only Marineford will be destroyed completely, a lot of marines will be killed. That's why the 3 admirals, Sengoku, and Garp stop pursuing Buggy. They need to block the railgun or the damage will be unimaginable. The 5 of them along with Tsuru, Jun, and Chiton stand in the front. Other vice admirals stand behind them while the marine soldiers are commanded to lie on the ground. The clown pirates shoot their railgun and the lightning bullet flies at a very high speed toward the marines. Boom! A massive explosion appears when the lightning bullet hits the admirals in the front. The impact of that explosion creates a shockwave powerful enough to push Black Pearl back. Buggy even flies because of the shockwave because he hasn't reached the ship yet. But he stabilizes himself midair and uses his version of Jeppo to jump onto his ship. Everyone watches the powerful explosion with different expressions. The clown pirates are proud, but the others are mostly shocked and scared, especially the audience in Sabayati. Their eyes get even wider when they see the destruction caused after the smoke and dust are gone. Marineford's port has disappeared and seawater fills it now. Clown Pirate's railgun has enough power to destroy a small island, after all. Such power is already surprising, but the more surprising thing is that it got stopped. The destruction didn't go any further and stopped at where the admirals and powerful vice-admirals stood. Their hands are extended in front of them just like when they stopped Whitebeard's quake attack some time ago. They stopped the lightning bullet and even the impact of the explosion. Their defense was stopping the destruction from going even further. The ones on the front like the 3 admirals are those who can use advanced armament haki while those who can only use normal haki are defending behind them while coating their bodies with normal armament haki. Their defense succeeds, but not without a price. The railgun's attack was powerful enough to destroy a small island, it was much more powerful than Whitebeard's previous attack. Even the admirals and CO that blocked it couldn't completely negate the impact. They actually got pushed back a few meters and their bodies still got injured. Such is proof of how powerful Black Pearl's railgun is. After all, that railgun is the result of Ruff's years of research. Ruff is now a scientist on PAR with Vegapunk. It's just that their expertise is different. He gained a lot of knowledge when traveling around the world. The crew found a lot of ancient technology traces around the world, after all. That's why Ruff could improve the railgun to this level. Not bad, you guys. If you couldn't even protect your main base, then how will you protect the world? But well, it's all meaningless if you still can't defeat us. Kizaru and Aokiji want to attack the clown pirates, but Sengoku stops them. Why are you stopping us, Sengoku-san? It seems they want to leave. There's no need to chase them. It will only increase our loss. But if we just let them go like this, Marine's reputation will drop. You know that we can't win this with our current situation, don't you? We better save whatever we can save right now. If we have more casualties, it will be even harder for us. Remember, even after this war, we are still responsible to uphold justice. Kizaru and Aokiji sigh as they watch Black Pearl gets away. Clown! But suddenly, Big Mom shouts while flying toward Black Pearl on Zeus. Her hair is burning and she holds her flaming sword. She leaves her battle with Shanks to attack Buggy who has gotten closer. Buggy grins while waiting for Big Mom on his ship's railing. The others stay back to not get caught in the clash of these 2 emperors. Also, they don't want to disturb their captain's battle. Big Mom arrives and swings her sword from above at Buggy who counters it just using one sword swung with his right hand even though Big Mom uses 2 hands. He really looks down on Big Mom's attack, but he can back it up because he can really stop it with one hand, and their blades aren't touching each other as they use advanced haki. Your swordsmanship is still trash as ever and your strength doesn't improve at all, Linlin. Seems like it's time for you to stop being a pirate. Damn clown bastard. You really like to spout nonsense every time we meet. Stop your bullshit. Just give me mother's picture. Don't you mean pieces of her picture? You dare. Why won't I? I even dare to make you into pieces. Katakuri suddenly yells at his mother, telling her to move back, but it's too late. Buggy grins and sends a punch with his left hand toward Big Mom. His punch hits the air, but then cracks similar to Whitebeard's appear in the air that Buggy punched. However, instead of broken cracks, the cracks that Buggy made are in cubic shapes. Then suddenly, Big Mom's big body, her cloud, sword, and even the sea behind her are getting chopped into cubes of different sizes and proportions. Buggy's awakened devil fruit has chopped Big Mom into pieces. Katakuri's warning was too late, and even if he wasn't late, Big Mom would still lose. After all, Buggy's observation haki is stronger than Katakuri. So obviously he could see the future better than Katakuri, and he saw Katakuri warn his mother, but Big Mom didn't retreat. Buggy quickly gathers the pieces of Big Mom's head and reforms it. He pulls her head to him and lets the other parts of her body and homies fall into the sea. Her body parts immediately sink and the sea water starts to weaken her. Buggy is holding her hair while grinning as she yells angrily at him. She still has so much energy even when her body is submerged in the sea. He raises her head and shows it to everyone. It stops the war between Big Mom pirates and Red Hair pirates immediately. Clown! What are you trying to do to Mama? Isn't it obvious, Katakuri? Big Mom looks at Buggy furiously. There's no shred of fear or sign of giving up in her eyes at all. Buggy grins because this is how a person like Big Mom should behave. Goodbye then, Linlin. I'll make sure to take care of whatever you left. Buggy stabs Big Mom's forehead without any hesitation. He used his advanced haki and even Pollux's pressure power to pierce through Big Mom's hard skin and bone easily. Then his sword pierces her brain, killing her immediately. This whole scene is shown to the whole world through the broadcast. One of the 4 emperors of the sea that rules a vast territory in New World has fallen not in the hands of Marines, but another emperor, and he does it after destroying Marineford, showing his formidable power. Chapter 453, End of Marineford War. The death of Big Mom shocks everyone watching. They know Buggy is strong, but not to the point of killing another sea emperor effortlessly. Also, he does that after fighting the whole Marines for a long time. Now people start thinking that if Buggy wanted it, then he could kill the admirals too. Even a very tired Buggy can kill Big Mom, so he should be able to kill the admirals when he was still full of energy before. It makes them fully realize why he can be the strongest in the world. Buggy drops Big Mom's head to the sea before looking at Big Mom pirates. Her kids are still in shock because their mother died just like that. Even though she was cruel to them, their family bond is quite strong. From this moment, there's no Big Mom pirates anymore. If you Charlotte siblings want to live for the next years, then be my subordinates. I will give you 3 seconds to think. Buggy surprises everyone including his crew with that. 1, 2, 3. Stop. All right, we'll comply. Katakuri answers Buggy hastily as cold sweats run down his spine. He saw a glimpse of future that made him terrified. Only a few seconds later, Buggy would show a ridiculously powerful attack that could destroy the remnants of Big Mom pirates easily. Facing such power, Katakuri knows the only way to survive is by complying. Their crew has been hit greatly and their power is reduced a lot with Big Mom's death, after all. The homies she made also died when she died, and homies fill almost half of their total crew number. Their ship was also a homie, but now it has lost its soul along with Big Mom's death. It has become a normal ship, so their naval power has reduced significantly because their ship can't work as well as before. Some of his siblings don't agree with Katakuri's decision to surrender. But they change their minds immediately when they see Katakuri's expression. The strongest among them, who can also look a little into the future, is terrified, so they know that something bad would happen if they keep fighting. It's a well-known fact that Katakuri cares for his siblings more than anyone in the family. People even thought that Katakuri would oppose even Big Mom when she hurt his siblings if he has enough power. But he wasn't strong enough to do it, and he knew that without Big Mom, them siblings would be numerous people's targets of rage. Even without seeing Buggy's future attack, that reason was enough to make Katakuri sure that they need to follow clown pirates. They might be enemies, but Katakuri knows very well that Buggy is someone who treasures his subordinates. He would even avenge a small crew that has pledged loyalty to him when they get killed. Also, unlike Big Mom, Buggy never punishes his men just because he was angry. He was very clear of his rules and will punish anyone who broke them. If not, then he would never punish them no matter how angry he was. At most, he would scold them. The clown pirates are more like a family than even the Charlotte family. That's more like it. Cricket, you go with them back to New World. You can take Enel and Magnus with you. Aye, Captain. Now, Marines, do you want to end this or you still want to continue? Obviously, the answer to Buggy's question is the Marines don't want to continue the war. But they can't answer that because they'll look weak to the people who watch this. They'll lose people's trust if they just surrender to the pirates. Buggy understands this and he smirks while looking at the Marines who have lost their fighting spirits. He just stands there looking at them trembling while waiting for their fleet admiral to answer. They don't want to fight anymore, but only Sengoku can make the decision. I think it's enough, Buggy. You've won, there's no need to continue this any further. Wasn't your goal to save Ace? You've saved him, so there's no need to fight anymore. Shanks steps up and asks Buggy to stop the war already. Ha ha ha, should I stop this just because you said it's enough? Shanks, even if we have known each other for a long time, it still doesn't give you the right to tell me what to do. Should I destroy your crew as well? I don't mind reducing the number of my enemies right now. Buggy grins menacingly while Shanks has a very serious expression. What do you want, Buggy? It's good that you aren't that stupid. I'll pull back, but you'll owe me a favor. The same also applies to you Marines, although I can't fully trust your promise. What favor do you want? I will tell you later. As for you Marines, I will pull back now if you promise to raise my crew's bounties. I want 6 billion for my head and for my crewmates, you can think for them yourselves. But I want the raises to be satisfying and I want every single one of my crew members gets a bounty. Buggy's request makes everyone hearing it dumbfounded, except for his crewmates who are overjoyed. A lot of them don't have bounties even though they are powerful and dangerous because they are just normal crew members. Their executives' names are overshadowing them. We'll think about it. Now leave this place, you filthy pirates. Sengoku seems to agree, but he answers with a lot of hostility to show that he doesn't surrender and just wants to stop the war to prevent getting more casualties. Buggy smirks because he knows that, but he ignores it and orders his crew to retreat. But before they leave, Buggy has something to say to everyone watching. Ah, I almost forgot. Sengoku, you better strengthen the Marines quickly or you won't be able to stop me again. Me and my crew have been silent for quite some time. It's time for us to do something interesting. Let me announce this here. We will go to Laugh Tale and take the treasure y'all kept fawning over for years. Sengoku and the Marines widen their eyes in surprise when they hear what Buggy said. Stop it, clown. Ha ha ha, after ignoring it for years, we'll finally go for One Piece. You who want it better move faster or you won't get anything. For you who are still doubting whether One Piece truly exists or not, then listen to this. One Piece is real. Buggy said it vigorously and the camera Denden Mushi captures that moment flawlessly. The Denden Mushi is left on a marine ship, but it has been set to face the sea so it could capture the scene of the pirates retreating. Everyone watching from Sabayati is stunned to hear Buggy's vigorous statement. Damn, you clown! Sengoku yells angrily because he never thought Buggy would create another trouble before going back to New World. Ha ha ha, screw you, Marines, world government. Fuck you, world nobles. Come, pirates. Fill this world with chaos and flip it over. Right after Buggy said that, the sea gets covered in thick fog. The camera captures the thick fog that suddenly appears on the sea, covering all the pirate ships. Kizaru sends light bullets into the thick fog to attack the ships. The fog starts to disperse, but when the sea finally becomes visible, the pirate ships are nowhere to be found. In just a short time, the pirates have left Marineford Sea. Although the most surprising thing is the opened gate of justice has been closed now, which means there is someone colluding with the pirates here. Sengoku plans to take care of it later because now he needs to take care of this war's aftermath. This whole war didn't go as they expected at all. Everything went from bad to worst. No one ever thought that all 4 Sea Emperors would appear in this war, and one of them was killed by a fellow Sea Emperor. There's no time for Sengoku to get relaxed though, because then he receives the news of what happened to A.K.A. 2 of the world government's most important locations were attacked at the same time. It will surely shake their power significantly. To add salt to the wound, the incident in Impel Down is finally known by the Marines. They already realized that something must have happened in Impel Down when they saw the escapees. But they never thought that all prisoners in level 6 have been killed by Buggy. Right now, the man who caused that uproar is giving orders to his men. He told Cricket to bring the newly recruited former Big Mom pirates back to New World. Whitebeard pirates can do anything they want, but he prefers them going back to New World immediately. Manba, you go with them and help the old man. I want to talk with him when he's better. Whitebeard is unconscious now because he has a lot of injuries. When the tension of the war loosened up, his adrenaline drops instantly and he lost consciousness. Buggy gives Ace back to Whitebeard pirates, but he still brings Luffy on his ship. Other than Luffy, there are some more people too on Black Pearl. Ivankov, Inajima, the Okamas, the escapees, and Hancock. The pirate empress sneaked into Black Pearl to see Luffy's condition. She is clown pirates ally, so they were covering for her when they were still in the war. Eva, why didn't you steal a marine ship or something? Why? You can just send me to Kamabaka. Do you think I'm that free? Sai, let's just steal a ship on Sabayati for you. The Revolutionary Army has just done something big, so you need to prepare to work immediately. What do you mean? You will know later. Hancock, have you called your crew? Of course, I don't want to be here with you filthy men for too long. Yes, yes, just take that brat with you because we'll return to New World. We'll meet your crew on the sea because it'll be problematic if the Marines see us together if we meet them on Sabayati. Buggy then goes to Red Hair Pirate's ship to talk with Shanks. Oi, Tomato Hair, it's time to do that favor you promised. Chapter 454, Ordering Red Hairs. Right now? Can't we wait until we arrived in New World? Shanks responds to Buggy, who jumped on his ship after sending the former Big Mom pirate and the Okamas away. No, you don't need to return to New World, after all. What do you mean? No need to be on edge. I just want to ask you to go meet your daughter and take care of her. Does something happen to her? Della also gets on the Red Force and gives Buggy a very thick stack of paper. He doesn't read it and just throws it to Ben Beckman. Everything you need to know is there. Why are you giving it to Ben? He looks like he can read. Shanks gets pissed because Buggy basically just insulted him by saying that he can't read. Well, it's true that Ben is smarter than him though, so he can't complain. Besides, there are a lot of papers in that stack, so there must be a lot of things written there, making him lose interest to read it. Ah, my son is also there. This is the real request because taking care of your daughter is your responsibility, so the request is about my son. I want you to train him. You should know this, but the Straw Hat Pirates aren't ready for New World yet. Especially the New World after this war. If Straw Hat cares about his crewmates, then he won't go to New World immediately and asks them to get stronger first. So you want me to train Leo until their crew is ready? Damn, Buggy, it might take a long time. I know, but you'll want to stay there after you know what happened to your daughter. What do you mean? What happened to Yuta? That's for you to find out. It's your own fault for not observing her well enough. Even if you left her there for her sake, it doesn't mean you don't have responsibility anymore. At the very least, you should know how she was doing. I've told you many times to check on her often, but you never listened. Anyway, if you're worried about your people in New World, then just send your crew back to take care of them. I'll also help you because you'll take care of my son for a while. Buggy doesn't even wait for an answer and goes back to his ship. Shanks wants to ask a lot more things, but Ben suddenly stops him. Ben's expression is stern, so Shanks knows that something serious must have happened to Yuta. My crew's apprentices are on their way to that island too. They will help you if needed, and they also bring some good stuff for you. Those things are a little payment for training Leo and for your help at the war just now. Buggy leaves with his crew after saying that, leaving red hair pirates that stay silent for some time before departing too. Shanks and his crew look serious after Ben told them what was written in the papers he got from Buggy. The red hair pirates are on their way to the island where Yuta lives. Meanwhile, the clown pirates are going to Sabayati to coat their ship. Of course, the other ships that will go back to New World are on Sabayati too because they all need to be coated. But Buggy also has another business in Sabayati, which is picking up someone he left before the war. She goes to Shucky's bar with his crew's executives. A little girl is crouching near a table and an unconscious man. She is checking the man's pockets for money. Shucky, I never asked you to teach my little girl to rob a customer. How rude. I just taught her to do good business and avoid loss. Alice, the little girl looks up and smiles happily before running to Buggy to hug his leg. Uncle, you're back. Of course, I told you I would just go for several days. I saw you on the big screen just now. You were so cool. Right? I could show some cooler things if I didn't need to hide my full power. So this is the little girl you mentioned before, hey, Captain. June moves forward to look at Alice, who hides behind Buggy's legs. Yeah, she's Alice, the girl who went with me on my journey as Kuriko. Of course, she already knows who I am, though I think she doesn't really understand what Sea Emperor is. Anyway, I've decided to take care of her, so I'll take her back to New World. What? Won't it be dangerous if she goes with us now? Yeah, but it's not like I can just leave her here. Then why don't you take her to East Blue for a while? At least until we've settled things here. I agree with Jude. Belmir and Nojiko will take care of her well. We'll do something very dangerous after this, and I'm sure a lot of pirates will come to New World soon. As an Emperor crew, we will be the targets of many people, so it won't be safe. Buggy thinks that Jude and Mantis are correct. It will be very dangerous to take Alice to New World with them after they create such a big ruckus in the war. He knows that problems will keep coming after they return to New World. But he has promised Alice, so he needs to ask her opinion first. He tells her the dangers that await them in New World and his concerns for her. She looks sad that she can't go with Buggy now, but she also knows that she will just be a burden if she keeps following Buggy now. So Alice agrees to the proposal. Other than not wanting to be a burden, she is also curious about Buggy's family. He has told her about his wife and children, making her curious about them. Also, Alice actually misses a mother's love, and she has thought of Buggy as someone like a father figure, so she is very curious about his wife who might be her new mother figure. Alright then, we won't return to New World for a while. But some of us still need to return because it will surely be busy for a while. I'll just go to East Blue with 1/3 of us, the others should return and take care of our things in New World. Della, you will be responsible for the official things as usual. Mantis, you take over command because Cricket will take care of the former Big Mom pirates for now. Buggy assigns their tasks and chooses to only bring crew members with him. All the executives will return to New World because things will get dangerous for them in New World. The executives' power is really needed without Buggy there. The executives will return to New World on Moby Dick, which is still getting coated. Manba needs to treat Whitebeard and the injured Whitebeard pirates too, so might as well sail together with them. As for Buggy, he goes to East Blue using Black Pearl immediately after telling Rayleigh that he sent Luffy to Amazon Lily. Rayleigh checks Ace, who is still unconscious, for a while before going to Amazon Lily. He is still surprised to know that Ace is Roger's son, but he knows he shouldn't enter Ace's life mindlessly just because of that. Besides, personality-wise, he thinks that Luffy is more similar to Roger than Ace, that's why he is very fond of Luffy and wants to teach Luffy. Ace and Luffy are still unconscious because Manba gave them a strong drug. Buggy didn't want them to disturb the war, so he asked Manba to put them to sleep. Ace is strong, but even he will sleep for a day because of the drug. As for Luffy, he might sleep for 2 days or a few hours longer. Anyway, his business on Sabayati is over, so Buggy goes to East Blue with some of his crew members. He looks at the top of Red Line while smirking as his ship sails away. Morichio has taken a big blow today, but it won't be the end because Buggy has another plot for it. For now though, he just wants to send Alice to a peaceful place where she can live without worries. It's also a good chance for him to make sure that East Blue is safe. The war might change a few things, including the Marines in East Blue might be more aggressive to his family there. With Black Pearl's current speed, Buggy can arrive on Kanami Islands in less than a day. It's not that he is in a rush to go home, but he wants to test how fast Black Pearl can be now. Crossing the Com Belt is an easy thing for Black Pearl now. Kanami Islands are still very peaceful even with all the new people and activities. There aren't that many newcomers and activities here, after all, so the islands are still very peaceful. Buggy's family has a big trading business on East Blue, but they run it on another island which was an empty island. Now, that island is full of activities as a big town has been built there. Many people like pirates have attempted to attack that island and Kanami Islands. But none of them succeeded because there are many people strong enough to be captains in New World there. The world still views East Blue as the weakest sea though. They just don't know how many people on East Blue who can conquer the North, West, or South Blue. Those people are mostly talents trained by Buggy's group. Though there are some former pirates who have gone to New World. They need to be strong because Buggy's business often gets attacked as they sell high-quality goods. Well, that's not the concern right now because now Buggy is facing another crisis. She has met Belmere, but things don't go as he planned. His wife is furious when she sees Alice because she thought Buggy was cheating and bring a daughter home now. Damn, I should have contacted her before coming here. Chapter 455, Yuda's Plan. It takes a long time for Buggy to clear up his wife's misunderstanding. Although Belmere actually isn't angry at him and she knew that he wasn't having an affair. She knows Buggy so well that she believes he would never dare to cheat on her. What really made her angry was that he never contacted her these last few months. Then when he returns, he suddenly brought a child. It reminded her of when Buggy acted as if he was very heartbroken when he first returned after a long time and found out that she was taking Nojiko and Nami as daughters. At that time, she didn't know that he knew she adopted 2 daughters. So she believed his heartbroken act and she did everything to make him believe her only to find out that he already knew about the 2 girls' situations. She still remembers that day clearly and now she found a chance to get revenge. Buggy finally knows the saying that women always remember men's mistakes. Even the strongest man in the world is helpless against his wife. He rather fights the whole Marines alone rather than face his wife's anger because at least he still has a winning chance against the Marines. After Buggy managed to appease Belmere, they finally talk about Alice. He doesn't need to tell her and she already said that Alice should stay with her until she matures. Aside from the reason that Buggy won't have time to take care of a child, she also feels quite lonely after 2 of her children left to pursue their dreams. "Ha, you feel lonely, hey? Why are you smirking? I told you I don't want to get pregnant again. But you want the process to make you pregnant, aren't you? Pervert bastard." Belmere blushes, but she doesn't deny it and just stays still as Buggy lifts her to their bedroom. It's been a long time since they did it, so they enjoy it passionately. Nojiko knew this would happen, so she brings Alice around the islands for a whole day. Buggy decides to stay in East Blue for a few days because things get quite hectic here after the war. Many new pirate crews are formed all over the world including East Blue. All these new and old pirate crews are creating a ruckus everywhere including his territories, so his crew will take care of this problem before returning. While Buggy tries to keep East Blue under control, Cricket and the other executives are also working hard to maintain order in New World. They have taken over Big Mom pirates, including their territories. But surely there are oppositions among Big Mom's subordinates, so they need to conquer all these guys completely. They move all their men to handle this affair with Clown Pirates' methods. Clown Pirates have strict requirements for pirate crews to be part of their group. Those who don't want to follow their rules will be destroyed because they don't need people who can't follow their principles. But they don't kill those people because these people are strong. Killing them is too wasteful, so they try to not kill too many. The defeated pirates will be sent to their mines or factories as workers. Basically, they are being enslaved. But unlike the celestial dragons, the clown pirates take care of their slave worker well and even promised them freedom if they work well. The clown pirates have done this for years and there are many captured pirates that have been freed. Because of their good treatment, a lot of these people decided to join their group after being freed. This is also one of the reasons why clown pirates keep getting stronger over the years. Other than taking care of former Big Mom territories, they also help the Red Hair Pirates handle problems that risen after the war. Buggy has made a deal with Shanks to help manage Red Hair's territories in exchange for Shanks training Leo for a while. Leo was sent by Kuma to Elijah, the island where Yuta lives. Buggy personally asked Kuma to send Leo there when he was still disguising himself as Kuriko. He met Kuma before the big guy sent the Straw Hat Pirates out of Sabayati. The reason Buggy wanted Leo to be sent there was because Leo is a musician, just like Yuta. As a musician, Buggy was sure Leo would be interested in Yuta's power. She has Sing Sing Fruit, a devil fruit that has a unique power related to singing which allows her to pull people's consciousness into her own world. And as Buggy expected, Leo was very interested in her devil fruit. But that is not the main reason Buggy sent him there. The main reason is Yuta herself. She is doing and planning something very dangerous using her power. Her plan will endanger people and it will endanger her even more, so Buggy decided to take action. Leo is Yuta's childhood friend and they were very close back then. So Buggy knew Leo won't stay silent if he knows Yuta's plan. She plans to create world peace, which is commendable, but her method is far from the word good. Yuta plans to create world peace by making everyone in the world live in her virtual world. She basically wants to trap people's spirits to live in her ideal world. Surely, Buggy, who knows this plan, opposed to the idea of living in a world created by someone, so he needs to stop her. But he doesn't want to take care of this himself because he has his own plans. Besides, Yuta is Shanks' daughter, so Shanks needs to take care of this. But Shanks and the Red Hair Pirates won't be enough, so he also sent Leo. This will also be an obstacle and training for Leo to grow. Buggy has done a lot of things to obstruct Yuta's twisted plan. He has planted some men in Elijah to do this. They've stopped her from consuming a kind of mushroom that can keep her awake so she could maintain her virtual world because her power will disappear once she sleeps. Surely, something like that will be harmful to her, so Buggy's men have done many things to stop her from consuming those mushrooms. But what that still couldn't stop her completely. He needs people who can change her mind. After all, even if her plan works, she won't be able to maintain it forever. She will eventually reach her limit and death will come to her sooner or later if she keeps doing that. His best options to stop her were Shanks and Leo, who were close with her and could understand her but won't be affected by her. He could also choose Luffy, who was close to Yuta too. But Leo was closer to her because both of them are musicians and they've spent time together longer than Luffy with Yuta. Yuta stayed with his family for months in the past as Red Hair Pirates left her there because they have things to do at that time. So if something happens to Yuta, his family will be saddened too. Furthermore, Yuta often talked about getting married to Leo in the future when they were kids. He doesn't know if she still thinks like that, but it's proof that they were very close. Also, if she still likes Leo, then maybe she will stop with his persuasion. Buggy will leave this matter to Shanks and Leo, but he is still monitoring the situation through his men. He will go to Elijah personally if they fail. But Shanks shouldn't be an emperor anymore if he can't even do this. He shouldn't even call himself a father anymore. After everything that Buggy and his men did, it should be easier for them to stop Yuta. They need to stop her now because the world government has started to notice Yuta's power. The world government surely wants to either remove Yuta or use her, that's why now is the best time to stop her while the world government and Marines are in shambles. He wants to keep monitoring them, but then another problem that needs him arises. Dragon contacts him to talk about the former slaves that were rescued by Revolutionary Army. They've saved those poor people, so now they need to think of what to do to those guys. Just releasing them will be too irresponsible, especially since they still have their slave marks. The celestial dragons will surely try to find them, so they won't be safe. But they also can't protect these people forever. I know, man, no need to say it like that. I've thought about it, so you don't need to worry. Buggy's plan is to send these former slaves to Wano for now. Wano has been opened to the world, but it is not affiliated with world government. It is one of Clown Pirates' territories, but it also has ties to Whitebeard and Red Hair Pirates, making it a very safe location. Go meet my men on Clown Land, they'll take care of those people. You just need to make sure you don't get tracked and prepare your army to attack the celestial dragons anytime. Of course, they are the biggest obstacle to my dream. Morichio-Ase needs to disappear so I can explore Red Line. The celestial dragons need to disappear so that I can go anywhere in this world freely. Miserable or not, the most important thing is we achieve our goals. Dragon can't deny that, and they talk a little more before closing their call. This call makes Buggy decide to return to New World soon to take care of those former slaves and some other problems. He needs to prepare everything for his grand plan that will change this world completely. Chapter 456, Confronting Yuta. Before the Red Hair Pirates arrive, Leo is already trying to stop Yuta from executing her plan. She already told Leo what she wanted to do after she knew that Leo is a pirate now. Yuta wants Leo to stop being a pirate and help her create world peace instead. Obviously, Leo refuses because what Yuta wants isn't a real world peace. No, it isn't even the real world because she wants to make everyone live in the dream world she created. He tried to put some sense into her brain, but she still doesn't change. Yuta tried to convince Leo by pulling him into her fake world through a song. The world she created through the song is certainly beautiful and Leo admits it. However, it doesn't change that it is a fake world and Leo prefers living in the real world. So, what will you do after you bring everyone here? Your power will disappear if you fall asleep, isn't it? Then will you stay awake forever? That was the plan, but somehow I kept falling asleep every day even after I ate wake shrooms. Wake shrooms? What's that? It's a kind of mushroom that allows me to stay awake. But I don't know why it doesn't work even after I increased the dose I consume. Leo grits his teeth and slaps her in the virtual world before grabbing her collar. You idiot! Why the hell are you trying to consume such a dangerous thing? A mushroom that can make you awake all the time must have a severe side effect. And you even increased its dose because it doesn't work. If it doesn't work, then you should just stop. What if it kills you because of overdose? A mushroom that can make you awake all the time is no different than drugs. Do you know how many people died because of drugs? If I die, then so be it. What? If I die, then so be it. Everyone will live in my world if I die after pulling them all here. Leo widens his eyes in disbelief and he gets very angry. Then what's the point of creating world peace if you die yourself? Furthermore, that world you created isn't even real. You do know that only their spirits can live here while their bodies are left outside, right? How long do you think their bodies will survive without any nutrients in the real world? 3 days? A week? I can't even stand a day without eating. So what will happen next? What will happen to those poor souls after their bodies died? Their souls will live happily forever here. What's the problem? Really? Fucking hell, you are really crazy. Leo can't convince her at all at that time. He knows he needs more information as to why Yuta does all of this. There must be a reason, a trigger that made Yuta so sure that she needs to do this. He knows her since childhood and she was a very selfish person. So he finds it strange that Yuta would care about other people this much. There must be a reason why she changed so much. Although he still can see her selfishness in her method to achieve her goal of world peace. Eventually, Yuta releases Leo from her virtual world because she starts to feel sleepy. Without wake shrooms, she can't maintain her world for a long time. Leo leaves Yuta without saying a word because he knows it's pointless to keep talking to her now. At night, Leo visits the former king of Elijah, Gordon, who is also Yuta's current adoptive father. He wants to know what happened to Yuta these past years that could make her do all of this. Leo sneaked into Gordon's room to talk with the old man. He thought it would be difficult to ask this matter to Gordon. But the old man tells Leo everything easily because he also opposes to Yuta's plan. He really loves his adoptive daughter, so obviously, he doesn't want her to do something that will endanger herself. Gordon has tried to stop Yuta, but he failed and couldn't convince her. So he tells Leo everything in the hope that Leo can stop Yuta. He starts to tell Leo what happened years ago when red-hair pirates visited the kingdom of Elijah. Leo is surprised to know that Yuta was the one who destroyed Elijah with her Sing Sing fruit. She released a monstrous entity named Tot Musica that is also known as Demon King of Music. Tot Musica was sealed by the former user of Sing Sing fruit and Yuta unknowingly released it some years ago. Shanks and red-hair pirates managed to fight it for a long time until Yuta fell asleep, resealing the monster again. Yuta didn't remember anything that happened that day at all. Shanks and Gordon thought that it was for the best because they don't want her to feel guilty for the massacre of the whole kingdom. So Shanks decided to take the blame and left Yuta in Elijah under Gordon's care. However, she thought that Shanks simply abandoned her. Leo thinks that this must be the reason why Yuta started to hate pirates and wanted to create a world peace where pirates can't hurt people. This Tot guy, how could she release it at that time? If it is simply because of her devil fruit, then it should have been released many times as she keeps using her power. Tot Musica will always try to attract the attention of Sing Sing fruit's users and affect them into summoning it. How? Using a music sheet that contains the song to summon it. It would always find a way to make the user play that music sheet and release it from the seal. Then we need to find that music sheet and destroy it. That Tot bastard must be the biggest reason why Yuta's mind becomes so twisted that she couldn't think logically. Leo suddenly frowns when he sees Gordon's expression that seems to feel guilty. Old man, don't tell me you know where that music sheet is. Gordon stays silent and Leo immediately grabs his collar. Oi, old bastard, answer my question. Do you know where that music sheet is? I know, I kept it. What? Then why don't you destroy it? I couldn't, I didn't have the heart to destroy a piece of music. It was a beautiful song despite being dangerous at the same time. You are also a musician, so you must have known how I felt. No, I don't. No matter how beautiful a song is, it doesn't worth as much as people's lives. There is no song beautiful enough it would be worth sacrificing the world. A song is created to be listened to by people and shake their hearts. What's the point of playing a good song if everyone is dead? Now tell me where that music sheet is and I'll destroy it. No, I've secured it in a very safe place. It will be even more dangerous if you destroy it because it will simply manifest again. I have also thought of that, but I also realized that in the past, people must have tried to destroy it too. However, it keeps appearing again and again. So you mean sealing it without destroying it is the best choice? That's right. Leo loosened his grip and clicks his tongue because it really makes sense. As long as Tot Musica exists, then it can create the music sheet again. But for it to still exist for who knows how long, Tot Musica must have been something like an immortal entity. Damn, that means as long as Sing Sing fruit still exists, then that Tot bastard will still exist too. The worst thing is, devil fruit will never disappear. They will keep reincarnating after their users died. Leo holds his head while gritting his teeth because he can't think of a solution. Actually, even though I don't know how to kill Tot Musica, I do know how to defeat it. Explain. When the user summoned it, Tot Musica will exist both in the real world and the virtual world. If we defeat it in both worlds, then it will get sealed again and won't affect the user for a long time. You could say it gets injured too much that it will fall asleep. Though that is still my theory because I never tried it myself. But the simplest way is to prevent the user from playing the music that will summon Tot Musica. How about we take Yuta away from this island? That thing is sealed here and the music sheet is here too, right? If she left, then it won't affect her anymore. I'm not sure about that. Tot Musica is connected to the Sing Sing fruit itself. So I'm afraid it will follow its user anywhere. Tisk, so troublesome. But I think there's nothing wrong with trying that method. If we sealed the music sheet here and Yuta is not here, then Tot Musica will have a harder time making its music sheet reach her. You're right. The problem is how to convince her to leave this island. Damn, it's back to how we can change her mind. Should I just beat her up until she gets back to her sense? Leo's little joke stuns Gordon, who thinks that Leo will really do it. After all, Leo already has a fight with Yuta sometime after he arrived here just because they have different opinions about music. Can you not use violence? Well, violence isn't always the answer, but it is the easiest way to solve things sometime. Anyway, I'll think of a solution. Old man, you need to make sure that the music sheet will never appear in front of Yuta or it's you who'll get beaten up to death by me. Leo leaves Gordon's room after making sure the old man will cooperate with him after he made his plan. He walks into the dark corridor and takes out a snail shell from his pocket. Let's see if you still can't be rational after hearing all of this, you bratty woman. Chapter 457, Father Arrives. Leo recorded his conversation with Gordon using a recorder. Then he leaves it in Yuta's room for her to hear in the hope that she will change her mind. He doesn't bother Yuta again after that and waits to see the result. But 2 days later, he finds out about the war in Marineford through the newspaper. It's such a great event, so the news spread to the whole world. Every page of the newspaper is filled with articles of war in Marineford. Leo is very surprised to know that his dad and Luffy were participating in that war. Luffy is only mentioned a few times, but his dad is filling every article. Buggy has taken Whitebeard's spotlight and became the main character of that war, after all. The whole war was broadcasted, so the journalists could see everything that happened there, including Buggy's feat. Disguising himself then escaped Impel Down, infiltrating the war, making some warlords retreat just by revealing his true identity, holding off all 3 admirals alone, and lastly killing Big Mom in seconds. The articles are full of Buggy as if they forget that the war was initially between Whitebeard pirates and Marines that happened because of Ace's execution. It just shows just how much impact Buggy made in the war. A few papers suddenly drop out of the newspaper when Leo reads with widened eyes. He checks the papers, which are bounty posters attached to the newspaper. His eyes widened even more and his jaw drops to the floor very hard. After all, the posters have the new bounties of Clown Pirates. Clown Lord Buggy, 6 billion. Red Fist's Mont Blanc Cricket, 3.69 billion. Black Hammer Palu, 2.23 billion. Thunder God Enel, 2 billion. Demon Giant Magnus, 1.9 billion. Mantis the Dancer, 867 million. Fatman Manba, 734 million. Rainbow Hair Bunglan Dion, 722 million. Soul King Brook, 687 million. Ash Girl Ariella Jude, 673 million. The Inventor Ruff, 656 million. Top Gun Maverick, 636 million. Lord's Hand Della, 400 million. The Marines really raised Buggy's bounty to 6 billion as he asked. Cricket's bounty increased by 2 billion while Palu, Enel, and Magnus have their bounties increased by 1 billion. The others with the exception of Maverick who gets a raise of 500 million are getting their bounties increased by 300 million. Other than the executives, every member of Clown Pirates gets a bounty now. Those who already have it get small raise, while those who didn't have bounties finally get their bounties. But their bounty posters aren't attached because there are too many of them. So the Marines made a list of them on some papers. Their bounty posters are available on Marine bases. So bounty hunters who wish to get more detailed information available in bounty posters can get them in Marine bases. Damn, so Dad is that strong, huh? He is strong enough to fight 3 admirals alone. Even one admiral already has enough strength to destroy our whole crew without breaking a sweat. I can't even imagine how strong the 3 of them are, and Dad could fight them alone. Then he even killed an Emperor of the Sea who is said to be on par with an admiral easily. Some articles even say that my dad might be able to defeat the 3 admirals if he was serious. If Leo didn't meet Garp and was told that his dad is the strongest man alive, then he won't believe this news. Even so, he was still underestimating the title of World's Strongest previously. Only now that he starts to understand how powerful the World's Strongest is. I can't stay idle anymore or I won't catch up to my dad and achieve my dream. Yuta's matter is standing in my way, so I will settle this as fast as possible and return to Sabayati to meet my crewmates again. Leo still can't make any solid plan to stop Yuta and the girl hasn't shown any reaction after he gave her the recording. He will wait a few more days before deciding what to do. For now, he will watch how the situation will unfold first. 2 days later, Gordon suddenly comes to meet Leo and he seems to be in a hurry. Leo asks him if something happens to Yuta and Gordon shakes his head. The old man says that he has just received news that red hair pirates are approaching the island. Leo, you know them, right? Can you go there to meet them before they arrive? I don't know what Yuta will do if she sees Shanks right now. So I will talk to her while you explain the situation to them. Sigh, alright, I'll try to talk it out with Uncle Shanks. Might as well ask him what to do. Leo transforms into a human torch and flies to the sea, following the direction that Gordon pointed out. He now can fly in the air for a rather long time by transforming his body into flame. Although he can also fly by shooting fire strongly from his feet and palms, but it consumes too much energy because his body is heavy without transforming into flame. After flying for a while, Leo finally sees Red Hair Pirate's ship and goes there. The pirates on the ship are alerted, but then they realize that it might be Leo. Buggy has told them that Leo is here, after all, and they know the kid has Fire Logia ability. Leo lands on their ship and they welcome him happily. They were good friends and Yuta even had a crush on the boy, so they really like him. Leo greets them briefly and asks them to stop getting closer to the island for a while before explaining the reason. The red hairs have known the whole situation from Buggy's intel. But they never thought that even Leo couldn't convince Yuta. She really liked him back then and most likely still has that feeling today. That's why it's very surprising that she doesn't listen to Leo. They want to talk more to know Yuta's current condition. However, they suddenly hear Yuta's voice coming from the island. It's not loud, but they can hear it even from the sea. Leo widens his eyes and immediately tells them to close their ears to avoid being pulled into Yuta's world. Sometime later, they can feel strong vibrations in the air coming from the island. All of them widen their eyes when they see a massive monstrous entity that suddenly appears on the island. The red hairs know this creature very well because they fought it years ago. Tot Musica. Leo also realized what that thing is. He can't believe that Yuta managed to find the music sheet and summoned this monster. It makes Leo want to skin Gordon alive for letting Yuta get the damn music sheet so easily. Some pirates stop closing their ears and they look fine. So Leo also stops closing his ears, but he immediately wears a pair of earbuds and even wears an earmuff to block his hearing. He asks the red hair to block their hearing too, or they'll get pulled to Yuta's world. Now that Tot Musica has appeared, they don't have any choice but to defeat it first. But they need a special method to defeat Tot Musica. So Leo can't let all the red hairs being pulled into Yuta's world before telling them. After all, he can't defeat Tot Musica alone because he can't be in the real and virtual world at the same time. The red hair pirates immediately make earbuds using anything available like cloth, cotton, or even cork. But because they can't hear, Leo can't talk with them. So he writes the plan and they talk through writing. It's a simple plan, they just need to let a few people enter the virtual world. The ones in the real and virtual world will fight Tot Musica, which exists in both worlds. They need to defeat it in both worlds as fast as possible, so they need to go all out from the beginning. After pondering for a while, Shanks decides to send Ben, Usopp, Lucky, and many members into the virtual world. He and the rest will take care of the real world. There are more who will go to the virtual world than the ones who stay in the real world. After all, Shanks himself will fight in the real world, so there's no need for many of them to stay here. Furthermore, they don't know the virtual world condition, so it's better to send more. Leo will also fight in the real world. Other than defeating Tot Musica, he also wants to see how strong Shanks is. Shanks shares the same title as his dad, the Emperor of the Sea. So even though Shanks isn't the strongest man in the world, his power must be close to Buggy, and Leo wants to see that power himself. His dream and goal are always the same, surpassing his father's power. But he never knows how powerful Buggy is, so he doesn't have a clear view of the distance between them. Now that Shanks is here to fight, Leo wants to gauge that distance through Shanks, who is one of the few people at the similar level as Buggy. Chapter 458, Tot Musica. With a clear plan, the red hair pirates and Leo get closer to the island. They move fast to approach Yuta and Tot Musica, which start pulling people into the virtual world. The red hair pirates members who are assigned to enter the virtual world hear Yuta's song and get pulled into her world without any resistance. As they run to Yuta and Tot Musica, Shanks gives a signal to Leo. He points at Leo and Yuta, then points at himself and Tot Musica. It's clear that Shanks wants Leo to take care of Yuta while he takes care of Tot Musica. Leo nods because he knows that Shanks is far stronger than him. It's better if Shanks is the one facing Tot Musica, that obviously has more battle power than Yuta. Leo doesn't know if Yuta can fight well when the power of Sing Sing fruit isn't effective, but Leo is confident he can subdue Yuta. He is actually afraid of hurting her too much if he can't control his power well. Even so, he won't hesitate to hurt her. She needs to know the consequences of doing all of this. Getting hurt is inevitable if she goes against the world, after all. Tot Musica realizes that some people aren't affected by Sing Sing fruit. It tries to attack them by releasing some energy attacks. But they manage to evade them, and Leo rushes to Yuta by flying in his fire form. Obviously, Tot Musica sees him trying to get closer to Yuta. It can't let the Sing Sing fruit user get attacked, so it attacks Leo. But its attack is destroyed by a powerful flying slash attack. Shanks swings his sword to destroy it, which attracts Tot Musica's attention. So powerful! It doesn't even seem like he used his full power either. Just a casual attack already has that much power. Leo is really impressed by Shanks's power and wonders when he can reach that level. But he stops that thought immediately because he needs to survive this to even dream of getting stronger. He flies faster toward Yuta, who seems crazed as if she is possessed. Yuta can see him approaching and starts singing louder to pull him into her world. But he can't hear anything, so he doesn't get affected. Surprised, Yuta tries to run away because she knows clearly that Leo is stronger than her. Unfortunately for her, she is too slow compared to Leo. He catches up quickly and captured Yuta easily. Leo wants to knock her out, but then remembers that if she loses consciousness, then Tot Musica will disappear too. That monster has appeared, so might as well beat it up until it's afraid of going out again. Leo pressed Yuta's face to the ground while holding her hands on her back. Then he uses his belt to tie Yuta's hands before dragging her by feet to a spot where they can watch the battle. Leo can take her there normally, but he is very annoyed by her now, so he drags her by feet. Yuta struggles, but she can't break free from Leo's grasp and the belts bind. They finally arrive on top of a hill, but Leo is stunned when he looks back at Yuta. Damn, she actually enters her dream world. Tisk, whatever, it's the same no matter where she is. I just need to prevent her from getting harmed. I'm sure that monster can do something to the user's body or it won't try to affect her so persistently. The battle in the real world has already started. Shanks is fighting Tot Musica using his saber while his crewmates support him with their guns. Leo watches the battle between Shanks and Tot Musica. His eyes are filled with amazement as he watches Shanks' powerful attacks. Each of Shanks' attacks looks casual, but they are much more powerful than any sword attack Leo ever seen. Shanks can destroy Tot Musica's energy attacks easily and injure the monster with each strike. And it looks like Shanks doesn't go all out. Is he testing that monster's power first? In Yuta's virtual world, a battle also breaks between Tot Musica and Red Hair Pirates. Usopp leads the pirates to attack the monster while Ben is facing Yuta. He was leading the pirates before, but when Yuta appeared, he shifted the command to Usopp. Yuta, you should stop this. You are endangering yourself. I will do what I want. Yuta starts to sing and Tot Musica's power increases. It also starts to transform as if it's evolving. This change also happens in the real world, making everyone frown. They know they can't let this monster get stronger again or it will be very dangerous. Of course, Tot Musica wants to get stronger again. It looks at Yuta and Leo knows it wants to use her to increase its power again. Tot Musica rushes toward Yuta, so Leo picks her up and runs away while Shanks moves to stop the monster. Shanks is getting serious and so are the Red Hair Pirates in the virtual world. Their attacks become much more ferocious as they finally go all out. They overwhelm Tot Musica and prevent it from getting too close to Yuta. Yuta is almost invincible in the virtual world, but she can't suppress Ben. This guy is the vice leader of an emperor crew. Obviously, he has a very powerful will that can suppress Yuta's influence on his spirit. The other Red Hair Pirates, especially the executives, also can resist it easily and keep fighting Tot Musica. The current Red Hair Pirates should be stronger than they are in the series. Their strong rivalry against Clown Pirates has pushed them to reach their current level. They didn't want to lose to Clown Pirates that are of the same generation as them. Clown Pirates always came to them to fight whenever they were bored. It happened almost every year and the Red Hair Pirates were always suppressed in the past. Those battles stimulate both sides to grow stronger and now the Red Hair Pirates are almost on par with Clown Pirates. Such power is obviously enough to overwhelm Tot Musica. Furthermore, the Red Hair Pirates are merciless. They don't want to give it a chance to fight back and keep attacking. Their yearly wars against Clown Pirates have taught them to not give their enemies any chance if they can. In real and virtual worlds, the Red Hair Pirates are dominating Tot Musica. Shanks has gone all out too because Tot Musica is chasing Yuta. Surely, it's not a good thing and he needs to stop it, so he stops holding back. Shanks jumped to Tot Musica while preparing his attack. His sword is ready on his side and he pours all his haki power into it. He goes all out, pouring his advanced armament and conqueror haki while he jumps toward Tot Musica's neck. A jump from Shanks can cover a very long distance, so he can reach Tot Musica's neck easily. Then, Shanks slashes his sword and cuts Tot Musica's neck easily. However, only Tot Musica in the real world is defeated. It won't truly get defeated as long as its body in the virtual world is still alive. Shanks knows this because Leo has told the Red Hair Pirates before. But he doesn't care and still defeats the one in the real world regardless of the situation in the virtual world. He doesn't have a way to communicate with them, after all. So he can only do his best to defeat the one in the real world. The Tot Musica in the real world starts to reform its body again, making everyone frowns. Shanks had landed as he watches the neck he severed is reconnecting. His expression is still calm. He doesn't care if it keeps reviving. Shanks just need to keep defeating it until the one in the virtual world is defeated too. Leo's eyes widened as he sees Shanks spamming ridiculously powerful slash attacks that can cut Tot Musica's body in half every time he attacks. Damn, that's ridiculous. Each of those attacks can defeat our crew easily. So this is the level of emperors. That means Dad can do this easily too. Leo clenches his fists and grits his teeth, but he is very excited. This just shows that his goal isn't shallow, as it's just as difficult as being a pirate king. It surely is more difficult than being the strongest swordsman, because Leo knows that his buggy has surpassed Mihawk in terms of power. Just when Leo gets excited about achieving his difficult dream, the battle is concluded. Shanks keeps cutting Tot Musica's body mercilessly when it suddenly stops regenerating. This only means that the one in the virtual world has been defeated by red hair pirates. Tot Musica doesn't have any chance against an Emperor crew's all-out attacks. No one held back because they all wanted to save Yuta. The only way to save her was to defeat this monstrosity, so they didn't hold back and attack it with all their power while Ben held Yuta. It's easy for someone at Ben Beckman's level to hold Yuta. She could do many things in her world, but Ben has fought against more dangerous people. Besides, he was just stalling time by making her busy attacking him, and he just defended her attacks. After confirming that Tot Musica's body has disappeared, Leo looks at Yuta, but she hasn't woken up. Maybe because she is very exhausted after using her power. He checks her condition and it seems she is fine for now. It makes him sigh in relief, but he knows it hasn't ended yet. Seems like I need to beat her up for real after this. Damn woman really know how to make trouble. I'll definitely beat some senses into that damn brain of yours. Chapter 459, 2Y3D. Buggy finally receives the news that things have been solved in Elijah. As expected, Tot Musica's music sheet appeared again. But Gordon has secured it again, and now it will be much safer because Shanks gave him a sea stone chest to keep the music sheet. That sea stone chest was a gift from Odin that Shanks got a few years ago. It has nothing to do with Buggy, so it was purely Shanks's intention to keep the music sheet in the sea stone chest. It will be very safe now because the chest is very sturdy and won't be opened easily. The red hair pirates left Elijah with Leo and Yuta, who surprisingly agreed. She actually missed her father Shanks, but she never said it and still looked angry at him. So Shanks decided to take her along with his crew now that she has grown up and can take care of herself. Also, he has promised Buggy to train Leo for a while. Shanks can't stay in one place for a long time, so they will move around while training. It's also a good chance for Yuta to see the world and changes her view of world peace. Luffy has returned to Marineford with Rayleigh and Jimbei just like in the canon story. Although Ace and Whitebeard didn't die, there are many pirates and marines who fell in Marineford War. His appearance caused a big commotion and his message was sent to his crewmates. 2 years. Yeah, he wrote 2Y and crossed the 3D. We originally planned to meet in 3 days when Admiral Kizaru attacked us in Sabayati. But now Luffy changed the meeting time to 2 years. He must have wanted us to be stronger before our meeting. 2 years, huh? That's too long. I don't think I can train you for 2 whole years. At most, I can train you for around 1 year. Unless you want to follow me to New World after a year. No, I won't go to New World before meeting up with my crew. We will enter New World together, I won't go there first. Then we will train together for a year, then you need to train alone for the next year. Are you okay with that? No problem, being trained by you for a year is plenty enough. In Kokoyashi village, Buggy is smirking widely as he reads the news about Luffy's appearance in Marineford. He has changed the war, but Luffy still came there with the same setting. It makes him wonder if some things really can't be changed. Well, let's see if nothing will change in your 2 years of training. I will make sure that everything will change before your comeback. Sometime after that, Buggy calls Cricket. How's the situation in New World? Why does it sound like we can handle New World problems better than the Marines and world government? We will get it soon. Start preparing after these problems are settled. I will return in a few weeks after solving the problems in East Blue. Buggy hangs up before he goes out of his house and goes to the port. His ship isn't there because his crewmates who came here with him are using the ship to go around East Blue. They are destroying pirate crews that are causing trouble everywhere after the war because they were too motivated by the news of One Piece. It will take a few weeks even for Clown Pirates members because East Blue is wide. Buggy doesn't go with them because they are enough to defeat any pirate crew in East Blue. He rather stays here to enjoy peace after being busy for months. Besides, he can't just leave Alice after bringing her here. She is still wary of others even though she has opened up to Belmere and Nojiko. He will accompany her for a few weeks until she is familiar with this place. Luckily, Alice behaves really well. She really loves the life on Konami Islands, which is very peaceful compared to anywhere in Grand Line. Alice was born in Sabayati and never left Grand Line, so she never knew there is a peaceful place like this, and she likes it. A few weeks later, Buggy finally leaves Konami Islands with his crew. He left after making sure everything is fine on East Blue. Alice is also adapting well, so he can leave her with Belmere and Nojiko without any worry. It doesn't take long for Buggy to reach New World with Black Pearl's speed. The New World has really become more active now after the war. Although the Emperor crews managed to control the general situation in New World, they still can't control everything. The number of rookies entering the New World increased and the veterans are being more active after the war. Even on the way to New World, Buggy encountered a few rookie pirates that were very eager to enter New World that they attacked his ship without checking which crew it is. Buggy didn't even need to step in and his crewmates destroyed those ignorant fools easily. But they didn't destroy those crews because they wanted to loot them. Only after sweeping their ships clean and capturing the useful ones did the clowns continue their way back to Clown Land. When they reached Clown Land, they've gathered a lot of treasures and workers for their mines and factories. The crew gained a lot even though it was just a short trip. But because they always did this kind of tedious work every time, they managed to grow faster than any crew out there. Lord! You've finally returned. A man with a butler suit runs hurriedly towards the port. The man looks very tired and miserable as if he almost died. He is Alfred, Buggy's butler who is in charge of managing Clownland's internal affairs. Why are you in a rush, Alfred? Milord, please save me. I'm dying from overworking. Alfred falls flat on his face right in front of Buggy. Everyone just glances for a moment before ignoring the scene. Alfred is always like this, after all. He is very capable, but he always complains that he has too much work that he would finish anyway. Luckily, the solution is easy. How long was I absent from Clown Land, Alfred? I think it's around half a year, right? Fine, let's give you a 1 million bonus for each month of my absence, so I'll give you a 6 million bonus pay. Alfred's miserable and tired expressions disappeared instantly. He suddenly gets serious and looks very dependable. This guy is a money grubber, but he is a very honest person who only wants the money he earned from his own hard work. Where's Cricket? Master Cricket and CO are hunting Big Mom Pirates' subordinate crews that refused to submit to us like the former Big Mom Pirates that have changed their crew name to Charlotte Pirates. Oh, so they use their family name now, hey. Yes, Katakuri takes over the captain position as the strongest among Charlotte siblings. Many subordinate crews couldn't accept this and left them. Some just left, but some were trying to take Big Mom Pirates' territories. Master Enel and CO tried to help the Charlotte Pirates take back their mother's territories. But it was difficult because the territories are too wide and there are too many targets. So Master Cricket and the rest who were here went to help them. What about the Red Hair Pirates and Whitebeard Pirates' territories? Red Hair Pirates are doing just fine even without their main crew because they didn't receive any casualties in the war. As for Whitebeard Pirates, they received help from Wano and Sun pirates to handle the situation along with their subordinate crews while Whitebeard is recuperating. Magma Fist Ace is leading the territory defense because Marco the Phoenix was busy healing Whitebeard together with Master Manba. So everything is under our control, right? Good, tell them to keep going until everything is taken care of perfectly. What about the people rescued from Marigio-Ase? We have received and hid them from the public to avoid suspicion. Alright, let's go there immediately and remove their slave marks. Do you plan to release them, sir? Not yet. It will be very bad if news of them being released by us spread now. We'll wait until my grand plan is executed. 1 year should be enough. Buggy grins widely while walking to Clownland Castle. No one knows what he is thinking, but they all know that grin is not a good sign, not for them that are on his side though. Chapter 460, Haki Training. Leo has left Elijah with the red hair pirates and of course, Yuta. They can't leave her there with Tot Musica's music sheet trying to keep calling her all the time. Also, everyone wants her to see the world more to change her perspective. Shanks wants to take her to visit many places in the world. But before that, they will go to an uninhabited island in Combelt to train her and Leo. Just like Leo, she will need to train her combat ability to be safe when she's exploring the world with red hair pirates. The uninhabited island they'll use to train is an island full of strong beasts that clown pirates found when they explored Combelt. Though it's different from Ruscana. Clown pirates named this island Faja because thick fog appears all day and night in the forest. The only places without fog are the beach and the big lake in the center of the island. That means they can only camp either on the beach or lake. For now, they decide to stay on the beach because they don't know much about the island yet. So they need to explore the island to know more about it before letting the kids enter the island. Shanks starts his lesson immediately while his crewmates prepare to explore the island. He will teach Haki to Leo while Yuta will learn battle skills with Ben. Have you ever heard of Haki? No, is that a famous person? It's not a person, Haki is power, spiritual power that can be used to fight. Shanks starts explaining Haki to Leo and demonstrates the uses of 3 Haki types. He asks his crewmates to help him demonstrate the first type before they leave. They shoot a lot of bullets and Shanks dodges them easily with his eyes closed, surprising Leo greatly. This is the first type, Observation Haki. Then Shanks shows Armament Haki by taking all the bullets with his body. Leo and Yuta are shocked, but they get even more shocked when they see that none of the bullets hurt Shanks. They bounce off Shanks' skin which seems to be as hard as steel, even the sound of bullets hitting his body is that of bullets hitting a steel wall. Lastly is Conqueror Haki that Shanks demonstrated by using it on Leo directly. Leo can feel the invisible pressure that oppresses his mind and soul directly. It's a very powerful pressure, but Leo is standing there unfazed, making Shunnies smile. That pressure you just felt was Conqueror Haki, a type of Haki only owned by a number of people in the whole world. It's said that Conqueror Haki can't be acquired by training. Those who can use it are those who are born with it. The ones who have Conqueror Haki are those who have the potential to stand above others and have the quality to be kings. Though your father really hates that belief. Why? He believes that Conqueror Haki is obtained and anyone can awaken it as long as their will is powerful enough that it won't waver under any pressure. Those who awaken Conqueror Haki are those who will never give up and will always stand up for their ideals and dreams. That's what your father said because he thinks that's what happened to him. My dad has Conqueror Haki. Yeah, and it's the strongest I've ever faced. I am very confident with my Conqueror Haki, but his Conqueror Haki always gives me a sense of oppression. His belief in Conqueror Haki came from his life experience. He was someone without great ambition and could be said to be a coward. But then he changed and reached his current level. That's why he believes that Conqueror Haki can be obtained by those who deserve it. Amazing. That means I need to awaken Conqueror Haki too and make it stronger than him. Haha, that is a must if you want to surpass him. But you also need to train the other two haki types because they are very useful and more practical in battles, especially the armament haki that is said to be the most useful. Shanks gets closer to Leo and suddenly flicks Leo's forehead. It hurts Leo so much that he feels like his forehead is about to split. This is why armament haki is said to be the most useful haki. It allows us to touch devil fruit users' real bodies, even the seemingly untouchable Logia users like you. In New World, you can't be careless just because you are a Logia user, Leo. Haki is common in New World, so if you are careless and let your opponents hit you just because you believe in your Logia devil fruit, then you might die if they coat their attacks with haki. Leo doesn't seem surprised, but he seems happy instead, as if he has just gotten a revelation. Now he finally understands why his dad could always hit him when he was a kid even though no one else can. Wait. Mom could also hit me. Damn, she can use haki too. Nami and Nojiko also hit him sometimes when they nag him. But he could always let their hit pass through him. He only let them hit him because they cried when they couldn't hit him back then when they were kids. So he never used his Logia power when they nag him, which means they don't use haki. Leo starts his training right away while he is still very excited. After all, he knows that being able to use haki will help him a lot. If he could use haki in Alabasta, then defeating Crocodile would be much easier. No, all his fights would be easier. The training plan that Shanks prepared for Leo starts with teaching him how to use haki first obviously. Then he will try to use them in battles against the Red Hair Pirates for a year until they leave. After they leave, Leo will need to fight the beasts on this island. They have confirmed that the beasts here are very powerful and dangerous. Some are very strong, some are very fast, some are poisonous, some are sneaky, some are very intelligent, etc. Even New World pirates might die here, showing how dangerous this island is. But it's also the best place to force Leo to grow up and get stronger. Buggy believes that Leo will survive on this island and become much stronger. He won't send his son here otherwise, and Shanks knows that, so Shanks will help Leo grow as best as he can. As for when Leo needs to return to Sabayati after 2 years, he will need to cross Com Belt himself. Buggy has prepared an eternal pose to the closest island in Grand Line. Then he will need to find his way back to Sabayati alone. While Leo undergoes training, Buggy is preparing another big thing that will shock the world once more. In his opinion, the next 2 years are the best time to do something unimaginable. After all, if things progressing similarly to the canon, then the world government won't do anything drastic. With Teach and Big Mom dead, New World will still be under control. Sakazuki's death on his hands years ago will also prevent major changes in the Marine organization. The current 3 admirals don't have clashing ideals, so whoever is chosen as the fleet admiral, no one will leave the Marine like Kuzan in the canon. Even if something like that happens, it won't affect Buggy's plan too much. After all, the world will be in turmoil when the Straw Hats enter New World. The main characters of this world will be the cause of many world-changing things, so Buggy plans to do his plan before they return. It's always strange no matter how hard he thinks about it, after all. He has changed many things, yet the Straw Hats still went through similar events. So he thinks that some things might be unchangeable, or the changes he made weren't big enough and didn't have too significant impact on the future. But he's sure this change he's about to make will affect everything that'll happen in the future, or at least most of it. The world will change already by the time the Straw Hat Pirates return from their training. Buggy is really excited to know what will change and how things will change after this. He is now on Sabayati, a year after the Marineford War. The Marine has changed its fleet admiral with Aokiji taking the new position. Kizaru was nominated, but he refused because being a fleet admiral will restrict him too much. This guy still wants to fight in the front line, especially against the emperors. Kizaru always wants to defeat Buggy since his defeat years ago. The massive scar on his torso stings every time he thinks of Buggy, that's why he doesn't want to just give commands as a fleet admiral, but fight in the front line. While the Marine's structure changed, the world government didn't change much. The ones that changed were the celestial dragons. Well, they were forced to change by the world government. None of them took any new slaves in the last year to prevent another attack, while the marine and world government were not in their best condition. So many Cypher Paul agents died in Marineford War and Marigio was attacked. So even the world government needed time to recover itself. 1 year isn't enough time to recover completely from such massive blows, especially about the Cypher Paul. That's why Buggy plans to do his plan 1 year after the war. He is now standing on top of Sabaodi's mangrove tree closest to Red Line, looking at the top of the Red Line with a big grin. With his swords in his hands, Buggy takes a stance. Time to remove the biggest obstacle. Buggy gathers all his power while holding his swords on his sides. He takes a deep breath before releasing all his power through his swords as he slashes them in the Red Line's direction. Chapter 461, Cutting Red Line. A massive bluish-white cross-slash attack energy is flying toward the Red Line from Buggy's sword attack. That attack is aimed at Red Line, but everyone in Sabaody feels as if they've been slashed by a sword that makes the ordinary people faint of shock. Even the people on Marigio on top of the Red Line and New Marineford, formerly known as G1 base on the other side of the Red Line, feel uneasy. They can feel a mysterious pressure, but they don't know where it came from. They will find it out soon though, as Buggy's massive attack finally hits the Red Line. Buggy's massive cross-slash attack energy finally hits the red wall. The crossing point is flying lower, but the attack is actually aimed upwards. So the upper parts of the flying slash attack are bigger and stronger than the lower parts. When the cross-slash attack hits the Red Line, Marigio is shaken slightly. They wondered what's going on as the cross-flying slash attack penetrates the hard and thick red wall. Buggy looks as the lower parts sink in and disappear while the upper parts keep moving up the wall. There is no trace of the attack on the red wall even after the cross-slash attack penetrated it. So Buggy can only look at the massive upper parts of his slash attack that keeps climbing the red wall diagonally in different directions as if they are making a V from below. Even those parts disappear as they get higher and higher. Buggy finally shifts his attention to the Red Line's area in front of him. He grins widely before crouching on the tree branch and taking the Dendon Mushi's microphone beside him. Get ready, Cricket. It's going to fall. Right after Buggy tells that to Cricket through the phone, he suddenly sees the Red Line move. Some people also see it and thought they are just imagining it. But they all widen their eyes when the movement becomes faster and clearer. A V-shaped part of the Red Line is actually getting separated and sliding down the colossal wall. It slides to New World after Buggy's all-out slash attack cut that part. He managed to cut the indestructible Red Line with his slash. Of course, Buggy was using all his power on that attack. He used all his hacky power, his sword's devil fruit abilities, swordsmanship, physical power, and most importantly his awakened chop fruit power. His awakened devil fruit can chop everything, but only with his other power added could he increase the range and effect to this degree. He has just cut a few kilometers wide and more than 10 kilometers high Red Line that is also known for being very hard and sturdy too. His cross-slash attack actually passed through the Red Line to New World. But the lower parts lost their energy quickly as the energy was focused on the upper parts that were used to cut more than 10 kilometers worth of Red Line wall. Everyone in Sabaody is looking with widened eyes as the Red Line is falling to the other side. Those in the New Marineford are now panicking because the falling Red Line looks very clear from there. They have just moved their main HQ here because Marineford was destroyed too much, but now something like this happens. Although their location isn't that close to the falling Red Line and they won't get crushed, they are still quite close. The impact of the falling Red Line will surely implicate them. At the very least, the tsunami caused by the falling land will drown New Marineford and a few nearby islands. The emergency alarm rings and alerts everyone as A.K.A makes an emergency order. All Marines be on high alert. A giant tsunami is coming. Borsalino, Isho, try to slow down that falling continent. Aramaki, cover the island. Fujitora immediately uses a metal plate to help him float. Then Kizaru pushes him and they fly together toward the falling red line at a very high speed. After they left, Aramaki the new admiral places his hands on the ground. Then a lot of big thorny vines grow on all sides of the island. They keep growing until they cover the entire new marine fort like a dome. Then from the top of the base building, Aokiji shoots his ice and freezes Aramaki's vine dome, covering the island with a very thick ice dome barrier to protect it from the tsunami. Meanwhile, Kizaru and Fujitora are still flying toward the red line. The Marine's response was quick, but not quick enough. While Kizaru and Fujitora are rushing toward the falling land, it finally slid off the red line. After all, Buggy pushed it to fall faster using a spiral blunt slash attack. A swordsman at his level can easily make a sword slash that won't cut anything. But it's very powerful that it can dent the hard and tough red line. Though his purpose is just to push the detached red line. He doesn't want to give the trash on Marigyo-ase any chance to escape. Well, some of them might be able to escape, but they won't be able to save everybody. His only concern is the normal people there, but he has made an arrangement for them. While Marigyo-ase is falling, a lot of ninjas from Wano and a bunch of men from Clown Pirate's subordinate spy unit are moving to save the normal people there. After all, Marigyo-ase is also used to cross red line for those who have money, so there are normal people too. Also, there are still a number of slaves that couldn't be saved before. So they still have a lot of people to save. Taking advantage of the panic, the men that Buggy sent move quickly to rescue the people. They have known all the locations of those they need to save, so they can move efficiently. These men are moving openly, but no one pays them any attention because the guards and agents are prioritizing the celestial dragons. Buggy's men have started rescuing people when Marigyo-ase finally drops as the chopped land finally gets separated from red line and drops into the sea. Its fall is much faster than when it slid off the red line because there's only water below it. Everyone gets even more panic as they feel the fall. Buggy's men move very quickly and take everyone they need to rescue as the land is falling. For people of their levels, moving very quickly in this situation is doable even though it's not so easy to. The agents and guards are also trying their best to save the celestial dragons, including the 5 elders who seem very shocked. They never thought that someone would actually attack the red line itself instead of Marigyo-ase like the attack last year. Then when they are panicking about the falling city, a gigantic being is diving down from the clouds. Everyone widens their eyes as they see a gigantic dragon with blue scales surrounded by red clouds descending from the sky. The 5 elders widen their eyes as they are reminded of a figure, Kaido. No way! Kaido has died a few years after being defeated by that clown. Then it must be the current user of that fruit. We have searched it for years but couldn't even catch a wind of it. The Azure Dragon lands on the falling land, just beside Marigyo-ase. It looks at the 5 elders while grinning before roaring at the city. Right after it roars, a lot of shadowy figures run toward it. They are Buggy's men who rescued the normal people and slaves that they carry on their backs. These men have rescued as many people as they can in this short amount of time. Of course, they can't save everybody, but they've saved the most important people like children and women. They jump onto the Azure Dragon's back that came here to pick them up. But the Azure Dragon doesn't leave immediately, it looks around the city first. Then suddenly, a lightning bolt strikes in front of the dragon. Enel suddenly appears on the dragon's head and he also scans the whole city. There are still some people left. Enel extends his hands forward and releases a lot of lightning bolts. They go all over the city and then many people suddenly get thrown high above the buildings. These people are unconscious because of the electric shock that sent them flying. The Azure Dragon spreads its flame cloud to catch the thrown people. Only after Enel confirmed that all their targets have been rescued that it takes off the falling land. The 5 elders really want to attack it, but right now their priority is saving themselves and the celestial dragons as the dragon's jump makes the land falls faster. They are thinking of a solution when the falling speed suddenly slows down. It still falls at a high speed, but it surely has slowed down. Fujitora and Kizaru have arrived and they try to slow it down using their power. Obviously, Fujitora uses his gravity to hold the falling land, while Kizaru tries to slow it down using the impact of his light bullets. But this falling land is far too massive and heavy even for Fujitora. Even with Kizaru's little help, the land still falls very quickly. Borsellino-san, this land is too big and heavy. The upper part is gradually being wider and it's very thick. It's even bigger than most big islands. Just do your best, Isho. We should at least try. Both of them are doing their best, but their enemies won't let them do more than this. The clown pirates know that if the admirals push themselves to the limit, then there is a chance for them to stop the falling land. So they need to disturb the admirals, and the one who does it is Enel. He could already hear the two admirals when he was assisting in the rescue on A.K.A. So after the rescued people left with the Azure Dragon, he descended to attack the two admirals. He attacked them using powerful lightning pillars that struck from the sky. The two admirals managed to defend themselves, but they are forced to stop their attempt to slow down the falling land. They are surprised to see Enel and get even more surprised seeing the land falls faster because Enel sends a lot of lightning strikes on A.K.A. to push the falling land down. Then, before Kizaru and Fujitora can try to slow down the fall again, the chopped red line finally crashed onto the bottom of the sea. It causes a massive impact on the sea that sends water everywhere, creating a massive tsunami that spreads everywhere as if it will swallow the new world itself. Chapter 462, Fallen Holy City. The tsunami caused by the fall of the massive chunk of red line is much bigger than the one caused by Whitebeard in the war. This tsunami's height alone is already more than 2 kilometers and it's very wide because of the sheer size of the falling land. Buggy's attack chopped the land in a V shape, so it gets wider as it gets higher. As the height of the red line from the surface of the sea is already more than 10 kilometers, the top part that is being cut is incredibly wide. The top part of the chopped part is already more than 15 kilometers long, so the tsunami wave spans almost as long as that because the falling land is almost submerged in the sea completely. Such a tsunami will obviously reach New Marineford and the 3 first islands of New World. New Marineford has been protected by Aokiji and Ryokugyu. As for the 3 first islands, Buggy has made arrangements for this matter. His subordinate organization, the Caribbean, has planted its roots everywhere. Obviously, that includes the 3 first islands of New Worlds, which are very important locations. The Caribbean members on the islands immediately warned the people as soon as the red line fell. Some people didn't cooperate because they don't see the danger. So the Caribbean members used some force to make them move. They all go to higher grounds, which is enough because the tsunami wave won't be that big when it reaches these islands. All the Icelanders shiver when they see the tsunami really comes. Those who didn't want to evacuate are trembling harder because they almost died. They all see their towns getting crushed by tsunami, but they are still alive at least. While these islands aren't drowned completely by the tsunami, the New Marineford is completely covered by it. Not only it is closer to red line, but the island also doesn't have any high ground. The base building might be tall, but it isn't taller than a mountain. But even if it's completely submerged by the tsunami wave, the dome created by Aokiji and Ryokugyu is strong enough to block the water from crushing the island. Aokiji even increases the ice thickness by freezing the water that touches the dome to strengthen it even further. The impact doesn't just affect the ones on the surface, but also the ones underwater. Fishman Island is also affected as the falling land was pushing water everywhere. The pushed water passed through the gap underneath Red Line and reaches Fishman Island. But they have been prepared for it because Buggy has visited them before reaching Sabayati and told them his plan. He left his Fishman members to defend Fishman Island and also asked for Sun Pirates' cooperation. They use Fishman karate to counter the strong current caused by the falling island. Clown Pirates' Fishman members are very powerful that each one of them can defeat Jinbe. So the defense is surely very powerful too, and the Fishman Island is well protected. Though they can't protect the areas outside the bubble because the defense would be weaker if they spread too much. Luckily, there won't be any need to protect the area outside the bubble. In the past, they would be worried about the fishmen in the Fishman district. But that place has been closed after years of effort by the kingdom with the help of Clown and Sun pirates. Buggy has persuaded the Ryugu kingdom to close Fishman district. Obviously, he gave them plans that were made carefully by some smart guys he knows. He also provided manpower to help the kingdom like his Fishman members and friends. They succeeded and now Fishman district has been closed. Those who lived there have been relocated to the main island. Buggy also recruited a lot of them to his subordinate organizations to help the Ryugu kingdom from getting overpopulated and also getting himself new blood. As for Hody Jones and Co., Buggy sent his men to secretly assassinate them. Obviously, he did that after some investigations to convince his Fishman members. He did that many years ago before Hody could assassinate Odo him, so the queen is still alive now, and she brought many changes to Fishman Island. Anyway, the locations affected by the falling land are safe. The only unsafe place is Marigio-Ase, which literally fell from the sky. All buildings are destroyed, including the iconic Pangaea Castle. Though it isn't completely destroyed, showing that it was made well using good materials. Many people died either from being crushed by the destroyed building or the falling impact. Many Cypher Paul agents, guards, and even celestial dragons died. No one ever expected that Marigio-Ase would get into this state. Well, no one would ever expect that someone would be crazy and powerful enough to cut the red line that has stood tall since unknown time. This is just beyond any expectations, beyond any common sense. After all, many have tried, but red line never gets destroyed. But someone with the ability to do that has appeared now, and he just happened to be Buggy, who despises the celestial dragons. He has planned this for a long time. Other than his hate for celestial dragons, he also always wanted to cut the red line since he first saw it. His dream gets even stronger since he awakened his devil fruit ability. So he kept improving himself and his weapons to achieve that dream. When his swords turned into black blades, he started planning for this, and now he finally executed it. But just cutting the red line won't end this, because now he has surely angered the enemies. Those like the Five Elders will surely do anything to kill him after this. So before they can even think of that, he will wipe them out first, ending everything immediately. The survivors on Marigio-Ase aren't many, because only the strong ones could survive falling from more than 10 kilometers altitude. Even if Fujitorum managed to slow it down a little, the impact was still too powerful for most of them. Only the truly powerful people could survive this. Unsurprisingly, the Five Elders survived. They aren't just average celestial dragons that only know how to play around like retards, after all. Though the more surprising thing is there are several celestial dragons that survived too. Of course, not all celestial dragons are the same as those idiots who got punched by Luffy in the human shop. Some are actually trained to be powerful. These guys are those who are prepared to lead the celestial dragons in the future and maybe take over the positions of Five Elders too. Heh, you guys didn't die, huh? You should have just died earlier, because it will just get more painful later. Buggy suddenly appears near Marigio-Ase. He is standing on black pearl that floats in the air near the fallen Marigio-Ase. Yes, the ship is flying right now. Its bottom is covered by a reddish cloud, which is the reason why this ship can fly. This red cloud is the Azure Dragon's flame cloud, which also means that the dragon is Clown Pirate's member. Sure enough, the Azure Dragon suddenly appears in hybrid form, standing beside Buggy. There is a unique chestnut-like hair on top of his head which reveal his identity. The new user of fish fruit, model, Azure Dragon is none other than Cricket. He who refused to eat any devil fruit just couldn't resist the temptation of this specific devil fruit. Though the main reason was that he doesn't want to be left behind too far by Buggy. Cricket already has this devil fruit for years, but he never revealed it. Only the clown pirates know of this, and they all kept it as a secret. Cricket only used his devil fruit ability around his crewmates, who also helped him improve his mastery by fighting him. Clown. It's you. Who else if it's not me, old man? Do you know anyone that can do this other than me? Buggy grins widely while looking at the furious elders. Then one of the elders who always holds his sword, Saint Ethan Baron, swings his sword toward the Black Pearl. A big and powerful slash attack flies toward Black Pearl. Oh ho, you old men really have some real power, hey. Buggy smirks while rubbing his chin calmly. A big lightning bolt suddenly strikes the slash attack and destroys it as Enel returns to the ship after disturbing Kizaru and Fujitora. Well, old guys, it's not like I don't want to entertain you or at least see what you can do. But there is something more important for me to do. It's a test to see if the science I know is really useful or not. Buggy picks a metal ball the size of a basketball from the floor. It's not a cannonball, but a metal ball made of pure iron. I don't know if it will work because I use iron, but hopefully it will. Ah, by the way, old men, do you guys know what an atom is? Chapter 463, Atomic Bomb. No one replies to Buggy's question. They just look at him warily because he has just single-handedly cut the massive wall that separated the world. There's no way they could stay calm in front of this man now. Sigh, it seems you guys didn't pass your science exam. You guys should learn more about science, don't just learn politics. Well, whatever, I am feeling quite generous today, so I will explain it to you. I will even use the simplest explanation. So atom is the smallest part of a substance, it's the smallest part of everything in this world. Basically, an atom is what made everything, do you understand? It seems they don't understand, Captain. Cricket smirks while Buggy shakes his head while sighing sadly. They are too old, after all. Their brains must have shrunk and can't take such high knowledge. Whatever though. I just need to explain a few things. Anyway, old men, that was an atom. It's the smallest part of anything. What are you blabbering about, clown? Atom, of course. Buggy says that while tossing the pure iron ball toward the 5 elders. They get startled and one of them cut the iron ball in half. But unlike what they expected, the iron ball doesn't explode as it is not a bomb as they thought. Oi, you guys are so skeptical. I just want to give you some iron balls that resemble atoms. Here, one for each of you. Buggy tosses 5 more pure iron balls toward the 5 elders. The elders are still wary, so Saint Ethan Baron cuts the iron balls again. But again, nothing happens. The iron balls just get cut in half, making Buggy sighs and shakes his head. You really can't trust others, hey? This is so heartbreaking. But well, you actually helped me. The elders become very vigilant when they see Buggy suddenly grins evilly. They unconsciously activated their strange mythical Zoan devil fruits which make Buggy and Clown Pirates surprised. Buggy knew the elders have some real power, but this is the first time he sees them using their devil fruit abilities, so he is still surprised. Oh ho, that's surprising, but that doesn't matter. I want to see if your mythical beast's power can withstand scientific power. Old men, while nothing happened to those iron balls when they get cut, do you think the same thing will happen to atoms? What will actually happen when atoms get cut, do you know it? Well, I will show you the answer. I actually want your lord to come out of the castle, but it seems they won't come out even after A.K.A fell. The 5 elders widen their eyes in surprise when they hear Buggy saying their lord. It means he knows the existence of that person, which is shocking to them who always kept it as a secret. Buggy doesn't care though and he just smiles before he snaps his fingers on both hands. Boom! An explosion bigger than any explosion the clown pirates have ever seen happens on A.K.A. It's so big that the fire of the explosion passes through the clouds and pierces the sky. The explosion is so bright too that it brightens half of New World and the light even passes Com Belt to West and North Blue. Everyone on nearby islands even needs to close their eyes because it's so bright for a moment. But it only lasts for a while before the impact of the explosion finally spreads. The uncut wall of red line trembles because of the impact and the wall near the explosion cracks. The shockwave created by the explosion pushes Black Pearl far to the back. It even gets pushed quite far from Sabayati, which also gets its bubbles destroyed by the shockwave. Luckily, because there is still a rather tall red line wall left on the sea blocking the shockwave, the archipelago itself is safe, so no one gets hurt. Though the remaining red line only protects Paradise. On New World's side, the shockwave spreads freely. Luckily, the 3 first islands of New World are still quite far from red line, so even though the shockwave reaches them, they are not destroyed, only receiving some damage to their buildings. The same thing doesn't happen to Mu Marineford, which is closer to red line. Luckily for them, Aokiji hasn't destroyed the ice dome yet, so it blocks the shockwave that comes toward them. Though the ice dome shatters after some time because the shockwave also contains heat that weakens the ice. But there are many powerful Marines on New Marineford. They managed to use their power to block the remaining impact and protected their men. Even so, many are still injured either because of the shockwave or the falling ice shards. No one on Black Pearl gets hurt though because they were prepared for it. The clowns have covered themselves with haki and they didn't receive direct impact, so they are fine. As for their ship, it's also fine because it was made with the best materials and methods. Besides, their whole ship was protected by their executive's power. Buggy, Cricket, Palu, Enel, and Magnus used their advanced armament haki to block the shockwave. It obviously reduced the damage significantly even though the impact was too strong to be nullified completely. Captain, did you explode all 6 of those iron balls at the same time? No, I made all 12 of those half-iron balls explode. 12 explosions at the same time. Damn, you are insane. I won't start any of these if I am sane. Buggy grins, then the others also grin evilly. None of them is sane because only crazy people would agree to Buggy's plan to destroy the world nobles and world government. Their ship flies on Cricket's dragon's flame cloud toward the gap of red line that Buggy created again to look at Marigio Ase's condition. It is still filled with dust and smoke, so they can't see its condition clearly. But it doesn't take long for the dust and smoke to disappear. The site of the fallen holy city is as they've expected. It is destroyed too much that most of the buildings here just disappeared without any traces. After all, the power of that atomic bomb was truly devastating. Damn, this atomic bomb is too powerful. Yeah, science is powerful indeed. Buggy looks at the devastated area that now has a big crater on it. The very hard red limestone is destroyed to this extent, showing how powerful that explosion was. That was the power of the atomic bomb, created by splitting atoms that trigger nuclear fission reactions. Though for Buggy, creating an atomic bomb was never his goal. What he always wanted was to know the limit of his power and how small can he chop things. So he always improved his mastery over his devil fruit until he finally reached the level of cutting even atoms. It is not easy to cut atoms because aside from its size, Buggy also knows the danger of doing that. He knew a little about nuclear or atomic bombs in his past life on Earth and the basic principle behind it. So, of course, he couldn't just cut atoms recklessly even if he has the ability. It took him years to finally reach the level of cutting atoms that he can control well. By control, he means splitting the atom he targets from a long distance. After all, it is a death wish for him to cut an atom near himself as it would explode and kill him. He could only achieve it for a long time because he always tried to cut the atom from a long distance. The farther his target is, the harder it is for him to cut it. Even cutting a big object is difficult enough from a long distance, not to mention something as small as an atom. But now, he finally mastered it to a good level even though there is still a requirement to split the targeted atom. He needs to touch the objects he wants to cut to the atomic level. It is to form a connection to the objects and the more important thing is to put the trigger. When touching or holding the objects he wants to turn into bombs, Buggy inserts his awakened devil fruit's chopping power into them. He thought that method was impossible because he thought his devil fruit ability can only get released like sword attacks, after all. But as his mastery over his devil fruit and haki increased, he found this method. He could combine his devil fruit ability and haki to preserve his power and activate it at will. The snaps of his fingers he did previously was his way to activate the power. He has inserted his power into the pure iron balls, each on several spots. Then when he snapped his fingers, the power he stored on those iron balls got activated and cut the atoms of those iron balls. The reactions of those divided atoms released powerful energy in a complicated way that made them create overpower explosions. Buggy ignited 6 iron balls that were cut in half, so there were 12 iron chunks. He ignited them at the same time, so there were 12 atomic bombs that exploded at the same time. Obviously, they will cause destruction at an unimaginable level. Marigoase has really gone now with no building left intact. Only those farthest from the source of the explosion still somehow retain their materials and foundations. Buildings that were close have been turned into dust and smoke. If even the sturdy buildings became like that, there's no need to say anything about the living beings. They died and turned into ashes instantly. The weak ones died instantly, but the strong ones needed to suffer for a while. Surviving is almost impossible, but the chance is not zero. After all, living beings can have unimaginable power in this world. Chapter 464, King of Gods. After Buggy nuked it, Marigoase has finally gone completely from the face of this world. Only some charred ruins left from the great city that no one thought would ever fall. The attacks were too fast that no one had the chance to defend. Buggy never intended to give them any chance to retaliate, after all. He doesn't want to play around in this serious war because he knows the more he plays around, the lower his chance of winning would be. Right now, he truly believes that he made the right decision because on the destroyed city, some people are still alive. His atomic bombs were very powerful that even he didn't dare to take them directly. But these guys took the blast head-on and survived. Wow, I am really impressed right now. To think that you guys are still alive after that, it's really beyond my expectation. No wonder the world government could rule for more than 800 years and hasn't fallen till this day. Buggy grins while looking at the figures standing on the charred and destroyed red ground. He never saw them personally, but he knew them from the reports his spies on Marigoase sent frequently. His spies on Marigoase were very skillful that they could get a lot of very secretive information in the most secure city. Looking at these figures makes even Buggy feels rather nervous. Well, only one of them makes him feel wary though, but for someone at his level to feel that must mean that this person is really dangerous. He is the world's strongest man, after all. Yet he feels like that. Buggy looks at the group of people before shifting his attention elsewhere. He can feel the weak presence of lives on the edges of the destroyed city. There are 2 weak presences that can disappear at any time, but they still surprise Buggy. These 2 weak presences are of the elders. The 5 of them received the explosions directly, yet 2 of them actually survived. Though they are barely alive and their lives are hanging by threads now as they lay on the ground with only their heads and body left in very bad shape. These 2 are Shepherd Jew Peter and Topman Warcury. They are barely alive and it's just a matter of time before they died because they only have their burnt body and heads now. Their breaths are weakened gradually, so they'll follow their 3 comrades soon. The 5 of them activated their mysterious mythical Zoan devil fruits right when the atomic bombs explode. Those 5 also use haki, but the explosions were too powerful. 3 of them died in the explosions while the 2 survived, but their conditions are worse than death. Even though it's not the best outcome, this is still what Buggy wanted by exploding the bombs right beside the 5 elders. He isn't some idiot main character who will let their enemies use their full power unless he has the confidence to take them down. Sure, Buggy did it many times in the past to boost his growth, but he always made sure he had a good winning chance or at least a high survival rate. Furthermore, most of those hard battles in the past were unavoidable and sometimes he wasn't the one who started them. Now, he is the one who initiated this and his only goal in this war is victory. He doesn't have the luxury to play around in this world-changing plan. What he needs now is just a result, nothing else. He only wants to destroy the world nobles, that's all. The 5 elders were too big of variables in this plan of his. That's why he was very happy when they appeared in front of him and targeted them immediately. He even changed his plan to explode the bombs in the center of the city to the center of the 5 elders just to kill them all. That's why he is surprised that there are still 2 of them alive now. Luckily, they are already beyond saving by now with their conditions. Someone like Vegapunk might be able to do something if he acts fast, but that won't happen because no one will be able to even bother about them now. But Buggy doesn't want to give them a chance at all, no matter how small it is. He glances at Maverick and the 3-eyed man understands what Buggy wants immediately. Without making any signs, Maverick shoots the 2 dying elders using his sniper rifle. Maverick shoots from a hidden spot and his shots don't make any sound because his gun doesn't use gunpowder. It uses electricity as it is a railgun sniper rifle. It is soundless and has a much longer range than conventional sniper rifles that use gunpowder. The 2 dying elders get shot in the head and die instantly. No one of the remaining enemies even realizes the shot. But they are keeping tabs on the 2 dying elders' lives, so they are really surprised when they can't sense the 2's lives again. The 5 of them were really close, weren't they? Always together in life and death, how touching. Buggy grins while looking at the remaining enemies who survived the devastating atomic bombs. He already knows who these people are from all the reports he gets from his spies on A.K.A. Most of them are characters he never even knew before being sent to this world. Commander-in-Chief Kong, Supreme Commander of God's Knights Figarland Garling along with 5 surviving God's Knights, and the Chief of Cypher Paul. All of them managed to survive the bombs even though they are badly injured, especially the 5 God's Knights that have horrifying injuries now. Though none of them are threats in Buggy's eyes now that they are injured badly. The one that makes Buggy really wary is the last person who doesn't even have a scratch. This person is the biggest reason why Buggy didn't want to give the enemies any chance and just nuked them as soon as the city fell. So you are that hidden king of gods, Imu. Yes, the one that makes Buggy really wary now is Imu. He never saw Imu even in the reports because his spies couldn't get a lot of info about this guy. They only knew that there is someone above even the 5 elders by the name of Imu. Buggy always wondered how Imu looks and now he can finally see it. Imu's appearance is that of a handsome young teenager with a majestic face befitting that of a king. He has long black hair, wearing a long golden cloak, and has a pair of red eyes that look down upon the world. Vos Saint Imu of House Narana, is that your identity? Imu's hostile face immediately gets even more hostile as the God's Knights draw their weapons. Filthy pirate, don't ask something beyond your worth. Pfft, ha 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 ha. Why? Is it because I'm not AD? Because I'm not the descendant of those who opposed you guys in the past, so I don't have any right to know more? Ha ha ha. It seems you really value that name despite hating it. But you know, in the end, that is just a name. People's values aren't determined by their names or bloodline as you always tried to believe. Imu still looks down at Buggy despite standing on lower ground. He doesn't care about anything that Buggy believed because for Imu, everything in this world is his. Everyone should bow down to him no matter who. Ah, come to think of it, you guys are afraid of a legend, right? The warrior who will free the people from your rule or something, I think? I can't remember correctly, but that should be the gist of it. A legend, or should I say a prophecy of a being that will free this world from your hands. Then, there are ancient weapons too. Actually, there are some things that are implying your end. Well, I know clearly that none of them are pointing toward me though. What's your point? Imu is very displeased by how Buggy keeps rambling, but he still listens as he is curious about what Buggy really wants to convey. The point is none of the things you have been thinking for the last 800 years matter anymore. All those prophecies you heard for centuries, all of them will be proved wrong because the one who will destroy your reign isn't Joy Boy, it will be me and my crew. After all, I am not someone who will rely my future on others and will craft it myself. Many have tried like you and they always talked big. But none of them succeeded. Every single one of them died, forgotten in the passage of time. Even that so-called prophecy will be nothing but a tale, just like you. The sky rumbles as the clouds get darker rapidly while Buggy and Imu talk. Imu just looks at Buggy with disdain, but the anger in his eyes is very clear. Everything that Buggy said is straight looking down on him, after all. Tail, hey? Then I'll make my tail spread all over the world and people will remember it forever. You guys will be no more than side characters that only appear to glorify my tail. Prophecy, fate, authority, bloodline, everything you think highly of will be destroyed by me. Buggy suddenly swings his sword to the sky, but nothing appears from that swing. No energy blades, no ripples, no visible sign of power. But the next thing they know, the sky and dark clouds split cleanly as a massive object that has been cut in half falls from the splitting sky. Trying to sneak attack me? No chance, bitch. Chapter 465, All-Out War. Both halves of the massive object are falling from the clouds. If it isn't cut, the massive object would look like a round plate, it's like a UFO. Buggy doesn't really know what it is, but he knows it is dangerous for his group. Enel was the one who alerted him that there was a massive flying object in the sky, hidden between clouds. The clouds are like Enel's limbs now after he awakened his devil fruit. He can control them to some extent using the electricity in the clouds, that's why he could sense the movements of that massive object between the clouds. It wasn't owned by the clown pirates or their allies, Buggy was sure of that. So it just left the world government or Imu as the possibility. Buggy doesn't want to risk anything, so he acted fast and cut that unknown object because there was no way such an item would only fly in the sky for no reason. Is that an ancient weapon? Or maybe a powerful weapon comparable to the ancient weapons recorded in the poneglyphs? Buggy looks at Imu who seems very pissed now after he cut that massive flying object. From this, Buggy can judge that it was a very important item that can even make someone like Imu grieves upon its destruction. Oh, sorry, I broke it. Is that thing very important to you? I will compensate you. Here, I have 5 belly. Buggy takes out a small coin while laughing loudly. He plays the coin before tossing it to Imu strongly. Imu doesn't react, but Garling moves forward to cut the coin with his sword. Buggy grins when he sees it and when Garling's sword touches the coin, he snaps his fingers. Boom! The coin explodes just like the previous atomic bombs. He also splits the atoms in this coin, making it a mini atomic bomb. Although its explosion isn't mini at all because it has enough power to destroy a small town. Imu's small group is engulfed by the explosion, making Buggy grins. However, his face stiffens when the explosion flame suddenly gets sucked and disappears. He frowns when he sees Imu sucking the flame as if it is just air. Seems like the king of the world isn't just a flower in a garden. So this was why you could survive the previous explosion unscathed. Buggy looks serious now because he still doesn't know how strong Imu is. He taps Cricket's shoulder and the half-dragon man lowers the ship that floats on his flame cloud. The Black Pearl lands on the chopped part of Red Line before the clown pirates get out of their ship. What's up, Kong? Can't contact your marine friends? Buggy smirks while looking at Kong who stands behind the God's Knights. He is clicking a golden Dendon Mushi to summon Buster Call, but there's no response whatsoever. His Buster Call summon is one of the top priorities, so the Marines should come as fast as possible with a much stronger lineup than other Buster Calls. Don't bother, they won't even have time to leave New Marine Ford. Even the admirals won't be able to leave, not to mention the vice admirals. Buggy smirks, making Kong widens his eyes. What have you done? Ha, you think I would let the Marines interfere when we're attacking A.K.A? I am not a fool, Kong. Of course, I would do something to block your reinforcements. Be it from Paradise or New World, no one will come here until we are finished. To stop the Marines, Buggy has sent his subordinate crews. The big fleet is led by Alan, the man who was once an apprentice of clown pirates and now formed his own crew, legend pirates along with his younger sister Ilan, Kaido's son Yamato, and former Beast's pirate's apprentice Jack. Legend pirates are a powerful crew with those four main figures having comparable power to Emperor Crew's commanders. Their captain Alan even has a 1 billion belly for his head, which is the same as Katakuri. They are also very loyal to clown pirates, hence the reason why Buggy entrusted this mission to them. Aside from legend pirates, there are many subordinate crews, including those who were once subordinates of Big Mom pirates. Even the former Big Mom pirates that have changed into Charlotte pirates under Katakuri's leadership are also joining the attack on New Marine Ford. They all have witnessed the fall of Marigio-Ase, the massive tsunami caused by it, and also the inhumane explosion caused by the atomic bombs caused by Buggy. All those things made them shudder in fear because they realized they were still underestimating Buggy's power even though they already thought his power was absurd. But it also made them realize that they are following the right person because even though Buggy has such power, he never misused it, especially against his people. He never controlled his people through fear, but he made them respect him, which shows his superb quality and charisma as a leader. Anyway, the fleet led by Alan blocks the marines that try to go to the fallen Marigio-Ase. Hundreds of pirate ships surround New Marineford with their weapons ready to attack anytime. Every marine on the island is nervous right now, including Ryokugyu and Aokiji. They've sent Borsellino and Fujitora away to the fallen Marigio-Ase. Though luckily they have Garp and Sengoku here, so they still have some admiral-level powerhouses to face the enemies. The problem is now the enemies have the upper hand to be the first to strike. Aokiji sends Ryokugyu, Garp, and Sengoku to the left side, right side, and back side of the base while he handles the front side. He is facing the side where Alan is, while Ryokugyu faces Katakuri, Garp faces Jack, and Sengoku faces Yamato and Elan. Fleet Admiral Aokiji, please be obedient and just stay here. We don't want to attack you, we just want you to stay here for a while. Irera, isn't this melting gaze, Alan? You being here means that this is the plan of clown pirates. What's the clown lord wants to do? Does he want to conquer the world? Melting gaze, that's Alan's current moniker, replacing his old one, Captain Acidic. His moniker changed when he received the bounty of 1 billion. It's to show just how powerful his acid power is, as he can melt almost anything, and this moniker is also an expression of how his enemies could melt just by his gaze. Conquer the world? Our Lord doesn't have such a burdensome desire. He only wants to be free without any restraint from others. I'm sure you know what I mean, right? Aokiji isn't shocked as this answer is still under his assumption. Buggy was Roger Pirate's apprentice, so Aokiji has expected that Roger's influence is thick in Buggy's heart. Besides, the Marines know well of Buggy's character, and ruling the world is not something that Buggy would do. So that question is just a confirmation for Aokiji and won't change what he needs to do. After all, no matter what Buggy's goal is, what happens today is something that the Marines must stop. Even if the world government falls, the Marines need to stop the pirates because the impact of this war is affecting the civilians too. Aokiji, I advise you to just stay here. After we won, the Marines won't be controlled by the celestial dragons anymore. I'm sure that's something you really want to, right? That surely is tempting. But then it will be your side that controls us if you succeed. Controlling Marines? Ha ha ha. We will surely do that if I were the Lord. But as I said, our Lord doesn't want it, too troublesome. He promised to not do anything to you Marines. You can be independent if you want. Independent? Then what about the world order? No matter what, the world needs world government to maintain its order. Do you plan to throw all responsibilities to Marine if you win? Hehe, don't act stupid, Aokiji. I'm sure you know who will take those responsibilities. Aokiji widens his eyes for a moment as he guesses it. Revolutionary Army. His guess is correct. Obviously, Buggy doesn't want to take the heavy burden to maintain the world's order. It will be too troublesome, after all. Besides, there is an organization that will take that responsibility willingly. The Revolutionary Army is an organization prepared to take down the world government. So they surely have prepared to replace the world government's role. With such a force available to take the burden from him, Buggy obviously will give it to them. He has discussed this with Dragon and made an agreement. Buggy also asked for Revolutionary Army's help for this war and they agreed after some contemplations. That's why right now the Revolutionary Army is participating in the war. They are blocking the 2 admirals sent to help Marigio Ase. Long time no see, Kizaru. Indeed, it has been a very long time, Dragon. So this is your group's doing, hey? You must have made a lot of preparations. But why are you here? Your main enemy shouldn't be us. You're half right. This isn't our group's doing, but our alliance's doing. As for why we're here, it's because we're not the main force on our side. That's to say, I'm not your main enemy too. Your main enemy now is the man who engraved that scar that reached your neck. Kizaru's eyes widen for a moment before he touches the scar on his neck. It was caused by Buggy in their first battle years ago which ended with Kizaru's defeat. A cold gaze appears in Kizaru's eyes as he looks at the fallen Marigio Ase in the distance. He wants to rush there because he knows that Buggy is there. However, he suddenly retreats a bit to avoid a sharp wind blade sent by Dragon. He looks at Dragon and knows that the other party won't let either him or Fujitora leave. This will be a tough battle, Fujitora. Chapter 466, Imu and God's Knights. Kong's expression is very ugly when he realizes that no reinforcements will come. The Marines have been held by their enemies while the Cypher Paul agents have been eradicated. There are still remaining agents and Marines on other bases, but they are too weak to be of any help. Buggy grins as he signals his crewmates to move forward. They dash toward the enemies, but then they suddenly run to the side while attacking the enemies with long-range weapons. Imu still looks enraged as he orders his men to chase the pirates. But milord, what about you? Garling asks while the others run to chase the pirates. I will handle him myself. You are not his match. Garling wants to object and stay as he is the leader of God's Knights that should protect Imu. However, he doesn't dare to go against Imu's order because he knows how powerful Imu is. Garling finally leaves to chase the pirates with the others, leaving Imu there alone with Buggy. I will give you a chance to surrender, remnant of an ancient civilization. Even with the immortality given by Op fruit, you still won't win against me. What an arrogant remark. I'm sure you are feeling that you are the best in the world now. But I've seen many who acted like you succumbed before us. Your outcome won't be any different. It might even be worse because you have angered me greatly. I will show you the power that has been gathered for 800 years. Suddenly, Imu's body expands as his skin becomes redder rapidly. His teeth turn into sharp jagged fangs, making his new face look scary enough to make babies on the other side of the world cry. Sharp bony appendages also grow from his elbows and knees. Buggy looks shocked while seeing a big long tail with an arrowhead-like tip grows from Imu's transformation. He never thought that Imu's devil fruit ability would look like this. It looks scary, but also cool at the same time, though he doesn't really know what this thing is. What creature is this? Imu's devil fruit transformation is that of a big humanoid creature with reddish skin. If Buggy must compare it to something, then it's very similar to a devil. But it doesn't look like the images of devils he ever saw. Well, it doesn't matter what you've become, I will still kill you. Whatever your devil fruit is, it will not be able to save you from me. Buggy spins his swords for a moment before suddenly slashing them at Imu. He is confident he can cut Imu's body with his current power, especially when the other party is getting bigger. But what happens next makes his eyes widen in shock. Imu suddenly disappears from his initial spot and appears behind Buggy. What shocks Buggy is he can't follow Imu's movement with his eyes at all. His eyes can even follow Kizaru's light speed movements, but he actually can't follow Imu's movement speed. Luckily, he has future sight ability because of his advanced observation haki. He can see Imu's attack from behind, so he dashes forward to avoid a tail attack. Imu looks at Buggy indifferently as if he already knew everything that Buggy would do. Damn, I was a little careless. He isn't just someone who has lived for 800 years, he is a monster that has lived for 800 years. Whatever that devil fruit is, he has used it for 8 centuries, so his mastery must be very high. It was a correct decision to kill the 5 elders immediately. If those old bastards were very powerful too, just like Garp and Sengoku, then this would be very difficult. Another tail attack suddenly flies toward Buggy while he is pondering. It's very fast that he doesn't have time to evade. So he raises his swords and coats his body with haki before the massive tail hits him. He is sent flying some meters back, but he doesn't get hurt at all. That was strong. Maybe only me and Cricket could receive that attack unscathed. The others would get injured by that. Buggy slashes again and Imu dodges it again even though Buggy's attack is invisible. But now Imu just steps aside, avoiding the slash that cuts the ground cleanly. Buggy clicks his tongue while cursing in his heart. It's actually not difficult to dodge Buggy's invisible slash attacks. They just need to look at his swords and predict the direction of the slash. But obviously, not many have the ability to dodge because his attacks are fast. Buggy wants to attack again, but he suddenly cancels it and jumps to the side. Imu suddenly appears where he stood before and punches from above. This punch is very strong, making the hard red line ground to crack and dent deeply. Imu doesn't stop and keeps chasing Buggy while sending punches after punches. Buggy is fully concentrated to dodge and block Imu's attacks. Even with his powerful advanced observation haki, Buggy can only barely dodge and block Imu's attacks because they are very fast. It seems he can also see a glimpse of the future and predict my movements. Though it seems my observation haki is still a little stronger than his, or else I would get hit many times already by now. Tisk, he leads the pace now. I can't let him keep the pace, I need to break it. Buggy suddenly slows down to let Imu's attacks hit him. But instead of a punch, Imu suddenly sends a black fireball. Imu can manipulate fire, but his fire is black instead of red like a normal fire. Buggy can sense that this black fireball is much more powerful than any fire he ever saw. The black fireball hits Buggy's body, but it suddenly gets chopped into numerous pieces. Imu's expression shows that he has seen this already, that's why he sent the black fireball instead of his punch. If his fist hits Buggy's body, then surely it will be chopped into pieces like this fireball. Buggy clicks his tongue again, seeing his opponent see through his attacks so many times. He gets even gloomier when he sees the red line ground actually melt like ice cream when the pieces of black fireball fall on the ground around him. If he didn't chop them off and seal their effect using his power, then it would be him that melt instead of the ground. Though Buggy is puzzled when he realizes that the black fire isn't hot at all. But its destructive power is beyond any fire he ever came across. One word then enters Buggy's mind, Amaterasu. This fire reminds him of Itachi's and Sasuke's Amaterasu. Though he knows that it's obviously not that. But one thing that he knows is that this fire isn't the strongest fire Imu can make. It just looks just a casual attack, after all, so Imu must be able to make stronger versions of this black fire. What a monster! Luckily my power can affect his power, so I still have a chance. Otherwise, I won't have any way to defeat him. On the other side of the battlefield, fierce battles are ensuing too. The clowns have more numbers, but the enemies are more powerful than they thought. Garling and Kong may be old, but they are as strong as admirals, while the 5 gods' knights might be even stronger than vice-admirals. As for the chief of CP0, he is almost as powerful as an admiral. Furthermore, their abilities are very powerful and they are very skillful. Kong actually has a mythical Zoan, ape fruit, model, Sun Wukong. He has the power of the Monkey King, a mythical creature that has the power to go against the heaven in mythology. Garling also has the power of a mythical creature, a 6-winged humanoid creature, the highest order of angels, a seraphim. Some also call it archangel, but the official name is seraphim, God's strongest servant. As for the 5 gods' knights, they actually have unbelievable devil fruits too. The mythical wolf Fenrir, world serpent Hormungandr, lionhawk Griffin, gatekeeper of hell Cerberus, and the king of serpent Basilisk. Meanwhile, the chief of CP0 is a paramecia user. But his paramecia is not ordinary either, as it gives him the ability to absorb any materials and transforms his body to be those materials. If he absorbs diamond, then his body will be diamond, if he absorbs steel, then his body will be steel. Of course, he can't absorb materials that are the weakness of devil fruit abilities like sea stone. The hell, man! Mythical Zoans are supposed to be rarer than even Logia. But there are 8 of them on the enemy's side, and the dead 5 elders also seem to have mythical Zoans. They already have 13 that we know, and maybe there were more, but those guys were killed by Captain's bombs. Ruff clutches his head in frustration because he never thought that the enemies will be this ridiculous. The other clowns are thinking the same, this is really ridiculous. Palu also thinks the same, and he even has speculation. It seems Logia is actually rarer than mythical Zoans. It's just that the mythical Zoans are being monopolized by the world nobles. They should even have more unknown powerful devil fruits in their storage. Maybe they have even more mythical Zoans that they kept. Pity that those devil fruits might have been destroyed by Captain's bombs. It is possible, but maybe those devil fruits are still fine. There's no way they would store those super valuable items in normal storage. The storage must have been made using special materials that can withstand those explosions. There are things like poneglyphs, after all, so there is a possibility. Well, we can search for them later after we won. Even if they have been destroyed, we just need to find them because they must have reincarnated. But to do any of those, we need to win this war first. Cricket and Mantis say that before ordering the others to get ready. Their opponents might be ridiculous, but they are equally ridiculous too. Chapter 467, Pirates vs Gods. Cricket dashes to attack Garling, who has transformed into a 6-winged angelic creature, Seraphim. Both of them are taller and bigger than normal people, to begin with, but they've grown even bigger after transforming. Cricket is using his half-dragon form while Garling uses his full Seraphim form. The half-dragon form is more comfortable for Cricket because he is a martial art master, so the gigantic full dragon form can't display his full power. As for Garling, his devil fruit is a humanoid form, so he is comfortable in any form. It's just that being in his Seraphim form boosts his power greatly and he gains the ability to fly. Cricket can fly too, although he needs to use his flame cloud to assist him. Fists and sword attacks are colliding against each other in their fight. Both Cricket and Garling are using powerful attacks, but for those who know them, it's clear that they are just using their basic attacks. The two of them are still testing each other to know their opponents better. Meanwhile, Kong the Monkey King hasn't started his fight. He is just staring at the man who stands in front of him, who holds a big warhammer on his shoulder. Palu is also just staring at Kong's new appearance. Kong grew golden fur all over his body except for his face, long monkey tail, golden pupils, sharp and long fangs, and obviously a monkey face. Palu is very careful against Kong because he knows that mythical Zoan's ability can't be underestimated, so he doesn't want to strike first. Black Hammer Palu, you must be the strongest shipwright in the world right now. What's with the chit-chat, old man? We aren't close enough to have a small talk like this. Right, so why don't you attack me? I see, you are waiting for me, hey? How sweet of you. Palu decides to stop waiting and dashes to attack Kong. He is very fast even while carrying the heavy warhammer on his shoulder. His sky race wings flap when he runs, increasing his speed multiple folds. Kong is surprised to see Palu uses his wings because he never saw sky people use their wings. Sky Race's wings are just decoration and identity for most sky people, but Palu can actually use them like Lunarian because his wings are bigger now. As a Birkin, his wings were already bigger than other sky races like Shandians and Skypeians. But his wings are even bigger now. They grew bigger with the help of Ruff, who used King's Lunarian genetics to enhance Palu's genetics, resulting in his wings growth that gives him the ability to fly. Palu didn't want to eat devil fruit because he needs swimming ability as a shipwright. So Ruff proposed genetic modification using Lunarian genetic from King that he took when defeating Beast's pirates 20 years ago. Ruff kept learning genetic modification and finally succeeded a few years ago before modifying Palu's genetics. But Ruff didn't modify Palu's genetics completely. He only added some characteristics that would be suitable and useful for Palu. As a sky race who has wings, gaining the ability to fly freely using his wings will be very beneficial to Palu, so Ruff modified Palu's wings and made them grow to reach the size that can make him fly. Then obviously, Ruff added Lunarian's special ability, the power to control the flame. Palu swings his warhammer toward Kong, who sends his fist to counter it. But then Kong's eyes widen when Palu's big warhammer is burning. Boom! A strong shockwave that shakes their surrounding appears from their clash. So tough! As expected of the Monkey King. Flame? I never knew you can use flame. And I never knew I need to tell you about it. Palu spins his warhammer and swings it from below. Kong blocks it with his palms, but he is sent flying up. He rotates acrobatically in the air before kicking the air to use Jeppo and launches himself at Palu. Kong's Jeppo is very fast and he reaches Palu almost instantly. This speed is beyond Palu's expectations, but he still can react. He often fought against Enel, after all, so he is used to high-speed attacks, and Enel can move much faster than this. Although Kong's speed still surprises Palu, so he isn't fully ready for it. He barely blocks Kong's punch with his left hand coated with haki. Kong's punch is very strong too, making the hard red line ground under Palu's feet cracks. Palu manages to hold his ground though, and he even sends a counterattack. He swings his warhammer in his right hand toward Kong's side. It hits Kong's waist, but Kong has coated that part with armament haki. Still, the impact is enough to push Kong away. They dash toward each other again and exchange strong blows that shake the battlefield. A similar thing also ensues near them where Enel is facing the CP0 chief. To face Enel's lightning, the CP0 chief is using his power to absorb a diamond that he kept in his pocket. So now, the CP0 chief looks like Yozua from Whitebeard Pirates with a diamond body. Diamond shouldn't be affected by lightning, so he chose to transform into the diamond. But, it's not the first time Enel fights an enemy who can nullify his lightning power. He can use his lightning's heat against opponents that can nullify his lightning sometimes, but it won't affect Diamond too. So the only way to make his power work is by using haki. Enel can infuse haki into his lightning, making his lightning able to touch his opponent's real body. The only drawback is he needs to attack at close range to make it effective. But it doesn't matter to him because he is very fast. He can reach his opponents before they can even react. Also, even without lightning, he can still hit his opponent's real body. Enel flashes toward the CP0 chief and sends a haki-coated lightning kick on the left head. His haki makes his lightning black, making it looks completely different. But the only difference isn't just its look, its power also multiplies. The black lightning kick hasn't even touched the CP0 chief's left face, but he is sent flying quite far. To his surprise, he also spits some blood as the kick's power actually passes through his diamond and haki defense. Though his diamond body and haki still reduced the kick's power. Advanced haki. Yahaha. What are you surprised by? Do you think a godly being like me can't use a simple advanced haki? There's no way I will lose to that diamond head and woodpecker. The CP0 chief is confused for a moment about the diamond head and woodpecker. But then he sees Cricket and Palu before realizing it. Cricket is a diamond head because of his hair, while Palu is a woodpecker because he is a shipwright. Only Enel calls them like that in the crew though. Well, anyway, now the CP0 chief isn't looking good because Enel can still hurt him even though he has absorbed and transformed into a diamond. This is the hardest material that can negate lightning, so he is quite flustered. Furthermore, his ability has a time limit because the diamond isn't his power. It will be really bad if he can't defeat Enel before he reaches his time limit. So he needs to go all out from the start or he'll lose otherwise. Enel also decides to go all out immediately because his opponent is the strongest among Cypher Paul agents who surely has a lot of cards. They fight again and now the CP0 chief is holding his ground well against Enel's speed. The CP0 chief is also an Admiral class character who can use advanced armament haki. He can't use advanced observation haki and it is weaker than Enel's observation haki, but it's enough to help him catch sight of Enel's movements. The clashes of advanced armament haki powered with devil fruit abilities are enough to shatter their surroundings and shake others' minds. But no one actually looks at them because they are also busy with their fights. There are still 5 God's Knights that they need to face, after all. The first God's Knight has transformed into a massive mythical wolf, Fenrir. He is fighting Mantis, June, and a few crew members. They couldn't fight him alone because of his sheer size and highly destructive power. As for the second God's Knight that has turned into the world serpent Hormungandr, Magnus is fighting him alone. Magnus is a giant and he has gotten even bigger after transforming into his 3-headed 6-armed Azura form. Even so, he is still much smaller than Hormungandr whose body can cover almost a quarter of the entire ruins of Marigio-Ase. No one else can help him against an opponent that big, so they are focusing on the other 3 God's Knights. The third God's Knight has turned into Griffin and he is facing Manba, Maverick, and some crew members. Manba teamed up with Maverick because the Griffin can fly, so Maverick's sniping ability will help them when their opponent flies. The fourth God's Knight transformed into a Cerberus and he is facing Brook, Della, and some crew members too. Brook, a revived person who should have been in Hell, is fighting the Hell's Gatekeeper. It's quite an interesting sight. But that's not why he chose to fight this 3-headed dog from Hell. It's because Brook can generate coldness using his Devil Fruit ability which can counter Cerberus fire. This 3-headed dog has fire generated on some parts of his body and he can even shoot fire from his mouth, that's why Brook is the best counter for him. Lastly, the 5th God's Knight is facing Dion, Ruff, and the remaining crew members. The 5th has transformed into Basilisk, which some said to be the king of serpent. Dion's power is chameleon, a reptile. So now this is a competition between reptiles. But it's not pure competition because Dion needs Ruff's help. Basilisk has powerful venom that can kill them in a short time. Ruff needs to do something about that venom in case they get poisoned. Even better if he can make an antidote for the venom, which is a very difficult job to do in such a short time, but a genius scientist like him is very excited by that challenge instead. Chapter 468, Buggy vs Imu. The battles against the 5 God's Knights are as earth-shattering as the ones against the enemy's leaders. After all, many people are involved and the God's Knights are powerful. They are as strong as vice admirals that are close to the admiral level. Furthermore, their mythical Zoan abilities are troublesome. Mythical creatures have strange power that other devil fruit types can't match. So these 5 God's Knights are very tricky opponents that can even give the Clown Pirates executives and members a very hard time. What the clowns don't know is that these 5 God's Knights are actually the ones who will replace the 5 Elders in the future. That's why they are given their mythical Zoan devil fruits and trained until they become this powerful so that they'll be able to rule the world in the future. But it doesn't matter for the clowns because it won't change what they need to do. They'll still need to eliminate all these people and put an end to world nobles. Only in the world without these world nobles can they be truly free to roam around the world. The freedom to explore the world is the main reason why Buggy bothers to attack Marigio-Ase. He has visited and explored many places, but there are still many places that he can't visit too, like islands that are used as marine bases or those owned by world government. Though the biggest place he wants to explore but can't because of the world government is Red Line. He really wants to explore Red Line, which splits this world in half. But surely, the world government won't even let his crew climb Red Line because Marigio-Ase stood on top of it. Now Marigio-Ase has fallen from the sky to the sea. So they need to eliminate the remaining world nobles to really get the freedom to explore Red Line and other prohibited places. The clown pirates will remove every obstacle that blocks them in their adventure. Though they are also excited to fight strong opponents like these guys. Other than great adventures, they also enjoy battles and getting stronger. The harder their battles, the more excited the clown pirates become. Even Imu is getting more frustrated as his battle against Buggy goes on. Instead of getting tired, Buggy is getting more excited, stronger, and fiercer. Both of them are still looking fine, unlike the ground around them which has been damaged greatly. Imu and Buggy are still in a tie with no one gaining advantage. In fact, none of them is getting injured yet in their battle. They can read each other's attacks easily, making their battle looks like a game. Buggy is quite pissed, but he is grinning widely because he enjoys this battle. He hasn't had such a difficult battle that makes him unsure of his victory for a long time. This kind of thrill is something he really likes because it makes him feel alive. Imu suddenly flashes toward Buggy and swipes his hand which is covered by black flame. Buggy slashes his sword to cut the hand while expecting that Imu will evade it. But surprisingly, Imu keeps swiping his flaming hand. Then suddenly, before it gets cut, Imu's flaming hand splits and moves toward Buggy from two sides. Buggy jumps backward to avoid them while frowning. Then he sees Imu's chopped hand moves back like a burning black liquid. The fuck? What exactly is his power? Before Buggy can recover from his shock, Imu surprises him again. Imu suddenly shoots a red fire beam from his mouth like a dragon. But it is much more powerful than Kaido's or Cricket's best shot. Buggy can't evade it because his crewmates are behind him. Another type of fire. Can he use many types of fire? Damn, that's better than fire Logia. TCH, screw this. He lowers his stance, raises his right-hand sword beside him, and covers it with armament haki. Then he activates Pollux's Pressure Devil Fruit ability and stacks it with his own Devil Fruit ability. He even uses his advanced armament and Conqueror haki to make his most powerful attack. When the red fire beam is about to hit him, Buggy thrusts his sword to stab the beam. His attack collides with the beam, making it explodes right in front of him. But then, the explosion gets chopped into square pieces, and he doesn't get hit at all. The chopping spreads through the beam. It keeps chopping the massive red fire beam and gets closer to Imu rapidly. It finally forces Imu to get away before he also gets chopped by Buggy's power. He can reform his body, but he still avoids my power. Buggy is confused, but he doesn't really mind it because he still can't hit Imu. He can't win if his attacks can't hit Imu, after all, so worrying about this problem is useless now. It will only make him think of unnecessary things and forget what's important. He will find out sooner or later as he keeps pressuring Imu. The pressure will force Imu to reveal more of his cards, so Buggy will see Imu's abilities sooner or later. He just needs to keep attacking for now and finds any chance to land his attacks on Imu. Buggy keeps attacking Imu, but his attacks keep getting evaded. It's quite frustrating seeing all his attacks are being read perfectly, but it's also exciting because Buggy knows he can grow in this battle. He is racking his brain to find a way to land his attacks on Imu. Imu looks calm, but he's actually struggling to keep up with Buggy's pace. Buggy is a madman who keeps attacking continuously. He only takes breaks a few times even though they've fought intensely for minutes as if he never gets tired. Well, he can fight intensely for days, so this is nothing for him. But for Imu, this battle's pace is too intense. He might be strong, but he mostly spent his time in peace. Meanwhile, Buggy fought very often as if that were his daily meal. Imu might fought often 800 years ago, but surely his skills have gotten rather rusty after staying behind the scene for 800 years. Others might not notice it, but Buggy notices that Imu is starting to have a hard time fighting him. If not for his super intense battle pace, Imu might not show this slight problem. So if Buggy can keep up this pace or even intensify it more, then he will be able to tire Imu up. Obviously, that's not the best solution because Imu surely knows his condition better than Buggy. He will try to defeat Buggy before he runs out of gas and Buggy finds any chances to strike him. He has been standing on top of the world for 800 years and he won't fall now. They continue to fight and the clashes of their attacks are shaking the fallen land of Red Line. Everyone fighting on it can feel the shakes, but they don't have time to care about it. Their battles are also difficult and they need to focus. Besides, all their battles are shaking this place, so they can't get distracted by others' fights. Though their fights are shaking the land, while one fight is shaking the sky. Cricket is now fighting Garling high in the sky that isn't used by anyone else. Garling in his six-winged seraphim or archangel form is flying freely while fighting the half-dragon Cricket who uses his flame cloud to fly. But rather than using his flame cloud as a platform to fly, Cricket is using a different method. He uses it to cover his body like a vest, helping him fly without obstructing his movements. As a martial artist, being able to move freely even in the air is very important, after all, so he came up with this idea. He attacks Garling using his hands, feet, tail, and even horns. Garling is surprised to see how agile and unrestrained Cricket is while fighting in the air. He thought he would get the advantage in the air as a seraphim, but Cricket actually keeps up with him and even starts gaining momentum. Cricket also fights at a high pace like Buggy, pressuring Garling so much. Unlike Imu, Garling isn't immortal, so age has caught up to him. Although he is still very powerful now, he is still an old man who has passed his prime a long time ago like the five elders, so he won't be able to fight for too long. Garling can't keep up with all of Cricket's attacks that rained down on him. If he isn't in the sky and can't fly freely because of his seraphim form, he would have been hit many times by Cricket already. Cricket's attacks aren't just powerful, but also unpredictable and deadly, after all. He might have been fighting well so far and defended all of Cricket's attacks decently. But Garling knows he is reaching his limits of stamina, concentration, strength, and the limit of his skills. If he doesn't defeat Cricket before reaching his limits, then he's done. 37 years ago, I was defeated badly. The champion of God Valley was defeated. It was very frustrating. I vowed to get stronger and never get defeated again, especially by another pirate. Cricket frowns while looking at Garling who holds a syringe while speaking. Then Garling suddenly stabs that syringe and injects its content into his neck. Cricket is indifferent at first, but then his jaw drops, and his eyes pop out of their sockets as he sees Garling. What in the avocado cinnamon? Chapter 469, Vicious Drug. Garling's body suddenly gets a little bigger as his muscles bulge. His wrinkled skin is getting tighter too and his veins are popping out. Then his white hair and wings are turning red along with his eyes and skin as if he is going berserk. Though the thing that shocks Cricket the most is the small tent that suddenly shows up on Garling's crotch. Holy crap! What kind of drug is that, dude? Why are you suddenly getting horny? I'll tell you now that I'm straight, so I won't help you with it. I have a wife already. Garling doesn't answer and just stares at Cricket with his bloodshot eyes. Steams come out of his mouth and body as if he is Luffy in Gear Second. Cricket is actually a little scared right now. He won't mind if Garling just gets a power-up. But the old man is actually getting horny, seeing how his crotch bulges. That must be a drug from Vegapunk. Cricket is right, Garling injected a drug created by Vegapunk that can raise one's strength temporarily. Obviously, such a thing will have side effects and one of them is visible right now, the hardened ding-a-ling. But the main side effect is the user will get greatly weakened after the drug's effect is up. Though Cricket doesn't know that and can't be bothered by that now because it doesn't change the fact that Garling is getting much stronger. Also, a drug made by Vegapunk won't be ordinary. At least its time limit won't be so short and it will last for minutes. Cricket doesn't know how much stronger Garling has become, so he needs to be careful. It will be a disaster if he can't defeat or at least hold on against this Garling on crack until the old man reaches his time limit. But just holding on isn't his style, so Cricket plans to defeat Garling even though the old man is using doping. He is ready to fight, but Garling's new power really surprises him. Garling's speed increases so much that Cricket can't catch up to it. Before he realizes it, Garling has already arrived in front of him. Garling slashes his sword diagonally from above and Cricket can't evade it. The sword slashes Cricket's body and the powerful force sends him fly down to the ground. Cricket crashes onto the red ground and the powerful impact cracks it until a crater appears. But Garling isn't done yet. He points his left palm at Cricket, who lies on the ground with a diagonal wound on his torso. The wound is long, but it's not deep because Cricket's dragon scales are very tough and he also managed to use his haki in the nick of time, thanks to his beast-like instincts and reflex. He composes himself quickly and sees Garling's left palm glows brightly. Then suddenly, a white light beam is shot towards him from Garling's left palm. It's very fast and reaches his position in the blink of an eye. A great explosion happens in Cricket's location when the white beam hits. But Garling doesn't look at it and stares forward instead. Cricket has managed to evade his attack, after all. He jumps to the sky as fast as possible using his strong legs and even his tail to propel him up at a very high speed to dodge the white beam. Still, Cricket can't be relieved yet because Garling makes a move again. He instantly appears right in front of Cricket again and now he tries to stab Cricket. However, now Cricket is ready as he uses all his concentration on his observation haki to catch Garling's movements. With his powerful observation haki and the instinct of a beast, Cricket manages to barely see Garling's movements. He catches Garling's sword that's about to stab his chest. Then he sends a backhand punch at Garling's face while pulling the sword. Surprisingly, Garling doesn't even try to evade it and just takes the punch with his face. Cricket's punch hits him, but Cricket feels like he is just a normal person hitting a steel wall when his punch lands. Garling's face is really hard even for someone like Cricket. Cricket gets over it soon and sends another attack. He flips forward to send a strong tail attack from above at Garling's head. It hits Garling really hard and sends the old Seraphim man drops to the ground at a very high speed just like Cricket before. He crashes onto the ground and breaks it too. But the old man just lies there without any damage. It makes Cricket clicks his tongue frustratedly. That tail attack was very powerful even though he didn't really go all out. He didn't use advanced haki, but he surely used all his physical power that has been enhanced by his dragon power. Cricket flies down to attack Garling with a drop kick. But the old man just catches his feet casually before throwing Cricket to the left and getting up. The power that Garling shows after taking that drug really makes Cricket wonders how powerful that drug is. I hope it's only him who has that drug. Cricket is worried about his crewmates. If the other enemies also have this drug, then their power will multiply too. He wants to check for a moment, but Garling attacks him again. So he can only focus on fighting his opponent and hope that the others will be fine. It's just as he's worried about. The other enemies also have the same drug that Garling uses and they start using it too. The 5 Gods Knights and the CP0 Chief are already injecting the drug into their bodies. As for Imu, it's still unknown whether he has that drug or not at this moment. They are strong, but the clown pirates are still stronger and better at fighting because they have more experience. Also, clown pirates have more people and better weapons, especially firearms. Clown pirates have the best firearm technology right now, even better than world government. But now that their opponents have used the drug, they start getting overwhelmed, except for Enel. His opponent, the CP0 Chief, has gotten much stronger. But he is still much faster and his opponent still can't handle his lightning. His lightning power is restricting the CP0 Chief's ability to absorb materials a lot. The Chief has prepared a lot of materials, but most of them are metals that obviously are weak against lightning, so he can't use them. He has already used all his diamonds and started using the other crystals he has. They are not as hard as diamonds, but they can nullify Enel's lightning well. Enel still can use haki on his lightning, but its power is reduced because of the Chief's crystal body. Luckily for Enel, because the other crystals aren't as hard as diamonds, he can use his advanced armament haki to break them. Combined with his lightning, his attacks become much more powerful. He uses advanced armament in all his attacks, injuring the Chief's body every time his attacks land. The chief finally takes the drug after being beaten up badly by Enel. He even injects 2 doses of the drug because he thinks that one isn't enough. As the chief of CP0, he is responsible for distributing this drug to his agents, so he holds some doses of the drug himself. A dose of it is risky enough because of the side effects. This drug is still not perfect, it's still being researched by Vegapunk, but it already has a strong effect to raise one's power temporarily. However, because it's still a prototype, it might have unknown side effects. That's why 1 dose should be the limit to avoid unknown risks. But the chief decides to gamble his chance by taking 2 doses of the drug to make himself much stronger. His power gap with Enel is big, so he knows just 1 dose isn't enough. After taking 2 doses, the chief's body bulks up visibly. Just like Garling, his skin and eyes become red as steam comes out of his body. The steam is red though because it's mixed with the blood that comes out of his pores. Maybe the blood comes out of his pores because he uses 2 doses of the drug, because this doesn't happen to Garling and the others who only use 1 dose. But his power really increases much more than if he used 1 dose. His blonde hair raises like a super saiyan and his ding-a-ling also erects like a tower. Enel's reaction is similar to cricket. Well, everyone from Clown Pirates has similar reactions, including Buggy, who notices that something is happening in the other battles and checks it out. Their jaws drop as their eyes pop out in disbelief seeing their opponent's outrageous changes. The men cover their butts in fear reflexively while the women are very disgusted. Even as pirates, they rarely disrespect their enemies, but these horny guys deserve every bit of disrespect the clown pirates have. It's especially so for the gods' knights who are parts of world nobles. It seems this drug also increases their libido along with other hormones that can raise their power. Vegapunk, what a mischievous man. Ruff recovers from his shock quickly and makes an assumption. He knows that someone as smart as Vegapunk can avoid this effect when making this drug. But the man decided to include it to maximize the power-up effect. Damn, he is really ruthless. Chapter 470, Ruthless Attacks. Buggy sees most of his crewmates are getting overwhelmed. He is quite worried about them because he can feel their enemies are getting much stronger. Such a sudden increase in power surely has horrible side effects, but that doesn't change the fact that his crewmates are in danger. Even if the side effect is death for the users, it would be pointless for the clowns if they were killed before the enemies died of the side effect. None of the clowns want to see their crewmates die again. They've lost a few over the years and each time is painful for them. Buggy thinks of a plan to assist his crewmates while attacking Imu. Then he sees Enel is toying with his opponent, the CP0 chief, who can't catch up to Enel's speed even after using 2 doses of the drug. Though Buggy knows that Enel also has a hard time defeating the chief, who gets more tenacious and doesn't fall after receiving so much damage. It gives Buggy an idea though, so he starts changing his attack patterns while maintaining his pace. Of course, Imu notices this change, but he only thinks that Buggy is trying another strategy. Imu keeps avoiding Buggy's attacks, not daring to even take one because his body will get chopped. It makes things easier for Buggy, who finally managed to lead Imu to the position he wants. He is now facing Imu and behind Imu are the others who are fighting all over the place. Buggy grins as he prepares his sword to attack. Placing his swords on his left, Buggy jumps quite high. Enel glances at him and grins too before sending the CP0 chief to fly up with an uppercut. Then Buggy swings his swords to the right while rotating his body midair to create a very powerful and wide slash attack. His slash attack is still invisible, but it is the most dangerous and powerful slash that can cut anything. Imu, who has a gigantic demon body, crouches to avoid the invisible slash attack. He can see the invisible attack with his powerful observation haki, after all. The slash attack keeps flying further after Imu dodged it. Buggy's grin gets wider because then his invisible slash attack hits the CP0 chief that was sent flying by Enel. The chief's body gets chopped in half in midair without any resistance. But the invisible slash attack is still moving across the battlefield. It is very wide that it covers almost the entire battlefield as it goes further. No one can see it because it's invisible, so no one suspects anything. The next thing they know, some people have been cut in half in the air. Garling is the next victim after the CP0 chief as he is fighting Cricket in the air. Cricket almost gets cut by Buggy's invisible slash attack, but Enel saved him right before the slash attack hit him. Then, one of the God's Knights who has transformed into a griffin also gets cut in half. He wasn't in the right position, but then Enel sent him to the incoming invisible slash attack. Enel is moving around at a very high speed to send some enemies to Buggy's invisible slash attack while also saving his crewmates. Buggy has communicated with Enel, who can hear even the softest whisper with his powerful observation haki that enhances his hearing when combined with his lightning devil fruit power. They plan to hit some enemies with one attack and it works well. The invisible slash attack is still flying and Enel is still moving like a flash to make sure they can take down more enemies. His next target is the God's Knight who transformed into a basilisk. Its venom is too dangerous, so Enel sends him up to get chopped up too. After that, he grabs Magnus' head and slams the giant to the ground to avoid the invisible slash attack. Magnus' opponent, the God's Knight who transformed into the massive snake, World Serpent Hormungandr, is looking at them in confusion before his head gets chopped. The World Serpent is very massive, so his head is towering when he is standing. His head is at the height of Buggy's invisible slash attack. So Enel doesn't need to do anything to it and only needed to move Magnus out of the way. Hurry! Take them down! Buggy shouts after seeing the furthest enemy get chopped up. They have managed to chop 4 enemies, so they can't let this chance slip. The ones facing those 4 immediately move to finish their enemies who can't move well now after being chopped. Of course, the remaining enemies won't just let them finish those 4. But the ones facing them also won't let them help. The remaining 3 God's Knights are easily held back by the clowns who outnumbered them. So the only problem is Kong now. As for Imu, he doesn't even care and can't afford to care because Buggy has started attacking him again. Kong tries to save the closest one to him, Garling, who is also the strongest among his comrades here. Palu obviously won't let him go, but Kong, who has transformed into Sun Wukong, is much faster than him. Also, the Monkey King can fly using a small cloud that can materialize out of nowhere like Cricket's Dragon Flame Cloud. So Kong is flying toward Garling to save the old Seraphim before Cricket finishes him up. He almost reaches Garling's falling body when he suddenly gets slammed to the ground. Cricket is striking him from above, sending him to the ground with a strong drop kick. Kong coughs some blood because that attack was very strong and he wasn't ready for it. Palu reaches them quickly because he was chasing Kong closely. He is slower than Kong, but not that much slower, so he followed Kong closely. Cricket looks at Palu while stepping on Kong and points his thumb at the chopped Garling. Palu nods and moves past Cricket and Kong, flying towards Garling. Kong knows Palu is targeting Garling now, so he tries to escape from Cricket, but the half-dragon man slaps the back of Kong's head with a powerful tail attack. So Kong can only look helplessly when Palu slams his big black warhammer at Garling's head. Garling tries to defend, but his arms have been chopped along with his body, so he can't cover his head when Palu's warhammer is about to land on his face. Palu's big black warhammer finally hits Garling's face, creating a very strong impact that can be felt from every corner of the battlefield. He is going all out in this attack, using all his power and skills to finish Garling in one attack. Palu uses his powerful physical power, advanced haki, the Lunarian flame he gets from genetic modification, and his best martial art skill he learned years ago after Buggy stole it, Hashoken. All of those are used through his warhammer, creating a very powerful attack that shakes the fallen red line part. Everyone pauses everything they do for a moment because of it. They all see Palu's warhammer embedded into the red ground, and when he lifts it, their eyes widen in shock. A big crater is created from that attack, and in the middle of it are Palu and a headless Garling. Blood splattered everywhere as Garling's head is smashed into pieces. Bits of his flesh, skin, bones, and even brain are scattered all over the place, including Palu's body. Garling defended his head with armament haki, but Palu's powerful advanced haki passed his defense for a moment and knocked him out as his brain was damaged. Then, because he was knocked out, his haki disappeared and his head was smashed by Palu's attack. It's a horror sight for normal people, but this is actually normal for people like them who deal with life and death situations almost daily. They've even seen things more gruesome than this many times in their years on the sea. At least Garling only lost his head because many people died in worse ways. Then, it's not just Garling who gets defeated after being chopped by Buggy's power. Enel kills the CP0 chief quickly after finishing his task to assist Buggy's plan. The Griffin guy is being ganged up by Manhwa, Maverick, and the other crew members who faced him. They attack him ruthlessly because he can't fly again, making him an easy target for them. The other God's Knight who transformed into Basilisk and get chopped is being bombarded by Dion, Ruff, and some crew members. They can't get closer to him because he still can spread deadly venom. So Ruff gives his crewmates some bombs with different effects. First, they throw bombs that release acid to break the basilisk's scales. Then they throw bombs that release oil before throwing bombs that release flame. They burn the basilisk guy after breaking his scales and skin with acid, truly ruthless. The only one who doesn't kill his opponent ruthlessly is Magnus. He throws the massive Hormongondra's head to the sea to kill the guy. Well, it's because breaking through the serpent's hard scales is very difficult even after the guy was chopped. They are also close to the edge of the chopped red line, so he chose to throw the massive serpent's head into the sea. A devil fruit user can't swim and Magnus has confirmed that this guy isn't a fishman, so he can't breathe underwater. After his head was thrown into the sea, the serpent's massive body squirms around in response to it being suffocated underwater. Magnus doesn't stand still and throws the serpent's massive body into the sea too before it hits the others when it thrashed around. 5 enemies were defeated just like that after Buggy and Co used their brains and fought as a team. It really shocks the remaining enemies who never thought that pirates like them can work together so well. After all, most pirates prefer to fight alone even though they have been together for years. Cricket grins widely when he sees Kong's expression of disbelief. No need to be that surprised, old monkey. There is a big reason why we succeeded to surpass any other crew, you know. Chapter 471, Closer to Victory. The war continues with the clown pirates clearly having the advantage now. Those whose opponents have been defeated are helping to fight the rest of the enemies. Only Imu, Kong, the Cerberus God's Knight, and Fenrir God's Knights are left among the enemies. Enel is assisting Buggy now after killing the CP0 chief. He killed the chief that has been chopped by Buggy's attack with a powerful direct lightning attack. Enel grabbed the chief's head and released his strongest lightning that has been combined with haki directly to the chief. The powerful lightning shocked every cell of the chief's body and the heat of the lightning also burnt those cells. Enel electrocuted the poor guy for a few minutes, causing the chief's heart to burst after being stimulated by the lightning, making it beat much faster so that it couldn't hold the pump and burst. Only a charred upper body is left from the chief's corpse. Buggy has told his crewmates to kill every enemy in this war against the celestial dragons. Everyone agreed easily because their hate for celestial dragons is very deep. It's especially true for the fishmen and those who have themselves or their loved ones suffered under the celestial dragon's hands. Even those who don't share the same fate are more than happy to help their crewmates' revenge. They have gone through a lot of things together, after all, so their friends' suffering is their suffering, and their friends' revenge is their revenge. Anyway, Enel assists Buggy to fight Imu because Buggy can't catch up with Imu's speed. Even with his gigantic body after transforming into such a devilish form, Imu still can move very fast as if he doesn't have a body weight. So Buggy needs someone who can move fast too to help him catch Imu. However, even Enel is having a hard time attacking Imu with his speed. Imu can see all their attacks and move accordingly. He always avoids Buggy's attacks, but he often counters Enel's attacks because they aren't that dangerous for him. They are still struggling in their fight against Imu even with 2 people. Imu is a truly troublesome opponent because he can read all their attacks, move faster than them, and his attack power is very high. Furthermore, he might have more cards up his sleeves that haven't been used. On the other side, their crewmates are having an easy time fighting the last two gods' knights. They overwhelm the Cerberus and Fenrir gods' knights with number and power. Tens of clown pirates are bullying two enemies happily even though the two have started working together. Hold their movements. Dion shouts from the back as the leader of this small raid team. Some pirates move forward and use their devil fruit abilities. A deep hole suddenly appears beneath each of Fenrir's and Cerberus's feet, making their feet fall into the deep holes. A member of Clown Pirates with Dig fruit created those holes which then get filled with grey liquidy substance. Another member uses his cement fruit to fill the holes with cement. It dries up quickly as another man uses his dry fruit ability to dry the wet cement. The concrete is enough to stop the beast's movements, but the clowns don't think it's enough because those two still can attack either using their mouths or tails. So a woman uses her tape fruit to create long tapes to seal the two beasts' mouths. The Cerberus has 3 mouths as it has 3 heads, so it is a difficult task. That's why the others are attacking the beasts to make her tapes seal the beasts' mouths easier. She also uses her tape to stick the Cerberus' 3 heads together. After that, a smell fruit user puts a very stinky cloth ball into each of the beast's nostrils. Then an itch fruit user shoots numerous sweat projectiles from his body that can cause severe itching in others. The smell and itch make the beasts go berserk as they try to release themselves, but the clowns won't let them. A resin fruit user suddenly moves to cover the beasts' bodies with resin. It dries up quickly with the help of the dry fruit user. The beasts can't move now with the resin dries up and hardens. But cracks start to appear in the dried resin as the beasts try to free themselves so they can scratch the unbearable itching on their bodies. Too bad for them, the clowns won't just set them free. Only the beasts' feet and bodies are covered by things like concrete and resin. Their heads are free even though their mouths are tied with tape. The beasts are crying right now because of the smell and itch, but they can't even scream and can only let out their tears silently. They are suffering so much now, but it's not enough for the clowns. This is such a good chance to end these two beasts. With the two beasts' feet getting trapped in concrete, the clown pirates start bombarding their heads with attacks. Bullets, slash attacks, bombs, devil fruit abilities, etc. They use everything they have to attack the two trapped gods' knights while laughing like maniacs. The Cerberus and Fenrir gods' knights can't do anything other than try to hold on. They can't even use their haki because the smell and itch disrupt their concentration. The only thing they can do now is cry silently. In other words, they are doomed. They are just waiting for their death to come and it finally comes after some minutes. Damn, they are really tough. They aren't. You were just playing around. If you used all your power then we would kill them faster. Weren't you like that too? Well, yeah, it was fun torturing them, after all. I think so too. The clowns joke around after killing the two gods' knights. But then the executives call them and remind them that the war hasn't finished yet. There are still 2 powerful enemies left, so they shouldn't get relaxed yet because one of those 2 enemies is so powerful that he doesn't even get hurt after fighting their captain for so long. They all get serious again and move to fight Kong, who fights Cricket and Palu. Their plan is to defeat Kong first so that all of them can fight Imu. After all, Kong is a much easier opponent than Imu, so their winning chance against Kong is higher. But it seems they don't really need to help because Cricket and Palu are dominating the fight. Kong doesn't use the drug even till this moment, so his power doesn't increase at all. He is already past his prime, so his power is surely much lower than years ago, but he still refuses to use the drug to increase his power. Are you sure you won't use that drug, old man? This might very well be your last chance, you know. Cricket says calmly while flying using his flame cloud vest. Kong is also flying using a small cloud as a platform while Palu flies using his wings. Cricket's question makes Kong grin a little. I never relied on things like that to get stronger. It is a fake power that I won't even desire even in the face of death. Besides, my old bones won't be able to handle the consequences of using that thing. If I'm gonna die anyway, I will die while being my real self. What's with that cool speech that sounds righteous which makes us look like the villains? Well, we are villains, but that doesn't make you a hero. Someone like you who assisted those pieces of trash torturing people while claiming yourselves to be the embodiment of justice and law is no different from them. We are not righteous people, but we have the right to say those things to you. After all, our loved ones have suffered from your actions. It is our duty to seek justice for them. Well, that's the reason we have prepared for you to make you feel guilty. Ha ha ha. So what's your real reason? Cricket and Palu grin when hearing Kong's question. Because you are blocking our way. You guys keep standing in our way, blocking us from doing everything we want. There are still many places we want to see, but you always try to stop us from visiting those places. The islands you claimed, towns you rule, Red Line, and your version of Forbidden Islands like Laugh Tale. All those places we want to visit but you want to hide. Then there is your threat to us. You threaten us using our loved ones. Do you think we would just stay still while you prepare to hurt our loved ones anytime? You must be dreaming if you expect us to be obedient. We want to be free and you guys are the only shackles to our freedom and shackles are meant to be destroyed. Palu moves to attack Kong, but the old monkey tries to escape because if he faces Palu, then Cricket will also attack him. But he can't even escape because Cricket suddenly catches him from behind. Cricket locks Kong's limbs using his limbs too and he uses his dragon tail to lock Kong's body. What? Let me go. Kong tries to release himself, but Cricket doesn't even budge because he is much stronger than Kong and has more energy now. Meanwhile, Palu has arrived in front of them with his warhammer ready on his right. Kong widens his eyes when he sees Palu swings that big warhammer to his chest. But that attack never landed because Palu stops it right before it hits Kong. Instead of Palu's warhammer, what hits Kong is Cricket's headbutt from behind. The unprepared Kong is knocked out by that powerful headbutt that shakes his brain. We really won't kill him after saying all those bullshits. No, he is a good bargaining chip to negotiate with the Marine. He was a fleet admiral, after all. At least they will appreciate us for letting him live even if we slaughter all celestial dragons. We don't slaughter them, we let one live. I know, it's just a saying. Anyway, let's secure him, there is one monster left. Cricket tosses the unconscious Kong to his incoming crewmates before looking at Buggy and Enel who struggle against Imu. He is the only enemy left and the clowns will now fight him together. Chapter 472, Closer to Death. Only one enemy is left after Kong's defeat. Imu is the only one left, but he doesn't show any sign of worry. He is still enraged though because all of his subordinates have lost already. But it's not something unexpected because they have been outnumbered from the beginning. Still, having his side lose is something that a person who has led the winning side for hundreds of years doesn't like. Even though he hasn't lost yet, the force that he has created and led to rule the world has been defeated. It's the same as his group lost to Buggy's group, which is something that he really hates. You don't look so good. Do you need to pee? Buggy mocks Imu who looks very enraged when his last underling also gets defeated. It seems I've been going too easy on you trash. Imu suddenly stretches his arms and neck, making Buggy frowns because he acts strangely all of a sudden. Then, bright red flame suddenly covers Imu's entire body and the ground below him melts as it turns into lava. The clown pirates who are rushing toward him after taking care of Kong are also surprised. Shit! Get away from him! Buggy sees the melted ground vibrate and warns his crewmates because he has a very bad feeling about this. Too late. The flame on Imu's body suddenly burst and spreads everywhere rapidly. Everyone tries to get away, but the flame is spreading too fast, catching everyone before they can escape. They immediately cover their entire bodies with armament haki and the devil fruit users are activating their abilities too. Buggy is the first to get caught by the spreading flame because not only he is closer to Imu, but he also charges at him instead of getting away. He wants to stop Imu, but the giant demon's attack is too fast. The only thing he can do is protect himself and orders his crewmates to save themselves. Haki can protect them from the impact and burning, but it can't protect them from the heat. So everyone is screaming because of the intense heat as they keep running to escape. The ground that gets touched by the flame turns into lava almost immediately because the heat is too intense. Arg, it's hot. Damn, I can't see the end. Screams can be heard from the side where the clown pirates were coming. They are being covered by a red flame that covers their surrounding. It blocks their vision, so they don't know where to go. They just keep running to save themselves before the heat kills them. Enel. Assist Jude. We're already on it. Everyone suddenly hears Buggy's and Enel's shouts before their bodies suddenly get covered by thick layers of ashes. Jude spreads her ash that can't be burnt anymore to save her crewmates. Enel helps her locate them using his powerful observation haki. Both Enel and Jude are not affected by the flame because of their lightning and ash logia bodies. So they quickly acted to help their crewmates who aren't immune to the flame. Ash can't be burnt anymore, so Jude quickly spreads it to cover everyone's body with Enel's help because she can't see anything with the flame blocking her vision. After everyone is covered by ash, Enel spreads his lightning in the form of ropes. He grabs everyone with his lightning ropes and flies away while pulling them. With his speed, he manages to get everyone out of the burning domain that covers the entire ruin of A.K.A. He tosses everyone to the edge of the chopped red line except for the fishmen that are thrown into the sea. Everyone is suffering from the heat and has different levels of burnt injuries. The fishmen are also hurt, but they know their assignments and immediately use their fishman karate to throw water at their crewmates. The seawater cools their bodies even though it also breaks the ash body covers and cancels the devil fruit user's abilities. Well, it doesn't matter because the only thing they need now is to stop the burning sensation of the flame's intense heat that damages their bodies. Only some executives are free of injuries while the rest are injured with different levels of burns. Manhwa and his medical team move quickly to treat their crewmates even though they are hurt too. But some weaker members are in danger because of their burns, so the medical team needs to move quickly before anyone dies. Buggy grits his teeth while looking at the massive flame that covers a very wide area and the towering figure in the center of the fire domain. Imu has gotten more serious, but Buggy doesn't know how much power he really has. This might not be his full power yet, so things might get even more dangerous. You guys stay here, I will fight him alone. What? Are you crazy? You couldn't even touch him even with Enel's help. Some of us are fine, so we need to fight him together. If you want to fight him alone because you are worried about us, then stop it. No, that's not it. I am worried about you guys, but that's not the reason. We don't know anything about his power, so we need to gather some information about it. I will try to make him use more of his cards while you guys protect the others and observe him when I fight him. We will make some suitable strategies to defeat him after gathering some information. Also, I want you to prepare yourselves. Do you have a plan already? Well, it's just a rough idea, but I have a strong hunch that we'll need to do it no matter what if we want to defeat him. Cricket and the other executives think for a while before they seem to realize something. Could your plan be? Yeah, our ultimate plan for desperate situations. This is the time we'll finally use it. But we can't do it blindly and need to gather information about him first before we use it. That plan can't be used for a long duration and the consequences are really bad. So we need to be sure we can defeat him before the time limit comes if we don't want to die. The executives understand Buggy's intention and think that it might be the best they can do in this situation. It is dangerous, but they can't think of a better plan in this situation. All right, we'll do as you say. Good, prepare yourself, Della. You are the key to this plan, so get ready. We'll count on you. I understand, Captain. Della nods seriously because this whole plan depends on her. It can't be executed without her, after all, so she needs to be the most prepared for this. Cricket, I'll leave them to you. I'll focus on fighting that guy. Buggy immediately moves to fight Imu again even though the guy is surrounded by the intense flame that melted the ground. The whole ruin of Marichio-ase has turned into lava. All the corpses there have even been burnt to ashes by the intense heat. He doesn't have fire resistance, but Buggy has a way to protect himself from the powerful flame. When he almost enters the fire domain, Buggy uses his awakened ability to levitate a few meters above the ground. He holds his swords in his hands and activates Pollux's press fruit power. Buggy uses Pollux's press power to make powerful pressure on the ground as he flies forward. The pressure extinguishes the flame and compresses the lava ground. Even though the heat of the surrounding flame that hasn't been extinguished still affects him, it isn't too hot because it doesn't touch him. He has gone to various places including those that have intense heat, so this level of heat is still bearable. Buggy keeps getting closer to Imu, but suddenly Imu uses the flame in the domain to attack him. The flame attacks with various shapes like arrows, whips, balls, and even animals are coming toward him. He doesn't use Pollux that he switches to his left hand and defends the incoming attacks using caster in his right hand or kicks. The incoming flame attacks are destroyed by his attacks, but they manage to slow him down. Still, he eventually gets closer to Imu who just waits there without moving even a single inch away as if Buggy isn't a threat at all. It doesn't matter to Buggy now though because Imu has the right to do it after everything he showed in this war. Besides, he's sure Imu will start moving when he starts attacking, and it's true. Imu suddenly jumps to the left after Buggy swings caster in his direction. But unlike before when his attacks were invisible, this slash attack is visible like other slash attacks. Imu frowns confusedly but still decides to dodge it because he isn't sure of its effects. Buggy becomes the one who frowns next when he sees Imu controlling the lava around him. Imu creates lava projectiles to the sky and then they rain down on Buggy. The fuck? It's similar to Akainu's move. Buggy destroys the lava bullets that rain down on him using caster in his right hand. He can't use Pollux because he needs to maintain the pressure on the ground to extinguish the fire around him. But even with just one hand, Buggy manages to destroy all of the incoming lava bullets, although it's tiring. Control over different types of flame, incredible physical power enhancement given by transformation, and now he can even control lava. Damn! Just how many abilities he has! It doesn't even look like he ate more than one devil fruit like Teach in the series. Just what overpowered devil fruit that he consumed. Chapter 473, Terrifying Levels. Imu's control over the surrounding lava makes Buggy assumes that he can control everything with fire property. It makes Buggy wonders what kind of mythical creature Imu transformed into for him to have that kind of power. Buggy destroys every lava bullet that rains down on him with just the sword in his right hand. The bullets are too big to be called bullets anymore though. There are many of them, but Buggy destroys every single one that is aimed at him. However, he is too focused on the incoming lava projectiles that he doesn't realize Imu is making another move. Imu suddenly appears behind him with a massive lava fist ready to be shot. A low hook aimed at Buggy's right body is coming at a very high speed. Buggy only notices the attack when it's about to hit him. He knows instantly that he can't dodge, so he braces himself and the lava fist hits him. The collision creates a very powerful impact that spreads everywhere like ripples. Imu frowns when he realizes that his lava punch doesn't really touch Buggy's body. There is a very small gap that only both of them notice between his lava punch and Buggy's hardened black skin. Buggy managed to block the punch using advanced armament in the nick of time. But because it was a hasty action, his advanced armament defense become weak. The lava punch might not touch his body, but most of the impact still passes through. Buggy is sent flying to the left and then he crashes onto the lava ground, splashing hot lava everywhere as a big crater is formed. Imu stares at the new crater and frowns because Buggy is nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, dust-like particles rise from the center of the crater. They get closer to each other and slowly form a human figure, shocking Imu a little. Buggy stares at Imu while reforming his body that he chopped to a cellular level to reduce the impact of his crash. He couldn't cover his whole body with armament haki on time, so he used this method, which was much easier for him and could be done in a split second. It doesn't mean he is completely unharmed though. That attack was very powerful, and even after doing that, he still received considerable damage. The impact of the crash is considerably strong that it could still form a big crater even after Buggy tried to reduce it by chopping his body to the cellular level. It makes him wonder just what would happen to his body if he didn't reduce the impact. Even now, he already gets some internal damage that makes blood drips out of his mouth. He patches the damage by reforming his organs, but it's not a permanent solution, so he still needs Manhwa's treatment. Buggy looks around and realizes that there's no lava in the crater. Every bit of lava here has been pushed away by the impact of his crash. He looks at Imu, who stares at him with a slight shock in his eyes. Buggy wipes the blood that dripped from his mouth and places his palms on the ground as he crouches. Such a disadvantageous battleground, I will remove it. When things aren't in your favor, then you need to change it. Buggy grins before his hair and clothes suddenly flutter up as if there is a strong wind coming from below. His eyes also shine white, making it looks as if he doesn't have pupils. This only happens for a few seconds before he returns to normal. Imu is really confused because he doesn't know what Buggy did. But then, that confusion turns into shock once more, an even bigger shock than before as he sees many lava and red rock cubes floating around him. Even the lava beneath him has become a cube and floats. Buggy has chopped the lava and the red rock ground beneath the lava into cubes using his awakened devil fruit ability. Chopping a very large area like this consumed a lot of energy for him, who has spent quite a lot of it since he cut the red line. He is now standing on a floating red rock cube while looking at Imu. They stare at each other for a while before Buggy suddenly grins and controls the floating cubes to attack Imu. Not only he has removed the annoying lava terrain, but he also can use it to attack his opponent. Imu destroys the incoming cubes rather easily, but it soon becomes very troublesome because of the cubes' sheer number. Buggy has chopped an entire city that's almost as big as a small country, after all, so the number of cubes is very high. That's why Imu starts to dodge before his wings expand and he flies to the sky. Buggy controls the cubes to chase him in the shape of a dragon, and he stands on the red lava rock dragon's head. Imu suddenly stops and turns back while pointing his palms at the dragon. Buggy suddenly feels the dragon gets heavier and it becomes harder to control it. He immediately realizes that Imu is trying to control the lava that forms the dragon. But Imu can't get full control because Buggy's chop fruit power is isolating the cubes that formed the dragon. After all, this isolation is the reason why he can chop even things like fire or water and it will still be in cube form unless he releases it. That's why the lava doesn't spill and still be in cube forms now. It's all because of the isolation of his devil fruit power. So there is an invisible barrier separating the contents of the cubes from the outside. So, Imu being able to even get a portion of the control of his cube shows that the guy's mastery over his power is great. Buggy is sure that even if it's Akainu in his prime, he won't be able to control the magma or lava that has been chopped by Buggy's power unless Buggy releases the isolation. He can cut ice or light and Aokiji and Kizaru won't be able to do anything to it. So Imu has far surpassed the admirals and the emperors. Even Whitebeard or Roger in their prime won't have high winning chances unless they fight together and have good teamwork. Imu dives at the dragon while restricting its movements. His fist is ready to destroy this red lava rock dragon. But obviously, Buggy won't let him destroy this dragon so easily. It's not that he likes this dragon puppet, but he has gotten this close to Imu, so this is his chance. Imu's fist almost hit the dragon's snout when Buggy suddenly appears from its mouth with a fist ready to. Even though he is surprised, Imu manages to calm himself instantly and is ready to face Buggy. But they suddenly stop when there is still a wide gap between them, an almost 1 meter gap. The clowns who watch it are not confused though, instead, they are shocked as their eyes widen so much, enough for their eyes to pop out. After all, they know that both Buggy and Imu are using advanced haki. They use both armament and conqueror haki in their attack. But that's not a surprising thing. The surprising thing is the gap between their punches. They never see such a wide gap when two advanced haki attacks collide. Such a wide gap indicates that both Imu's and Buggy's advanced haki has reached very high levels and they have very high haki energy levels too. Black lightning bolts and shockwaves are generated from their advanced haki clash. The black lightning bolts are very densely packed and cover the entire fallen red line sky. As for the shockwaves, they reach the sea and can even be sensed from the new marine fort. The Revolutionary Army and the two admirals that are fighting fiercely even need to stop because of the pressure they feel. They can even feel the pressure caused by Buggy's and Imu's Conqueror haki clash despite being so far away from the clash. Such ridiculous pressure. Just what kind of monster is fighting that clown now for their clash to create this level of pressure that can be felt even from here? Six doesn't know, but Six knows that even the Marines seem to be surprised as well. It's either they don't know that Papa Clown is this strong or they don't know there is someone this strong in Marigio-Ase, or even both. As I thought, that Papa Clown is a bit unpleasant, Eva-san. But he is a father, you know, and two of his children are Straw Hat Boy's crewmates. Luffy's crewmates, hey? I wonder where they are now. One more year and I will meet them again, Ace and Luffy. Boom. Dragon suddenly appears in front of Eva and Sabo to block Kizaru's powerful light beam attack. Sabo. Eva. Focus on our war. You can talk about that clown later. Worry more about yourselves now. There's no need to worry about that clown because if he can't win, then none of us can win against his current opponent. It's useless to worry about an enemy we can't defeat. We can only hope that he wins now. Just like the revolutionaries, Kizaru and Fujitora are surprised too. They are surprised to know that Buggy is actually this strong right now because they know only Buggy can show this level of power among the clown pirates. But they are also surprised to know that someone in Marigio-Ase is just as strong as Buggy or maybe even stronger. The problem is they don't know who it is because the strongest people on Marigio-Ase that they know are those old people, but they aren't this strong. Even if they have this level of power, it should be when they were in their prime. But it's impossible for them to have this level of power now even though they are still very powerful. So there must be someone they don't know who has this level of power. The same reactions are shown by the ones who fight on New Marine Ford. They can feel the pressure even if it's not that powerful. But the fact that they can even feel it from here shows just how powerful the ones who caused this pressure from their clash are. A.K.A and the high-level Marines look quite tense right now because one of their enemies is showing a world-defying power. Though the ones on Clown Pirates' side are also shocked. Even legend pirates who have followed Buggy for years are also shocked because they never know Buggy's true power. Whitebeard pirates that have just arrived to assist the Clown Alliance to pay back for their help during Marineford War are also shocked just like the Charlotte pirates that have sworn allegiance after Big Mom was killed by Buggy. The Charlotte pirates look very relieved now. Following Clown pirates seem to be the correct choice, after all. You felt that, A.K.A? It seems you need to thank us for stopping you from killing your men by sending them to that hell. Indeed, we avoid getting into that hell. But it is our duty as Marines to enter hell for people's safety. We can't let pirates win and take over the world. Sigh. How many times do I have to tell you that we are not interested in ruling the world? Never. Do you think I'll really believe that? Tisk, whatever. Marco suddenly lands beside Alan in his human phoenix form. You done talking? Yeah, thanks for your help, Marco. He is not someone I can defeat without killing myself yet. But you can still defeat him even with a very high price, that's a very good achievement already. Though defeating him is one thing, killing him is another thing. I know. Let's stop this and fight again. Alan and Marco dash toward A.K.A to fight the new fleet admiral again. A.K.A shows a completely different level of power now compared to what he showed in Marineford War. He shows much stronger power, more decisive attacks, and he looks much more serious. all while keeping leading the Marines and supervising the situations on the whole battlefield of New Marineford. Even Alan and Marco are struggling to fight the lone Aokiji. He really has great qualities of a leader both in leadership and power. Chapter 474, Temptation. The war in New Marineford is not as tense as the one in the destroyed A.K.A. Not only do the pirates only want to prevent the Marines from leaving, the Marines themselves don't seem to be putting much effort into breaking through the pirates' blockage. It's like they don't really want to leave their base to help the celestial dragons. Well, that's really the case, after all, as Aokiji and the high-ranking officials are more focused on the survival of their men. They are surrounded by so many powerful pirate crews, after all, and they were not ready for this, so they don't have many personnel like when they were about to execute Ace. Even though the Marine is world government's subordinate, which means they are celestial dragons' subordinates, it doesn't mean that they will just sacrifice their men willy-nilly. Besides, the Marine higher UPS are always thinking of being independent of the world government, or to be precise the celestial dragons. They don't want to keep being celestial dragons pawns because those guys always made them break their rules and justice. Everything that the Marines hold would be ignored as long as the celestial dragons command them. They who should protect people would even slaughter a whole island if it's the world noble's command. Deep in their hearts, the Marines actually hope that the celestial dragons would be annihilated. Well, maybe not everyone, but it surely is the case for people like Aokiji, Garp, and Sengoku. If the clown pirates could defeat the celestial dragons, then the Marines won't need to obey those trash with God complex. Though the real problem is if that truly happens, then they would need to make sure they won't be under the pirates' control. After all, if the pirates win this great war, then it would mean that the pirates are the new ruler of this world replacing the world government. That's why Aokiji wants to save his men's energy so they could fight later to prevent that. The other high-ranking officials agree with his plan, so they don't fight seriously now. They have also called reinforcements from other bases to protect the Marines from being destroyed. After all, even if the world government collapses, the Marines still need to stand tall to keep the world order. Without the Marines, this world will be in chaos because there won't be anyone to keep the rule and order. These pirates won't bother to do that after winning this war, after all, so the Marine needs to survive. Thankfully though, the Marine can see that the pirates aren't trying to destroy the Marine for now. So there is still a chance for the Marines to get through this. Though there's no way they would rely on the pirates' mercy, so they are preparing a counterattack to repel the pirates later after seeing the progress of the war. Repelling the pirates would show that they are still strong and they can uphold their justice even without the world government. Well, the pirates never planned to destroy the Marine anyway, so they shouldn't be that worried about this. But they would look weak if they survive because the pirates are retreating, which will make their image drop in the public's eyes, so they need to repel the pirates with their power. Right now in New Marineford, battles are erupting in some places. There aren't that many battles because only the powerful Marines and pirates are fighting. The cannon fodders are just watching from the back while giving support occasionally. It happens on both the Marine and pirate sides. The Marine soldiers are surrounding their base building while pointing their guns at the pirates while the pirate crew members are staying on their ships with their weapons ready too. Only the pirate leaders are invading the island to fight against the Marines' high-ranking officials. There are only battles of big shots here, so the war here is still earth-shattering despite not everyone fighting. The pirates only want to block the Marines, that's why they keep surrounding the island with their ships' cannons ready. This way, they can attack any Marine that tries to escape and support their leaders who fight on the island. Similar to the pirates, the Marines are protecting their base building. After all, there are many non-combatants inside as they couldn't evacuate those people, unlike in the War of Marineford last year. They also have more weapons here anyway, so they can just give support from the back. Besides, they can't waste energy when most of the pirates are still not attacking. They will only move when the pirates launch a full-scale attack. None of them can fight against the pirates' big hots anyway, so it's better for them to stay in the back and give support. Sengoku is fighting Whitebeard now, but they clearly don't try to kill each other. Garp is different though, as he is fighting Katakuri, Cracker, and Smoothie seriously. This old guy is actually having fun while fighting 3 of the former Big Mom Pirates' sweet commanders. He fights them alone and doesn't show any sign of losing. Garp is a real beast that doesn't lose its fangs at his age. Even the 3 siblings are struggling and they are forced to fight seriously. Cracker's fake biscuit body has been destroyed too, so he finally shows his true self now. Meanwhile, Ryokugyu is facing Ace, Jack, and Oven. Ace's flame and Oven's heat are effective against Ryokugyu's plant power, but this guy didn't become an admiral because of luck. He manages to handle their power with sheer power while also suppressing Jack, who can break his plants with brute force. The other high-ranking marine officials like Tsuru, Momuzagi, and other vice-admirals are also fighting other high-ranking pirates like the Whitebeard commanders, Charlotte siblings, and Clown Pirates subordinate captains. Their battles are also very destructive, but they are still holding back. Meanwhile, Aokiji, who fights Alan and Marco, is focusing on defense. He doesn't attack them actively and only blocks or dodges their attacks while looking around at the situations on the whole battlefield. As the highest in command, he needs to know the overall situation to make the best decision for his side. He isn't focused on his battle, but he actually manages to stop Alan and Marco. He doesn't just hold his ground, but he puts up a decent fight against them. Alan and Marco are powerful opponents, so it shows just how strong Aokiji actually is if he is serious. Anyway, the war in New Marineford is quite intense, but it only looks like a facade. The war on the sea between Revolutionary Army and the 2 admirals is more serious than that. Kizaru and Fujitora are fighting seriously because they are facing some dangerous individuals. They were tasked to assist Marigio Ase, but they know it was impossible now. Their opponents aren't just some unorganized pirates, but a group of people with the same goal who are very organized and disciplined. It surely is a lot more difficult fighting opponents that are well organized like the Revolutionary Army rather than individualist fighters like most pirates. Just Dragon alone is a big threat to the 2 of them, but all Revolutionary Army leaders are here as well. Sabo, Ivankov, Morley, Karasu, Balo Betty, and Lindbergh, along with some more powerful members like Koala, Inajima, Hack, etc. Even admirals like Kizaru and Fujitora will have a slim chance of winning against this group. So both Kizaru and Fujitora are focusing on defense and only attacking when there are chances. Their initial advantage of being able to fly has also been nullified by Karasu's ability to create crows using his Sutsut fruit. The crows are used as footholds to assist his comrades fighting in the air, so they can fight Kizaru and Fujitora closely. Just like the pirates that attacked New Marineford, the Revolutionary Army actually isn't trying to defeat the 2 admirals. They are just focusing on stalling time and stopping the 2 admirals from going to the fallen Marigio Ase. But they can only fight seriously as the 2 admirals are really trying to defeat them. Well, they have predicted this because no matter the reason, the Revolutionary Army has been branded as the world's worst enemy and Dragon is the world's worst criminal. Even Buggy, who has the highest bounty, isn't given that title because he didn't oppose the world government directly and openly like Dragon. Why don't you just stop, Kizaru, Fujitora? This war is a chance for the Marines to be an independent organization that won't receive orders from celestial dragons. After we rebuild the world government, we will work together with Marine, but we won't order you as if you are our subordinates. Are you saying that Marine and world government will stand on equal ground, Dragon? Correct. The new world government won't control the Marines and vice versa. We will only help each other and give suggestions while standing side by side to manage the world order and law. The Marine will focus on upholding the law while the government will focus on governmental affairs, or you can say politics. We will separate our tasks clearly while still working together. Isn't that what you Marines want? Well, it certainly sounds nice. I won't need to listen to those guys' whims anymore. But Dragon, you need to remember, you are not the victor yet, and we are still members of the world government. Besides, we can only follow orders from our superiors. Unless the fleet admiral himself gives the command, we will fight you to death. But even the fleet admiral can't decide on anything about this because there are more people above him. Also, you are still a criminal now, dragon. So don't waste your breath. I won't listen to a criminal's word. Sigh, you sure are stubborn for someone who looks very easygoing. Though are you sure your reason isn't because you just want to defeat that clown? I heard you never won against him and now you bear a strong grudge for him. Kizaru looks pissed hearing what Dragon says. Well, it's true, after all. But Kizaru isn't someone who will let his personal problem affect his job. He is a professional, after all. But what Dragon says is still pissing him off because it hits his sore spot. That is my personal problem. As a professional and an admiral, I shouldn't let it affect my job. We are tasked to assist A.K.A, so we will do it. Sigh, what you said was still irritating though. Seems like I really need to kill you no matter what. It's only right for an admiral to defeat a criminal, after all. I thought you are professional. Chapter 475, Holding On. Buggy's great clash against Imu has affected the whole war that is split into 3 locations. Those who sense it can tell that the war has entered its climax. Although the ones on the new Marineford and Sea can't really tell what happens. So they can only do what they need to do, fighting their enemies. Meanwhile, the clown pirates can't fight anyone anymore because the only enemy left is Imu who is fighting their captain. The clash between Imu and Buggy just now clearly told them that no one can interfere. No one has the power to help Buggy because the two of them are simply too strong. They watch as Buggy and Imu exchange blow after blow in the sky. Imu is flying using his giant demonic wings while Buggy is using a chopped rock as a platform to fly. So Imu clearly has better mobility because he can fly freely while Buggy needs to rely on the cube rock. That advantage in mobility is very significant because Imu can have more attack options. He is also attacking more fiercely now after finding out that he can block Buggy's awakened devil fruit ability using advanced haki. Previously, he only used long-range attacks because he was wary of Buggy's awakened devil fruit ability. He was afraid of getting his body chopped by Buggy. But now he finds a way to counter it, so he keeps attacking Buggy using his advanced haki. Imu's attacks are very powerful and he is also very fast. Buggy can barely follow Imu's speed using his advanced observation haki. But it becomes more difficult as time passes and he gets more tired. Buggy keeps blocking and dodging Imu's punches, kicks, tail, and flame attacks that keep getting stronger. Imu is starting to use all his power, pushing Buggy around with every attack. He keeps using more power as if he has unlimited energy. Then, Imu suddenly sends a very powerful punch coated with a very hot flame toward Buggy's left face. Buggy manages to block it using his haki-coated arm, but he is still sent flying to the ground below at a very high speed like a bullet. He crashes near his crewmates who are blown away by the powerful impact of his crash. Captain! Cricket rushes to check on Buggy. Asterisk cough. Cough, asterisk. I'm fine, but it won't last long. That guy looks like he has bottomless stamina and power. He doesn't even sweat and his breath is still stable after fighting for this long. We can't drag this battle for too long. Are we going to use that? That's our only choice to defeat him now that he has found a way to counter my power. If we still can't defeat him even after using that, then it will be over. Let's use it now while we still have a lot of stamina. That thing is very tiring, after all. Fine, let's do it. So make sure you defeat him. I know. The others finally arrive near Buggy and Cricket, but no one says a word. Cricket then calls Enel and Della. Everybody immediately understands what they are planning to do, so they are getting ready to fight. They need to protect Buggy, Cricket, Enel, and Della who can't move while preparing their big plan. Imu frowns while looking at the clown pirates that gather around those 4. Buggy is sitting cross-legged with Cricket and Enel sitting behind him with their hands on his shoulders. Della is standing in front of Buggy with her hands on Cricket's and Enel's hands. Imu doesn't know what they are planning, but he has a bad feeling about this. So he knows he needs to stop whatever they are planning to do. He creates a massive fireball with a very high temperature and shoots it at the clown pirates from the sky. Magnus! Palu shouts while jumping, and Magnus nods before extending his 3 right Azura arms to the side. Palu steps on the top palm with his Warhammer ready on the side. Then Magnus gathers his power and throws Palu toward the incoming giant fireball. Magnus' throw turns Palu into a bullet that reaches the giant fireball very quickly. Palu's entire body is covered by haki and flame that he gets from the Lunarian genetic modification. His Warhammer is also covered by flame, so it's like a small flame facing a giant fireball. Palu then swings his flaming Warhammer with every bit of power he has. He also uses his best martial arts skill, Hashoken. His attack hits the giant fireball. Ripples created by Palu's Hashoken appear in the air upon contact with the giant fireball. The clash creates a very powerful impact that even shakes the ground and sea below. It's not as powerful as Buggy's clash against Imu, but it's still very powerful. This clash makes Palu realizes just how powerful Imu is, and now he understands why Buggy wants to use that plan. Palu's attack can't destroy the giant fireball completely, but it manages to break it apart, making it split into many smaller fireballs that fly to the sides. None of the parts fall on the clowns below, so everyone is very relieved because they can see the power of that fireball. Even after being broken apart into smaller sizes, the destruction caused by Imu's attack is still great. Each smaller fireball creates a big and deep burning pit when it hit the ground. Those that fall into the sea are evaporating a lot of water instantly, showing how hot the fire is. Damn, what kind of flame is that? He is not even a fire logia user, but he can make such powerful fire. It's not whether he is a fire logia user or not, it's about devil fruit mastery and raw power. This guy is most probably an 800-year-old monster, after all. Even if he doesn't have great talent, he would still be able to raise his mastery to a very high degree. But imagine if you have someone like Captain live for 800 years. Can you even imagine just how strong he would get after 800 years? Everyone shivers while imagining what Mantis says. Their captain could be this unreasonably powerful even though he is still just 38 years old now. If he can live for 800 more years, then they can't even imagine just how powerful he would get. Maybe he could even destroy the world with ease. Now you understand. That's the kind of existence we are facing now. We should be glad that he isn't so ridiculously strong that we can't face him at all. At least we still have a chance of winning even if it's low. Phew, it seems we need to thank his low talent. If he has captain's talent and training discipline, then we would have been obliterated already. Yo ho ho ho, he must be very lazy to only improve this much after 800 years even if he has low talent. Dion's and Brooke's little joke eases everyone a little after they become rather intimidated by Imu's power. These two always know how to boost everyone's morale in dire situations. Boom! Palu lands on the ground after breaking the giant fireball. He looks fine, but his arms are trembling. He used all his power and the impact of the clash was putting a lot of strain on his arms, making them sore from the backlash. You good? Manhwa immediately checks Palu's arms to make sure he is fine. They still need his power right now while Buggy, Cricket and Enel can't fight as he is the third strongest in the crew. I think I'll be fine after a while. But we can't wait for me to recover naturally, so give me some boosters or maybe just painkillers. No, it will make things worse later, so let's not do it for now. Let's look at the situation first. We have many reliable crewmates, Palu, so don't force yourself. If things get out of control and we can't fight without you before Captain and CO finish, then I will give you the boosters. The boosters that Manhwa and Palu mean are drugs made of hormones. Manhwa was studying Ivankov's hormone power for a while. He managed to copy some of the hormones. The effects are still weaker than Iva's hormones, but it also makes the side effects weaker. Palu retreats after everyone assures him to rest as they'll take care of Imu's attacks now. They are not as strong as Palu, but they are not weaklings either. Even their weakest is as strong as average marine captains in New World, so they should be able to hold their ground. Imu attacks again, but now he goes down himself to attack Buggy. The clowns immediately move to stop him, and the fastest to react is Maverick. He uses an assault rifle to shoot Imu, who dives down at high speed. All his shots are accurate, but Imu can dodge every bullet easily. Still, Maverick manages to slow Imu down even though none of his attacks hit Imu. It gives time for the others to get into defensive positions near Buggy. So when Imu finally arrives, they've already blocked his path. Imu doesn't seem bothered though, as he sends a punch with his gigantic fist toward Buggy in the center. But then, a pair of blackened gigantic axes flies toward his fist. Magnus is swinging his pair of giant axes with all his 6 Azura arms, using all his power. Both attacks collide, creating a powerful impact that spreads everywhere. But it's clear that Imu's attack is stronger as it pushes Magnus' axes back easily, but there's Buggy's group there. Luckily, Jude has created a mountain of ash that appears behind the pushed axes, preventing them from hitting Buggy's group behind. They manage to stop Imu's attack, but Imu will surely attack again. So they take the initiative and attack the giant demon first. Everyone attacks him with everything they have. Gun attacks, devil fruit abilities, skills, they attack Imu non-stop using all their power. Their total attack power is not as powerful as Buggy's attacks, but they still manage to push him back with their attack combinations that really annoy Imu. Another attack always comes every time he handles one. They come non-stop without giving him time to rest. It really annoys him, so he gets angered and suddenly his body is covered by red-hot flame. He roars angrily and the flame bursts everywhere like an explosion. The clowns immediately cover their bodies with armament haki to protect themselves, but Imu's burst attack still pushes them back and damages them. Their damages aren't even light, as most of the crew members receive high-degree burns and their internal organs are badly damaged too. Just one attack from the angry Imu is enough to defeat most of them. Even the executives couldn't completely protect themselves and still get injured. But they managed to protect Buggy's group, which is still preparing their ultimate plan. Imu is really annoyed, but he knows that no one can stop him now. He walks among the defeated pirates to attack Buggy, who is still protected by the executives. Imu arrives in front of them and he is almost as tall as Magnus in Azura form, so he is very big. The executives prepare themselves as flame appears in Imu's right fist. Imu's eyes are very cold even though the surrounding is very hot because of his flame. He sends a very powerful punch, and the executives know they can't stop it with their current condition. Still, they brace themselves to block this attack no matter what. If they fail to protect their captain, then no one will leave this place alive because only Buggy has a chance to defeat Imu. Bam! Imu's punch lands, but the executives aren't getting hit at all. They all smile widely while looking at the familiar back that they always depend on. Captain! Buggy blocks Imu's punch with his own punch before it hits the executives. Sorry for the wait. Get some rest, everyone. This will end soon. Chapter 476, Power of Friendship. Everyone is relieved seeing Buggy finally finished his preparation. They immediately move to save their defeated crewmates and retreat before anyone dies of injuries. Some of them are gravely injured, after all, so they need to be treated immediately. Cricket and Enel are retreating too, but they don't look very good now. They aren't injured, but their complexions are very bad. It's like they have severe anemia or a deadly illness, seeing how pale they are now. Their crewmates even need to help them move because they are very weak. Della also looks tired, but her condition is much better than Cricket and Enel's. She only looks like someone who has just exercised until she runs out of gas. They were just sitting next to each other, but the three become very tired while Buggy is full of energy now. It really makes Imu wonders what have they done just now. That's why Imu doesn't even try to stop the retreating clown pirates because he is very focused on Buggy, who feels very different now despite looking the same. It makes Imu very wary of him. You sure have been rampaging when I couldn't fight you. Man, you better hope that you didn't kill any of my friends or I'll really fuck you up. What did you do? You start talking again after this long? Hat, it seems you were very lonely because you haven't said anything since your talk before our fight. Does your mouth feel sour for staying silent all this time? Just answer my question, vermin. What did you do just now? Why do I feel something different in your body? Doesn't want to chit-chat, hey? Well, that's fine by me. But don't expect me to answer your damn question. You will see it soon anyway, so there's no point in answering that. Just know that after you saw it, you won't have much time left. Imu frowns displeasedly, but he doesn't say anything else and just gets ready to fight Buggy again. He has lived for hundreds of years, so he knows when things are about to get bad. He can feel something dangerous from the current Buggy who gives off a very different feeling than before. If the previous Buggy was just a threat that was quite troublesome, then the current Buggy is a dangerous threat that even makes him wary. He wasn't worried when fighting the previous Buggy even if it's not easy to win. But he could feel his life will be in danger if he fights the current Buggy, that's what Imu feels. Time to settle this, old fossil. Let me show you Clown Pirate's trump card. The true power of friendship. Buggy's body suddenly glows brightly as it gets bigger. Imu widens his eyes when he sees blue scales suddenly appear on Buggy's skin. Then a pair of long horns appear along with a big and long tail as Buggy's fingers turn into claws and his teeth turn into fangs. Imu is really shocked to see Buggy transforms into an azure half-dragon. It really doesn't make sense to him because this is Cricket's ability and he has seen Cricket use it himself. But Cricket is still alive now and only looks very sick, so his devil fruit shouldn't be taken. Then, another surprise unfolds in front of Imu as Buggy's half-dragon body is covered by lightning currents. Imu looks at the pale Enel with wide eyes because this is Enel's lightning ability. Buggy suddenly uses others' devil fruit abilities and Imu doesn't know how. How is this possible? Are you taking their devil fruits? Don't be silly, you bastard. There's no way I would take their devil fruits because it would kill them. Besides, I would die as well if I consume other devil fruits. I am not that freak teach who has a strange body. They just lend me their power, that's all. Imu still doesn't understand for a while, but then he suddenly looks at Della with widened eyes. He has a guess after hearing what Buggy said, but he knows Buggy won't confirm it even if he asks. So he just stays silent because he still needs to defeat Buggy no matter what anyway. Well, Imu's guess is correct, after all. It's Della who made Buggy able to use Cricket's and Enel's abilities. Imu just doesn't know how she exactly did it except that it's her devil fruit ability. He doesn't know what devil fruit she used even with all his knowledge. Della's devil fruit was found on an uninhabited island in Belt, after all. So it's understandable for the fruit to be unknown. Though even Buggy never expected that Imu who has lived for hundreds of years doesn't know it at all and the world government also never knew it. Her devil fruit is called transfer fruit by the clown pirates. They don't know its real name, so they named it after the ability it granted. The fruit allows Della to transfer voice, thoughts, or even energy from others to her, her to others, or others to others. At first, they simply used her ability to communicate with each other because she can basically use telepathy by transferring thoughts or voices. She also used her ability to help the tired crew members by transferring energy from the ones who weren't tired. But then, she surprisingly awakened her devil fruit ability and found out another use. She can transfer others' devil fruit abilities to herself or others temporarily. It consumes a lot of energy, but she can make someone use more than one devil fruit ability for a period of time. The only problem is it can't be used on anyone because one needs to be powerful enough to house those abilities in their body. Not everybody is teach, after all. Their body structures aren't mysterious and strange like him, so even borrowing devil fruit abilities temporarily has its limit. Even Buggy can't add more than 3 devil fruit abilities into his body. But he only adds 2 now because using 3 would shorten his time limit. It would be more difficult to control and he would need to use more energy if he uses 3 devil fruits anyway, so 2 is his best option now. Besides, he thinks that his Chop Chop fruit, Cricket's Fish fruit model Azure Dragon, and Enel's Rumble fruit make the best combination. Paramecia, Zoan, and Logia. Those 3 fruits' abilities don't clash with each other and can be used at the same time, that's what Buggy wants. Let's settle this, ancient man. Buggy suddenly appears in front of Imu and sends a very fast punch at Imu's face. It startles Imu, but he manages to react by tilting his body backward to avoid the punch to his face. Then he flashes away while still being surprised by Buggy's unbelievable new speed. Even in his normal form, Buggy is very fast already. Now he gets boosted by a dragon's and lightning's speed. The lightning is obviously very fast, but the dragon is also fast. The combination of their power with Buggy is enough to grant him speed faster than even Enel. Buggy attacks again by slashing his left claws at the retreating Imu from afar. There's no visible energy from that slash, but Imu still gets away quickly. The ground where he stood just now and the corner of his robe suddenly get cut without any sign. His invisible cutting attack has gotten much faster. Is it the effect of the lightning power? Buggy's invisible slash attack has gotten much faster than before that Imu almost fell prey to it if not for his monstrous senses and future sight of his advanced observation haki. The thought of getting hit by Buggy's attack doesn't make Imu scared though, he is getting angry instead. He actually made me feel nervous. A damn vermin is making me fall into panic and then felt relieved that I could avoid his attack. Imu's confused and worried expression suddenly transforms into a very furious expression. His surrounding suddenly shakes as the ground beneath him melts. Imu suddenly flies higher as a red violent flame covers his body. No. I would never feel afraid. How dare you, a worthless pest, make me question myself. I will make you pay. Even death won't save you from me. The violent red flame around Imu's body suddenly turns black and moves around like a snake. His giant demon form also suddenly transforms as the red skin changes into lava-like skin. Black flame comes out of his mouth, covering his hair, horns, tails, claws, and feet. Then his gigantic body gets smaller until he is around Whitebeard size. But even if Imu is smaller now, Buggy can't help but become more serious because he can feel that this Imu is much stronger than before. The smaller demon Imu is actually much more intimidating than the giant demon Imu. Is that his awakened form? Motherfucker really uses his trump card after I used mine. Damn. You are making my high winning chance drops again. Buggy is pissed by this development, but he isn't worried at all. This is still under his expectation because he knew that Imu should still have more cards. It's actually better this way because he can face Imu's true power from the beginning when he still has a lot of energy. Alright, come. Let's settle this quickly. Chapter 477, Booming Battle. Buggy's battle continues although it doesn't go as he had planned. He thought he would have a massive advantage after fusing Cricket's and Enel's abilities into his body using Della's ability. But before he could even show this mode's real power, Imu also got a lot stronger after activating his awakened mode. So Buggy can only fight the much stronger Imu now. He's really glad he has Cricket's Azure Dragon and Enel's lightning power now because Imu has become a lot faster and stronger. It's not that he isn't confident he can win using his own power, but their power gives him more options to use. Damn, dude! You are using your awakened power too soon. The villains usually used their hidden power when they almost lost to the main character. Then the main character would pull a miracle with their power of friendship or just because they said some encouraging shits that's basically just them activating their plot armor. Buggy rants a bit while fighting Imu, but the furious Demon King doesn't say anything and just keeps throwing powerful attacks at Buggy. No response, hey? Must be because you think I am not the main character of this world, which I agree with. If I were this world's main character, I would have the power to kick your ass before I even turned 20 because I won't need to train as much as I did and became as strong or maybe even stronger than now with the help of my plot armor, luck, and talent as a main character. Or maybe I don't even need to be that strong and just defeat you using talk no jutsu. Another scenario is I suddenly awakened some strange power or shit that surprised everyone, but then it would get nerfed. Shut up. Imu finally has enough of Buggy's rants of bullshit that he keeps spouting while fighting. He doesn't understand most of the things that Buggy says, but he knows that Buggy is looking down on him by saying so many things while fighting him. It's like Buggy is saying this fight is too easy that he can talk that calmly. You want me to shut up? Make me shut up then. Buggy grins as he exchanges blow after blow with Imu while moving around the sky or ground at a very high speed. In Buggy's mind, his battle with Imu must have looked like DBZ battles that flash around everywhere. Though the battleground isn't the whole planet like those DBZ fights. The clown pirates are retreating quite far to avoid getting affected by the battle. They have retreated to the sea already using their ship that luckily is very durable so it didn't get destroyed by the great impacts of Imu's attacks. Now, they are watching the fight while the injured are being treated. They watch as the fallen part of Red Line is getting destroyed every time Buggy and Imu clash near the ground. The ground on Buggy's side is always being chopped before being blown away by the impact while the ground on Imu's side melts before the lava is pushed back too. It's not just the hard ground that gets affected, but also the sea and sky. The sea water becomes violent as the impacts push it around, creating big and violent waves. In the sky, strong typhoons are appearing as the clouds are churning up. The clouds get darker and darker too as lightning bolts strike continuously. These phenomena can be seen even from New Marineford where everyone can also feel the suffocating pressure caused by Buggy's fight against Imu. Even the normal soldiers and pirates can feel the tension now which makes them nervous without knowing why. The pressure affects everyone there, making them unable to fight properly. Even the powerful big hots have become uneasy now. So both the pirate and marine sides agree to halt their war for now without saying anything. They only glance at each other to know that no one wishes to fight in this condition. That red-nosed brat, just what kind of thing that he is pulling right now. Are you sure you want to be on his side now, Whitebeard? With this level of power, he won't need your help at all. Maybe he will remove you after he's done with this stunt and you won't be able to resist. I doubt even you in your prime is the match of someone whose power's effect can reach this far. Shut your mouth, Sengoku. Whether I'll side with him or not is up to me. I am just repaying my debt to him now, nothing else. We are never on the same side before or after this war. We have fought many times over the years, so we might fight some more times again. That's a normal thing in this sea, right? You Marines also work together with some pirates which are your enemies and I'm sure you'll ditch them soon. Humph, I never liked the idea of siding with those Shishibukai. Hating it doesn't mean you won't do it. Whitebeard and Sengoku are talking like old buddies, not enemies. They look calm, but they are actually quite nervous thinking about what Buggy would do after this war if he wins. Buggy is always unpredictable, after all, and often does things that no one expected. It's just like this war. No one else ever expected that Buggy would start a war against the world government out of the blue. There wasn't any sign or clear conflict that could initiate the war, yet he suddenly destroyed A.K.A. It's not just them who think like that, Imu also thinks the same. Surely all pirates, especially the four emperors, are world government's enemies. Conflicts between them are normal and they often fight, killing each other in the process. The world government and clown pirates are like that too. But they haven't had any great conflict for years. The last time they truly go for each other's throats was when clown pirates almost reached the last island on Grand Line that can be found by log pose, Lodestar Island. They had a great war where clown pirates defeated everyone the world government and marines sent. Buggy even defeated all the admirals and vice-admirals and also killed Sakazuki to show his power. After that war, the clown pirates and the world government started a truce. They rarely bother each other and only have small clashes over the years. Since then, the world government became very wary of clown pirates and never provoked them too much because they knew the consequence of angering Buggy wouldn't be light. But it doesn't mean they are afraid of clown pirates and never thought of ways to remove the pirate crew. Buggy and clown pirates are always on the top of their enemy list. So the world government would eventually remove them, just not now. They never thought that clown pirates would strike them first when they weren't ready. Things always go as they planned in the past, so they weren't ready to face something like this. They who always become the hunters have become the prey now. Why are you suddenly attacking now? Imu finally can't hold his curiosity, so he suddenly asks Buggy. But his attacks are still not stopping, so they keep fighting while talking. Finally in the mood to talk, just answer the question. What an impatient guy. Well, that's fine, I can tell you that much. The reason why we attacked you now is why not. What? Buggy's answer startles Imu a bit that he almost gets hit by Buggy's punch in the face. But he manages to dodge it in the nick of time, avoiding getting his head blown into pieces by Buggy's ability. What do you mean by why not? I mean, why not now? Why wait anymore? Why should I wait for you to be ready? Why wait for you to be stronger? Attacking when the enemies aren't ready would increase our winning chance, so we won't miss it. You guys have shown your pacifista in the war against Whitebeard pirates last year. Who knows what else you'll show if I wait any longer? At the very least, your pacifista would get stronger, and if not, then you would have created more dangerous weapons. As if I would let you get stronger when I want to destroy you. I know you guys were always planning to destroy us, after all. Even those pacifistas must be one of your plans to destroy pirates like us. But they weren't enough for emperors, so you must have prepared something else. There's no way I would just wait for you to attack us using whatever it is you are preparing. Seeing how nothing appeared so far, I can assume that whatever it is you are making, it isn't ready yet. Imu frowns because he never thought that Buggy could assume this much. But then he realizes that Buggy must have planted spies in Marigio-Ase and they managed to find a lot of important information. It now makes sense to him how Buggy could guess his identity in the beginning even though his existence is a top secret. This really surprises and angers Imu because he thought Marigio-Ase was completely under his control. He always knew their enemies would always try to infiltrate Marigio-Ase and collect information. But they never succeeded, and even if they were, it was always because the world government let them get some information that was not important. That's why he is very shocked and angered to know that Buggy's spies managed to run around Marigio-Ase freely. To collect these important pieces of information, they must have done it for years. Just imagining those rats running around freely under his nose for years really makes Imu's blood boil. Damn, you vermin! How dare you play me? Imu suddenly sends a punch stronger than any of his previous attacks. But Buggy counters it with his own punch that doesn't lose in power. The clash of their punch cracks the fallen part of Red Line before it gets split in half and sinks into the sea. Buggy grins seeing Imu's super furious face. Now that's a face suitable for a villain. Chapter 478, Peak Battle. Fueled by his anger, Imu's attacks become more powerful. It makes the fight more difficult for Buggy, but it also makes the fight more exciting. A battle maniac like Buggy surely loves it. The more difficult a battle, the more he loves it, even if his chance of winning will get lower and his chance of dying increases. With the fallen part of Red Line getting split in half and sunk into the ocean, both of them don't have any choice but to fight in the air. They have the flying ability now, so they don't have any problem fighting midair. It allows them to move more freely too. Besides, any ground won't be able to hold their fight. Every clash of their battle will destroy the ground no matter how hard it is. If even the Red Line ground couldn't withstand the impact of their clash, then no other ground would be tough enough to withstand it. Imu swipes his claws at Buggy's half-lightning dragon body. The sharp claws create sharp energy blades that cut Buggy's body into a few parts. But no blood appears because Buggy chops his body using his ability. Buggy's arms also get chopped, but he doesn't retract them. He uses them to attack instead by launching his fists like rockets toward Imu. His fists fly at a very high speed with the boost of Enel's lightning that he borrows. One fist is aimed at Imu's left face while the other is aimed at Imu's right waist. They are very fast, but Imu dodges them by making his body horizontal between both fists while spinning. He creates an attack while doing that by generating a black flame from his body. The black flame spins rapidly, creating a horizontal black flame tornado that shoots at Buggy. It keeps getting bigger as it gets closer to Buggy, who has reattached his body except for his hands. Seeing the incoming black flame tornado, Buggy doesn't retreat and takes a deep breath instead. Let's try this. Lightning Bolo Breath. Buggy shoots a small fire beam that has lightning bolts around it. He combines the dragon's breath with lightning to make it more powerful. Its size is small because he uses it in half-dragon form, but its power is by no means small. The fire lightning breath clashes with the black flame tornado. A massive explosion is created by the clash that destroys both attacks. The explosion hasn't even subsided, but Buggy and Imu have clashed again. They dive into the explosion, dispersing it to deliver their attacks. Imu sends a powerful punch covered by black flame while Buggy sends a kick covered by lightning. Buggy's hands return when he sends his lightning kick, but he doesn't use them to attack because he is focusing his power on his kick. Their attacks clash again, now creating a very powerful impact that pushes the seawater below them everywhere. A deep cavity is created in the sea as big waves spread in all directions. The clown pirates are controlling their ship that gets pushed by the waves and winds created by the impact. They are forced to retreat even further to avoid their ship getting crushed by the battle. Buggy realizes this, so he leads the battle away from his crew. He goes to the part of Red Line that gets its upper part chopped in a V shape. Imu knows his plan, but he still follows because it doesn't matter where they fight, he just wants to crush Buggy now. Besides, he also needs to land for a while to catch his breath. He has just exchanged a few moves with Buggy after going berserk, but those all are big moves that used a lot of his energy. Both of them land on the cliff of the chopped red line on different sides. None of them make a move for a while as they stare at each other silently. Only sounds of violent waves can be heard there, making the atmosphere even more intense. They don't stay like that for too long and start battling quickly. As they fly toward each other, Buggy swipes his right claws, creating 5 diagonal energy blades that fly toward the incoming Imu. The big Demon King also swipes his right hand, but in a spear shape. An opposite diagonal energy blade made of black flame comes out of Imu's spear hand. It's very big compared to Buggy's energy blades, so it can hit all of them. They destroy each other, but Imu's attack actually pushes Buggy's attacks back a bit. Both of them finally reach each other the moment their attacks get destroyed. Imu stabs his spear hand at Buggy's chest, but Buggy dodges it by chopping his chest to the cellular level, creating a hole in his chest where Imu's spear hand passes through. Buggy tries to catch Imu's neck to rip it apart, but Imu moves back quickly to dodge it. He doesn't just move back though. Imu tries to catch Buggy's arm, which almost catches his neck. He wants to burn Buggy's arm with his black flame, but Buggy transforms his arm into lightning. Imu's black flame and Buggy's borrowed lightning hit each other and exploded. The explosion is big, but they don't seem to get affected as they start clashing again. Buggy's arm reforms immediately from lightning and he uses it to send a punch at Imu, who shoots a black flame beam now. Their attacks clash, and now Buggy is winning as his punch chops the black flame beam into small cubes. It forces Imu to fly higher to avoid the chopping that keeps moving after destroying his black flame beam. Imu is very wary of Buggy's chopping ability because he knows he'll lose when he gets chopped, even though it doesn't even injure him. Buggy then dashes toward Imu and sends a right leg kick coated with advanced haki at Imu's body. Imu blocks it with his left leg that's also coated with advanced haki before sending a left hook that he coats with advanced haki too, which Buggy blocks with his advanced haki coated left palm. Both of them start to exchange advanced haki coated punches and kicks. They don't dodge at all now and keep blocking each other's attacks. Advanced Haki looks very easy to use for them as they keep using it to attack and defend. So even if their fists and kicks don't touch each other, the impacts caused by their clashes are very powerful. Seeing them spamming advanced Haki endlessly makes even someone like Palu, who also masters advanced armament Haki, sigh. Even he won't dare to keep using advanced Haki like them because the energy needed to use it like them is very high. He would have run out of Haki energy already a long time ago, especially if he uses as much power as them, which obviously requires a lot more energy because their advanced Haki attacks are very powerful. Only true monsters like Buggy and Imu have the energy to fight like this for so long without running out of power yet. How's things going? Cricket asks while lying on the floor weakly after having his devil fruit power transferred to Buggy temporarily. Both Enel and he can't move now because of it. This is the side effect of having their devil fruit abilities borrowed from them, as it's the same as their power being taken temporarily. Well, if their devil fruit abilities are being taken forever, then they would die. Luckily, getting weakened until their abilities return is the only side effect. There won't be any harm as long as their comrades can protect them when they can't do anything. It doesn't look good. Captain isn't losing, but he also doesn't have a clear advantage even after using this plan. It's hard to judge who'll win seeing how they fight so far. Magnus replies to Cricket's question with a worried tone. No need to be worried. Just leave this to him as usual. He is someone who always goes against all odds and wins. Our captain is someone who has done what even we thought to be impossible so many times. Besides, there's nothing we can do if he fails. So the only thing we need to do now is trusting him. Palu says it without looking at them and only watches Buggy's battle. The others sigh because he is right. Even if things have gone too far that they thought it was impossible to solve, their captain would always crush it as if showing nothing is impossible. Things were just much harder than they thought. So now they keep watching as Buggy exchanges powerful blows with Imu. They don't get weaker as time passes. Instead, their attacks become stronger, fiercer, and deadlier as their battle goes on. But none of them dodge those attacks and only block everything to show they aren't afraid of each other's attacks. This happens for a while until eventually one of them finally gets hit. Buggy actually manages to fool Imu by detaching his right foot right before it gets in contact with Imu's arm, which's supposed to block his kick. So Imu's arm doesn't block anything as Buggy's foot gets past it. Buggy's kick hits Imu's left face really hard, sending him flying to the ground. Imu crashes onto the V-shaped cavity of the chopped part of Red Line. The ground where Imu crashes melts into lava, which softens his landing as it acts like a cushion. Damn tough bastard! Buggy grumbles while holding his foot that kicked Imu just now. Its skin is burnt quite severely despite the advanced Haki, dragon scales, and lightning power that protected it. He gets some damage, but it's worth the price of breaking a part of Imu's face. Imu lost around a quarter of his left face. His left ear and the part of his face before his left eye have been chopped into cubes by Buggy's awakened devil fruit ability when he gets kicked in the face. The damage on Imu's face looks like a pixelated drawing because of it. Both of them finally managed to injure each other quite severely for the first time. They haven't won yet, but they can see that each of them has gotten closer to their limits because they've finally made mistakes. This great battle of theirs is getting close to its end, but no one knows the victor yet. Chapter 479, Turning Point. Nice face, man. You look more menacing that way. Buggy smirks while reattaching his burnt foot. It hurts, but the joy of seeing his attack damage Imu's face is covering that pain. After all, it isn't just damage, it is a sign that Imu's defense has started to get weaker, so his attacks can pass through more easily from now on. Though it also applies to him seeing how his foot skin was burnt by Imu's power. Well, it doesn't matter for him because what matters for Buggy is having his attacks succeed. He doesn't mind getting a lot of injuries if it means he can defeat Imu. It's not like he is new to injuries. He is a pirate who has gone through a lot of bad situations that even threatened his life. Getting injured is something that happens often to him and everyone in his crew. though the last time he got gravely injured was years ago. But for the sake of defeating Imu, he won't mind getting the most deadly injury he would ever get. It doesn't mean he will gladly sacrifice himself to die though. Victory is sweet when he can enjoy it, after all. Still, maybe it's too early to think about victory because there is at least one person who doesn't want that. Imu looks murderously at Buggy as if he is the most hateful man in the world. This is a humiliation for Imu, after all, so obviously, he won't be calm after getting his face broken. Without saying a word, Imu suddenly jumps toward Buggy in the sky. The red ground cracks when he jumps and a big dent appears. In a split second, Imu already reaches Buggy's position, and with a very angry expression, Imu sends a black flame punch at Buggy's body. Too bad for Imu, Buggy can follow his movement and block his attack. Buggy slaps Imu's black flame fist with his half-dragon tail that obviously is covered with advanced haki. The slap pushes Imu's fist to the side, so Buggy doesn't get hit. Taking his chance, Buggy sends his advanced haki-coated claws at Imu. But Imu reacts very quickly and shoots a black flame beam from his mouth at Buggy's claws. Other than blocking Buggy's attack, the beam also pushes himself back to prepare for another attack. Numerous fireballs with different colors suddenly appear around Imu. Buggy frowns while looking at the colorful fireballs. He knows these fireballs are extraordinary. So far, he only saw Imu using red and black fire, but it seems Imu still has more types of fire that he can use. Do they have different properties? Maybe the black and red are the best for battle or maybe attacks while the others are maybe supports or useless in battle. But if that's the case, then why is he showing them now? Buggy makes an assumption because this will surely affect their battle. But he stops worrying after a while because it will just give him unnecessary problems. There's no use in worrying about it now. He just needs to focus and defeat Imu no matter what the guy would show. Right when Buggy stops overthinking, Imu combines the numerous colorful fireballs into one big black fireball with a rainbow core. The fireball floats on Imu's head and he holds it with one hand. Buggy looks at it with envy because it looks really cool, but he can't do it because his devil fruit ability isn't energy-based power. He can't be worried about it for too long though because Imu's big fireball suddenly explodes into numerous black rainbow fireballs that shoot toward Buggy from all sides. Many even fly far to the back and turn around to target Buggy's behind. Want to overwhelm me with numbers and speed? Dream on! The fireballs are flying very fast and Buggy can feel their power. They are very hot and Buggy can feel the energy packed in those fireballs. Each one of them can level a whole town if it explodes. Even Buggy won't take such power easily, especially when there are so many of them. Buggy decides to use his beloved swords that have turned black. He feeds them with haki to activate their devil fruit abilities, pressure, and hardness. Feeding them haki every day is the reason they turned black and the reason why Buggy's haki energy is very high that he could still use haki really well after fighting with it for so long. With his swords ready, Buggy starts to make his move. He really wants to slash those fireballs, but it will make them explode, and their explosions will hit him, so he shouldn't do that. What he should do is stopping those fireballs and block their explosions from hitting him. So Buggy covers his whole body and swords with the lightning he borrows from Enel. Then he spreads his arms with his swords in his hands. After that, he spins his body at a high speed, and he uses the dragon's flame cloud to increase his spinning speed. Buggy rotates like a Beyblade covered with lightning bolts. A sphere starts to form as he rotates and it gets wider. The sphere is made of Buggy's rotation force and lightning. From the sphere, numerous curved energy blades fly out toward the incoming fireballs. The energy blades hit and cut the fireball, making them explode like what Buggy thought. Their explosions are very wide and powerful, so Buggy is engulfed by them as he expected. But the rotating sphere around Buggy blocks the explosions, so he doesn't get hit by them. It's a really good defense, but not really good for his body because rotating like this makes him dizzy and he starts to get nauseous. He is not a spin fruit user, after all, so his body is affected by the rotation. Luckily, he is strong enough to withstand those effects until he destroys all the fireballs. Ha ha ha. How's that, motherfucker? Buggy laughs while sending a powerful cross slash at Imu, who fights back using a massive black flame spear. The black flame spear hits the center of the cross slash, creating a very powerful impact. But then Imu's eyes widened as his black flame spear is getting cut by the cross slash. The cross slash becomes smaller and weaker because of the black flame spear. But it managed to cut the spear and moved toward Imu, who obviously can't believe his attack lost against Buggy's attack. They have been equal so far, but now Buggy has started to dominate this fight. Imu doesn't think that Buggy is getting stronger after fighting for this long. In Imu's mind, it's simply impossible for someone to get stronger in a fight that drains so much energy. So the only possibility in his mind is he has gotten weaker because of fatigue, although it is not noticeable. Well, he is not completely wrong. He has surely become a little weaker because of his fatigue that has accumulated. It's actually weirder that he has just started getting tired after fighting for so long and using a lot of powerful skills that surely used a lot of energy. But he is quite wrong about Buggy. Unlike what he thinks, Buggy is actually getting stronger now. By being stronger, it doesn't mean that his energy increases so he can use more power. His energy is getting lower just like Imu, and he is also getting tired now. What it means by getting stronger is that Buggy's skills are getting better. His skills are getting better, and getting more refined. With the same amount of energy, he can make stronger attacks. So it's not his body, but his skills that become stronger. Anyone's body needs time to grow stronger without drugs or power enhancer stuff. Even Buggy's body won't grow stronger instantly in a natural way. But having his skills grow stronger in battles is very possible. He has done this so many times. It happened every time he went through difficult battles that he couldn't handle with his level of skills at those times. Imu is an opponent that requires Buggy to use all his power and skills. He even needs to borrow his friend's power just to match Imu's level. Such a difficult battle has forced him to grow. His growth has become stagnant for a while, so he is obviously very happy with this. He can become even stronger, he hasn't reached his limit yet. That thought makes Buggy's mood soar and it clears his murky mind. His great mood improvement gives him something like enlightenment. He suddenly can think of ways to make his skills stronger as he finds their flaws. With his mind getting clearer, Buggy's thinking process and concentration are also getting better. His clear mind makes him feel that he can fight even better than before, even though his body is getting tired. Chapter 480, Clown Supremacy. Buggy dashes toward Imu at a very high speed that he gets from his Sora-like movement skill that's already very fast because of his physical power. But with the enhancement of the half-dragon's power boost and lightning, his speed becomes unmatched. He reaches Imu almost instantly and starts attacking immediately. Imu dodges Buggy's sword that is thrusted at his face by tilting his head to the side. But a powerful tail attack came at his head as soon as he dodged because Buggy had predicted this. Imu widens his eyes as he knows he can't dodge this. But simply blocking it is also very risky because of Buggy's awakened devil fruit ability that can chop him easily. So Imu generates white fire between his head and Buggy's half-dragon tail to act like a cushion. A big white fireball forms very quickly in the tail's path. The tail hits it and breaks it into small cubes before slamming into Imu's face. Although it can't stop Buggy's tail attack, the white fireball manages to slow it down, giving Imu time to make an advanced haki shield that blocks Buggy's attack completely. Imu gets away from Buggy immediately to avoid getting attacked again. Luckily for him, Buggy stops there because something happens to his tail. The part that hit Imu's white fireball is now covered by thick ice, it freezes. How strange! A cold flame that can even freeze a hot body part this quickly. No wonder it could slow my attack just now. Seems like you still have a lot of hidden cards. Buggy whips his tail and shatters the ice that doesn't damage his tail at all. This ice is cold, but it surely isn't as powerful as Aokiji's ice, even though Imu's flame is much more powerful than Ace's flame. Well, maybe because this is not real ice, but a very cold flame that can freeze something. It might be a good attack against weaker people, but it is only good as a surprise attacks for strong ones like Buggy. Buggy thinks that it must be the reason Imu only used it just now. It won't hurt Buggy, after all, so there's no need to use it before this. Though now, Buggy is very curious about the other colors. The black flame is very destructive, the red flame is very hot, and the white flame is very cold. Imu's flame still has other colors and they surely have different properties, which makes Buggy curious. Wait. If each flame color has its property, doesn't that make each color equal to a devil fruit ability? If each flame color is like a devil fruit ability, then just how many abilities he has? Buggy frowns when he realizes this, but he doesn't panic. Imu has shown 3 different colored flames with different attributes. There are some other colors, so if they have different attributes, it will be equal to Imu having multiple devil fruits. Still, the other attributes shouldn't be too strong for a battle against someone like him, and some attributes might not be combative power. But there might be some annoying abilities among those, even though they can't be used against him directly in the battle. Buggy stops thinking about that and attacks Imu again. It is something he needs to be mindful of, but he shouldn't think too much about it. His goal won't change, after all. He needs to defeat Imu to get what he wants. They fight closely and it's clear that Buggy has the upper hand. Imu still can handle them somehow, but he is struggling more and more. Buggy's attacks are getting stronger, fiercer, and sharper as time goes on. Imu is getting pushed back by Buggy's attacks. He is handling those attacks well at first, but it gets more difficult even though he keeps getting away. It's really difficult for Imu to keep up with Buggy's attacks, and eventually, an attack lands on him. Imu falls into Buggy's little trap. Buggy makes a faint left jab toward Imu's face, which makes Imu use his arms to block it. But that jab never came. Instead, Buggy's powerful right-hand punch slams into Imu's stomach, making the Demon King spit a mouthful of blood. A strong impact is created by that punch that sends Imu flying to the red line wall. Imu crashes onto the wall, creating a big dent with big cracks on it. Buggy grins while looking at his reddened fist that releases a lot of steam because it was burnt when his fist hits Imu's stomach. Unlike Buggy, Imu's expression is really ugly right now because Buggy's attack hits him again. But what really makes him mad is the fact that Buggy didn't hit him seriously. Buggy didn't use his awakened devil fruit ability, so Imu's body didn't get chopped into cubes. Heck, Buggy didn't even use advanced haki or other power, only a pure physical attack with normal armament haki. It really makes Imu mad because it's clear that Buggy is mocking him by not using a serious attack. But even such a not so serious attack was enough to hurt Imu this much. So even Imu can't imagine just how hurt it would be if Buggy's all-out attack really hit him. It makes Imu feel relieved in the corner of his heart. No. Relief? Me? This made me feel relief because an insect was showing mercy to me. Imu gets even angrier when he thinks about that because it means he is admitting that Buggy is above him. It's the same as him admitting that he is inferior to Buggy. That feeling is a great insult to him who never bowed down to anyone in his hundreds of years of life. But what can he do now even if he is furious? His anger can't help him fight Buggy anymore. It can't be a fuel that makes him stronger anymore. His anger only clouds his senses, making his attacks and defenses levels drop as they get more obvious even though they are stronger. Buggy can see through Imu's attacks and defenses much more easily now because they get more obvious. This makes the fight becomes easier for Buggy now. His attacks keep hitting their targets while Imu's attacks never hit Buggy. Strangely, Buggy's attacks don't chop Imu's body at all now. He doesn't use his awakened devil fruit ability at all and only uses other skills. Physical power, haki, battle techniques, and the borrowed devil fruit abilities are the things he uses now. His intention? Obviously, it's to torture Imu using deadly attacks that inflict so much pain. Even the Sea Emperors would be dying after receiving this much damage. But Imu is immortal. His immortality that was granted by Op fruit makes his injuries heal rapidly, so he won't die from all these grave injuries. Imu won't die from these injuries, but he might go insane from all the pain. His immortality doesn't give him numbness to pain, after all. So he can feel his skin tear, his flesh rip, his bones break, and his veins burst. The blessing called immortality has turned into a curse now. Slowly, Imu can't fight back anymore because Buggy's attacks are hitting him faster than his recovery rate. Furthermore, Buggy is aiming his limbs most of the time to prevent him from fighting back or escaping. Buggy will break the same parts again and again when they almost heal. His attacks are all coated with advanced haki, so the damage they cause is deep and severe. He looks more like the devil now than Imu, who has devil fruit ability with demonic transformations. Ha ha ha. Feel it. Feel it. Feel it. Feel the pain, motherfucker. Show me the pain. This is the kind of pain many people feel daily under your celestial dragon's hands. Do you feel it? Are you happy with it? No need to thank me for helping you feel what they felt every day. Imu can only look at Buggy angrily with his bruised face as Buggy mocks him. He can only lean straight on the red line wall while receiving Buggy's rain of attacks. Punches, kicks, and tail attacks are raining down on Imu's body, which doesn't get protected by haki as Imu can't use it anymore because he is too tired and injured. Come on! Fight me! You are the king of this world, aren't you? How can a king let himself being humiliated like this? Come on! Fight back, you king of scums! Father of trash! Piece of shit that was always afraid of a prophecy, afraid of Joy Boy, afraid of the liberator, the sun god Nika. Imu widens his eyes when he hears those things. Buggy really knows too many secrets. Why you, I'll kill you, you damn insc. Bam! Buggy punches Imu's face before he can finish his sentence. Ah, sorry, I thought I heard the sound of a fly in your mouth, so I hit you reflexively. Didn't know it was you that sound like a fly. Buggy grins widely while mocking Imu, who obviously gets very angry by it. He looks at Buggy menacingly while his broken face is recovering. Bastard! You will regret th. Bam! Again, Buggy doesn't let Imu finish his sentence. But now Buggy doesn't just punch him straight in the face. Buggy sends him fly to the sky using a very powerful uppercut that dislocates Imu's lower jaw. Imu is still very furious, but that angry expression disappears soon as it transforms into shock. A massive black cloud sphere with lightning cracking everywhere is floating high in the sky. Buggy was the one preparing it using Enel's lightning that he borrows, and he sends Imu straight into the sea of thunderclouds. Tell me, do you like shock therapy? Buggy suddenly appears beside Imu, who stops flying higher after forcing his damaged demonic wings to work and catches his wings from behind. Then Buggy snaps Imu's wings before throwing the guy into the thundercloud sphere. Captain version, Rego. Crackle crackle boom boom crack asterisk boom boom. Sounds of explosions and lightning strikes can be heard rumbling from the thundercloud spheres after Imu entered it. Chapter 481, Buggy's Domination. Buggy's Rego lasts for around 3 minutes before it runs out of lightning. The black cloud sphere disperses quickly after that and a big demonic figure falls from it. Imu has been struck by lightning continuously inside the sphere, which obviously damaged him severely. He has immunity to heat because of his devil fruit, which gives him the ability to conquer all aspects of fire including heat. Lightning is very hot, but the heat of lightning doesn't affect him at all. However, the shock and other energy in the lightning still affected him, so he still got damaged. The injuries inflicted by Buggy's attacks haven't even healed, and he got struck by powerful lightning bolts rapidly for around 3 minutes. Such a thing obviously broke his body apart. It would kill him if he isn't immortal and his devil fruit isn't powerful. Buggy knows Imu is still alive and he wants to finish this now. He doesn't want to play around anymore, even though he feels that the previous torture wasn't enough. But he can feel that he is getting closer to his limit, so he needs to finish this now. The limit that he feels isn't his energy or strength. He can feel it's about time for the borrowed abilities to return to their real owners. There is a time limit for borrowing others' abilities using Della's Devil Fruit ability, and that time limit is near, so Buggy needs to end this before that. He dashes to the falling Imu at a very high speed and almost reaches Imu instantly. However, he is stopped by a powerful shockwave that spreads from Imu's falling body. Then suddenly, blue fire comes out of Imu's body and expands rapidly, forming a big blue fire sphere with Imu in the center. Buggy frowns before approaching the blue fire sphere. He is surprised that there is no heat or other kind of energy around the blue flame. Then Buggy suddenly widens his eyes when he feels that this blue fire is quite familiar. No way! Phoenix's flame? Then, if this is really a Phoenix's flame, could that guy? Immortality's healing factor and Phoenix's flame's healing power. What a great combination! Buggy looks astonished as he rubs his chin without any sign of worry. He is truly impressed by Imu's Devil Fruit, which has many important abilities. It even makes him jealous. Even Teach would prefer this Devil Fruit over Darkness Fruit. But Buggy doesn't want to admire it for too long because he wants to end this quickly. So he approaches the blue fire sphere and punches it. The blue fire sphere breaks into numerous small cubes because of Buggy's awakened Devil Fruit ability. Strangely, Imu isn't inside the chopped blue fire sphere. He has gotten out and he suddenly shows up behind Buggy with a punch released. Imu's punch is covered with reddish-black flame and it flies straight at Buggy's spine at a high speed. Too bad for Imu, his attack has been read by Buggy, who dodges the punch. Buggy turns around to the left while evading Imu's punch narrowly. Imu is surprised by Buggy's sudden maneuver and he tries to get away. However, Buggy catches his arm, stopping him from escaping. Unable to break free, Imu sends a kick at Buggy's waist, but it is blocked by Buggy's dragon tail. Imu really has lost the initiative in this battle and everything he does can be read completely by Buggy. You have healed your injuries, but you can't recover your stamina. Heck, you even used a lot of your stamina to heal your injuries. Be it your physical or mental fatigue, they've weakened you so much. Don't you think it's time to give up? You don't have any chance to win. Buggy says that with a worried tone, but his eyes are looking down on Imu. He really enjoys this role of being the bad guy who always gets their asses kicked by the main characters in stories. Well, that wouldn't happen to him now because Imu isn't the main character of this world. Anyway, Imu's shock disappears and he is getting angry again. He sends more attacks at Buggy using everything he has left. He squeezes every bit of power that remains in his body, but nothing is working. All his attacks are useless because Buggy can dodge or block them easily. Weak. Bam! Buggy grabs Imu's face and throws him to the top of red line. Imu can't resist it because he has gotten too weak to resist Buggy's power. The gap between their power keeps getting wider, and it all comes from their mentality. Imu, who has gotten used to having everything go his way, can't handle this humiliation. Having himself overpowered by Buggy and getting beaten up really hurt his pride. Everything he does to change the situation fails, destroying his mentality even further. His mentality affects his skills and power so much. He gets worse over time, making the fight easier for Buggy, who actually has gotten weaker too because of fatigue. Both of them are getting weaker, but Imu's decline of power is faster than Buggy, who has a stronger mentality. The difference in their battle experiences has become the deciding factor now. Surely both of them have years of battle experience and maybe Imu has fought more than Buggy in his life. But Imu hasn't fought for years or maybe hundreds of years, while Buggy has fought very often to this day, so his experiences are still fresh in his mind and body. Furthermore, Buggy is more used to difficult and almost impossible battles than Imu, who is more used to ordering people these last hundreds of years. Buggy also never expected this to be an easy battle, while Imu is the opposite. That's why Buggy won't break down even if he almost dies in this battle. Buggy approaches Imu, who struggles to get up from the ground after being thrown. He looks at Buggy with an expression of disbelief. He can't believe someone like Buggy, who was nothing but an ant in his eyes, can humiliate him this much. Who exactly are you? Who? That's an interesting question to ask for someone in your situation. I'm a pirate, a captain, a man, a husband, a father, a human, a friend, and other things that I can't mention. But for you, I am obviously an enemy. Are you AD? You must be AD, aren't you? Sigh, I've told you, I am not someone from that clan. I don't even know the full history of your beef with D clan. Damn man, you really believe that prophecy so much that you can't accept someone who isn't a descendant of that clan defeats you. If you aren't AD, then why do you want to destroy us so much? Really? You're asking that? Rather than that stupid question, you should ask whether there is someone who's not part of your group who doesn't want to destroy you. I can guarantee that everyone who knows your true color would want to destroy you if they had the power to do it. But personally, for me the world government that the world nobles made is nothing but a massive and organized pirate crew. It's normal for pirate crews to fight each other to take the other's wealth, right? Which pirate crew isn't tempted to get the world nobles' wealth? Though my reason is simple. You are blocking my way to reach my dream. Your existence prevents me and my crew from achieving our goal of exploring every place in this world. We want to explore those islands that you control, those islands we don't know but you've found and used, the sky that you watch, the bottom of the sea that you suppress, and the biggest land, the red line that you kept for yourself. We can't go to those places because of you, so we need to remove you. Selfish, right? Pirates are like that, just like you guys. So we are the same. Buggy grins while walking toward Imu who has stood up. Imu is quite surprised, and he is very insulted for being told to be the same as pirates. For him, pirates are filthy and useless, so he is very insulted. Though he can't do anything now even if he is enraged. However, Imu's anger suddenly turns into joy when he sees Buggy's half-dragon form and lightning disappears. Buggy returns to his normal self and he also gets weakened as some of his energy also disappears along with the borrowed power. Oh, fuck. Imu immediately uses this chance and dashes to attack Buggy. He opens his arms and claws while coating them with black and red flame. Then he swipes his claws at Buggy from both sides at a very high speed. Buggy looks at Imu with a plain expression as if he has predicted this. Then when Imu's burning claws almost touch him, Buggy's body suddenly gets chopped to the cellular level. He looks like a cluster of dust now which then spreads like dust blown by wind. The spreading dust suddenly forms a left fist in front of Imu's stomach and punches it very strongly. It makes Imu cough some blood and arches his body. But then, the dust forms the right fist that appears below Imu's jaw and sends a powerful uppercut. The rest of the dust has formed Buggy's remaining body parts on top of Imu. He waits there to send a dropkick on Imu's body right after the uppercut. His dropkick slams Imu onto the ground again and now Buggy is standing on Imu's back. Ha, you thought you would have a chance just because the borrowed abilities have returned to their owners? Dream on. I already knew they would return around this time, so I've prepared for it. Did you think I would be that weak without those borrowed powers? Too bad I never relied solely on those abilities to win. I always believe I can win even without them. It's just that winning would be more difficult, but it's not impossible. Buggy looks down on Imu who lies under his feet with a bloody mouth and nose. King of Trash Nobles, you are much more naive than I thought, or maybe you are just too desperate. You are too miserable that I can't watch it anymore. So let's end this now. Buggy unsheaths and swings his sword at Imu's neck in a split second. Imu doesn't even have time to react before his neck gets chopped by Buggy's awakened power, so there is no injury. Then Buggy controls Imu's head to fly up and he grabs Imu's head. Buggy grins evilly while looking at Imu's shocked eyes. You will wish you weren't immortal now. Chapter 482, World's Victor. After chopping Imu's head off, Buggy slams his right foot onto Imu's body that tries to retaliate. He chops Imu's body apart into really small cubes to stop the guy from fighting back. Imu widens his eyes as he loses control of his body. He can feel his body, but he can't control it now that it has been chopped into small cubes. Imu finally realizes just how ridiculous Buggy's ability is. It was one of the worst abilities before awakening, but now it has become one of the most dangerous, especially in Buggy's hands. So, do you feel like dying now? Imu spits his saliva that actually is a burning lava at Buggy's face. Buggy dodges it easily, but he frowns in confusion. Imu should be able to shoot a powerful flame attack using his mouth, but he just spits instead. Are you too tired to use a real attack? Humph, don't act stupid. I can't use real attacks with my head being separated from my body. Although I can feel them, it doesn't mean my head is truly connected with them, so I can't utilize my full power. Ooh, so that's how it is. No wonder everyone who gets their body chopped apart always stops struggling. I thought it was because they knew they didn't have a chance anymore, but it's because they were weakened too. What? You really don't know this? Yeah, man, thanks for your help. But it doesn't mean I will let you go. Buggy grins while walking to the chopped part of Red Line. They are on top of Red Line's vast surface and quite a distance away from the chopped part. But with Buggy's speed, it's easy to reach the chopped part in a short time. He goes down by sliding on the slope created by his power while holding Imu's head. Imu's chopped body cubes are following behind them. They look like flying insects that chase Buggy now because of their small sizes. Buggy looks around to find his crew and he finally sees them quite far away from Red Line. He raises Imu's head to show them that the battle is over. They couldn't see the battle on top of Red Line, after all, so they didn't know. When they see that Buggy already has Imu's head in his hands, they immediately go to the Red Line. They were quite worried when Cricket and Enel got their powers back because they couldn't see the battle. But they always believe their captain and now they finally see him winning. Are you okay, Captain? I should be fine. How is everyone? Do we have any casualties? No one died yet, but some are still in bad condition. We need to take them back to Clownland, which has all the needed types of equipment. Buggy looks around when Manhwa explains and doesn't see some faces here. Do we need to return ASAP? Not really. Their lives aren't in danger after being treated. Our ship has great medical pieces of equipment even though they aren't as good and as complete as the ones in Clownland. They won't die, but they are still in pain. Alright, I feel bad for them, but we need to finish this completely before returning. Don't worry, no one here will disagree. They also have said to not mind them and finish this all. Buggy nods before throwing Imu's head to Palu, who catches it while grinning. Palu already took a sea stone chain when Buggy returned. He tied Imu's head with it to seal the guy's devil fruit ability. Imu's head returns to normal after his power is sealed, so now he won't be able to fight back at all. Alright, let's go to New Marineford. What about these body cubes? Remember what we did to Kaido, King, and Queen? Everyone is stunned before they start grinning widely. Imu doesn't know what they want to do, but he has a very bad feeling about this. It doesn't take long for him to realize why he has a very bad feeling when he watches the clowns throw his cubical body parts into the sea. No. Stop. What are you doing? Relax, bro. We are just feeding the fish. Those are my body parts, you mongrels. How dare you do that to me? Ayo, bro, you don't seem to realize this situation yet. You see, you have lost in this war, and we are the victors. Whatever the victors do, the losers don't have the right to interfere. That's what you always did, right? The clowns mock and tease Imu while throwing Imu's body parts. Imu truly can't do anything about it because his power is sealed by the sea stone chain. He can only watch his body become fish feed angrily and depressedly. Oh, how the mighty have fallen so low. This is such a great historical sight. Have you ever thought about this? You who have stood above everyone for hundreds of years suddenly fall from your high and mighty throne because of some idiot clowns. Maybe you would feel better if it was the D clan that defeated you. Turned out, it was a filthy pirate crew that behaved like clowns. Truly pathetic, isn't it? Buggy grabs Imu's head as he goes to the ship's head. He feels some battles ahead, so he wants to check it. Sometime later, the clown pirates arrive on a sea battlefield where the Revolutionary Army is facing Kizaru and Fujitora on the sea. The crew's appearance stops the battle instantly as no one dares to make any rash move. They all look at Buggy in the front and frown when they see Imu's head. None of them know Imu, after all, so they are quite confused. Why do you stop? It's all right, you can keep fighting. We won't disturb you. Don't just start joking when you have just arrived, clown. What about the attack? Also, who is that? The attack, hey? Ha ha ha, what else could happen? We won't just escape the war we created ourselves. More like we can't. You know it too, dragon. It's either we win this war or die, there's no running option. So what is it? Do you win or not? Sigh, you really want me to say it, hey? Obviously, we won, or we won't be here. The Revolutionary Army cheers when they hear Buggy's words. Their higher UPS are also happy by this result, but they are also surprised that the clown pirates could really do it. After all, they are just a crew and their opponent was the world Celestial Dragons. They know the Celestial Dragons' power very well, after all, as they always tried to dethrone those guys. So they were still doubtful of the clown pirates' winning chance even though they joined this plan. That's why they didn't immediately assume that the clown pirates had won when they saw the crew arrive here. Fujitora and Kizaru are very shocked too when they hear what Buggy said. Although they aren't Celestial Dragons followers, they are still parts of world government as Marines. Obviously, they won't feel good when they hear about the defeat of the world government as it also means the defeat of the Marines. Kizaru looks at Fujitora and they nod together before trying to escape. They need to inform their main base about this. But they stopped as soon as they turned around. Enel is floating in their path, blocking their escape. Ya ha ha ha! Why are you in a rush? Let's play a little. Both admirals click their tongues while getting ready to fight. But then, Buggy suddenly speaks. Let them leave, Enel. No need to hold them here, they have a job to do. TCH, fine, fine. Kizaru, Fujitora, go and tell the Marines that A.K.A. has been defeated. I have no intention of destroying the Marines. However, it also depends on how you act. We are going to New Marineford now to discuss whether this war will continue or not. The Marines and the world's future will be decided there. I'm sure you are smart enough to know what you should do. Buggy says that very seriously and the two admirals know how important this is. They know better than just to ignore Buggy's words. If it's other pirates, they might have assumed that it was just a trap to attack New Marineford. But they know Buggy's character quite well and know that Buggy won't set up such a lowly trap. So the two admirals dash to New Marineford as fast as they can. Meanwhile, clown pirates and the Revolutionary Army are also moving to New Marineford. They are talking and discussing a few things on their way there. Dragon and Co are very surprised when they know Imu's real identity. They have gathered a lot of information about A.K.A, but they never found anything about Imu. Now they finally know why the clown pirates were so confident to win this war. Information is a very important key to win a war, you know. Sometime later, they finally arrive at New Marineford. The island is still surrounded by pirate ships, but there's no war anymore. Everyone just stays in their places, waiting for the clown pirates to arrive. Alright, time to decide where the world will go. Chapter 483, Not a Negotiation. Buggy orders all the pirates to retreat while his crew gets closer to New Marineford. A.K.A and the high-ranking marine officials are on high alert as they look at the approaching Black Pearl. Kizaru and Fujitora have passed Buggy's message to them, so they don't attack the crew. A.K.A, my man, you look really handsome today. Oh, Mr. Sengoku, you have become much older in just a year. Your hair has turned completely white like that Uncle Garp over there. Seems like all your stress over the years of being the fleet admiral has been released at once. Uncle Garp, I heard you've met my son and daughter. They're not bad, right? Ah, and this must be the new Admiral, Mr. Aramaki, or should I call you Ryokugyu? Het, you look more like a pirate than a marine. Oh, right, Madam Tsuru, why haven't you caught that damn flamingo yet? You should hurry up and put him in jail. It will help my business grow faster. The other vice admirals, sorry I can't say anything about background characters like you. Maybe I'll remember you when you make great impacts. As for everyone else, I don't even know your faces, sorry guys. Buggy teases the Marines right when he lands on the island and approaches them while carrying Imu's tied-up head on his back. He then throws Imu's head at Garp, who catches the sea stone chain. Garp isn't a devil fruit user, so he isn't affected by the sea stone. What is the meaning of this, kid? Who's this guy? That is the person who stood above all celestial dragons. The true leader of world government. The owner of Pangaea Castle's empty throne. Your so-called king of the world, Mr. Imu something. What? The empty throne doesn't have an owner. It is just a symbol of equality between the 20 founding kingdoms. Sengoku frowns and rebuts Buggy's explanation. That's what you and people believed. But it is the truth, and I have someone who can prove it. Buggy snaps his fingers and Palu throws a chained man from the ship to Buggy's side. The Marines widen their eyes when they see the man. It's their former fleet admiral who has become the chief commander, Kong. You can ask him for the details later while we talk. I hope you've prepared some food and drinks in a good room for our important discussion. The Marine soldiers clench their fists and grit their teeth when they see Buggy step on their former fleet admiral. But there's nothing they can do despite their anger. They know Buggy just needs a little force to break Kong's body if he wants. Follow me. Aramaki, you stay here. Yes, sir. Aokiji leads Buggy into the base building where they'll talk. Fujitora, Kizaru, Garp, Sengoku, and Tsuru follow him. Buggy follows them with Dragon, Sabo, Cricket, and Della. They also bring Kong and Imu with them. Everyone else stays outside to wait. You look healthy, father. Humph, I would be healthier if you and Luffy stopped giving me a headache every now and then. Garp and Dragon have some father-son moments on their way to the meeting room. It would be very touching if they stopped arguing every time they open their mouths. They even fight a little and no one stops them because it's their family business. The group finally arrives in the meeting room that has a big round table. Buggy hands Kong over to Sengoku before sitting on a chair with his feet on the table. His friends sit around him while the Marines sit on the opposite sides. You speak first, old gorilla. Tell them who this guy is and don't try to lie, cause I have proof to show them the truth. Buggy talks to Kong, who has been released from the chains that tied him up, while pointing at Imu's head. Imu hasn't said anything since he arrived here because he has been weakened so much. Not only his head is tied with a sea stone chain, but his body parts have sunk into the sea, weakening him even further. To add to his misery, Buggy chopped his mouth apart and rearranged it to seal his mouth. So now Imu really can't speak even if he tears his mouth open. Buggy wants to make sure that Imu can't say anything that will affect the Marines' minds with whatever speech ability that he has after living for hundreds of years. Kong seems reluctant after Buggy asks him to explain this issue. But he eventually says all they need to know, or rather, everything he knows about Imu. He actually doesn't know much because even he has just known about Imu's existence in this war. But he is a smart person, so he understands a lot of things immediately after seeing and hearing a few things. Besides, he has worked alongside the 5 elders on Marigioase for years, so obviously, he has heard one or two things even though he wasn't sure that those things were real at first. The Marines are in shock after hearing Kong's explanation. Kong was working for the world government as commander-in-chief. But he was a Marine Fleet admiral and he had a strong sense of justice. He just didn't have any choice as someone who worked under the world government. But the world government has crumbled now and he knows this is the best chance for Marines to be what they should really be, a real justice enforcer, not the world government's dog. Buggy has talked to him on their way here and they've made some agreement, so Kong is very cooperative now. While Kong says everything he knows, Della gives the Marines all the proof they have collected before attacking A.K.A. All the pieces of evidence are solid and the Marines know these are real. It makes them speechless because now they realize just how badly they've been used by the celestial dragons. The truth is shocking, right? But I don't come here just to talk about that. Is this the reason you attacked A.K.A. and destroyed celestial dragons? A.K.A. asks while frowning because this is too noble of a reason for pirates like the clowns. Nah, I don't care about this motherfucker even after knowing about him. If it's the Revolutionary Army, then it could be their reason. But we are pirates, you know. Our reason was much simpler and selfish. They simply stood in our way to get what we wanted, so they need to be removed, as simple as that. What Buggy says really makes more sense to the Marines now, even though they don't know what these pirates wanted, that they even need to wage war against the world government to this extent. So, do you come here to talk about that reason and tell us to not get in your way? This is why I like smart people. Marines, let me tell you our reason to destroy celestial dragons. Our crew's dream is to explore every place on this planet. All four blues, Grand Line, Com Belt, the sky, and obviously the Red Line. The Marines widen their eyes as they understand what Buggy means. They couldn't explore Red Line while A.K.A. and celestial dragons were still there. However, they also know that exploring the Red Line couldn't be the only reason because it was too excessive. Is that really all the reasons? Yeah, but I can see that you don't fully understand what I said. I said we want to explore every place on this planet, or at least explore as many places as we can. That includes the places owned and ruled by the world government. Marine bases are included in that. Bam! Impossible. No pirate is allowed to explore marine bases. The only place for pirates in marine base is jail. Garp slaps the table while standing up. What Buggy wants is really ridiculous for the Marines, after all. You think so? Then maybe we can only destroy the Marines too, just like the celestial dragons. Don't think that I won't dare to attack you even though we are in your base. I'm not trapped here with you, you are trapped here with me. The Marines become tense for a moment when they hear that. They don't even need to consider fighting all these pirates if things go south. Buggy alone is enough to give them much trouble and destroy this island even with them here. Marine bases are very important to us. Even royalties can't just explore marine bases, especially the marine bases in Grand Line that occupy whole islands. Even world government's officials couldn't just enter those places willy-nilly without any orders. There is no world government anymore, at least that old world government. You should also know that we can just force our way into those bases and you can't do anything about it. But we kindly talk to you about it first to get your approval so that there won't be any unnecessary conflict later. Is that how you negotiate? Negotiate? Do you think we come here to talk with you on equal ground? We came here to say what we want so that you'll know what we'll do and your only choice is to agree. This is not a negotiation, this is an announcement from us. We just want to tell you first so that you won't be surprised and won't disturb us when we visit your bases later. But don't worry, we'll kindly not enter your base's important rooms and only focus on exploring the islands. Anyway, your so-called negotiation isn't with us, but with them. Buggy points at Dragon and the Marines immediately understand what he means. Dragon immediately confirms their speculation and starts the discussion. Alright, let's talk about the forming of the new world government. No matter what, this world still needs order, and we need world government. Now that the Celestial Dragon's world government has crumbled, we need to build a new world government quickly before the world falls into chaos. The Revolutionary Army is ready to take over the role of world government. But we'll need the Marines' cooperation because we'll be very weak in the beginning. So let's start the discussion. Chapter 484, Compensation. The discussion about the Revolutionary Army taking over the role of the world government is very intense. All Revolutionary Army commanders and high-ranking officials have joined the discussion. More high-ranking Marine officials also join in now. Anyway, while the Revolutionary Army might be the best candidate for the New World Government, the Marines can't just agree to it because for years, the Revolutionary Army has been branded as a criminal organization, and many civilians are thinking of them like that. They have caused many rebellions too, so the Marines still can't see them in a good way. The Marines just can't accept a criminal organization ruling the world. Especially when they don't know if the Revolutionary Army truly wants the world to be better or if they have hidden agendas. Both sides get into heated-up arguments that sound very uninteresting for Buggy. Though he likes the verbal fights despite the boring talk. He only watches them arguing over things as if he is watching a theater. But then he becomes very impatient as this talk doesn't make any progress at all after quite a long time. He doesn't come here just to hear them talk for hours without any result. It's been hours too since he started the war, so he is tired, and the night is coming too. Slam! Buggy hits the table really hard and breaks it into pieces. Everyone is startled, so they look at him who seems very displeased. How long will you keep talking in circles? Can't you just make this quick? Quick? This is a very important discussion that will decide the world's future. We can't rush it or this world will fall into chaos. Do you think I'm that stupid, Sengoku? Of course, I know that very well. But you guys kept talking about unnecessary things and neglected the important ones. Should I remind you which side is the winner of this war? It's us, and these rebels are on our side in this war. You need to know that as the victor, we should be free to decide all of this. But we don't do that because we know we need Marines. Are you trying to force your decision again? Well, of course, if it can make this end quickly. Marines, you keep saying they are criminals and whatnot. But they were criminals by the previous world government's law. Their law was made to benefit themselves because whatever atrocities they did never made the celestial dragons or their people criminals. By my standards, even the Marines should be branded as a criminal organization after doing a lot of atrocities. O'Hara is the easiest example, isn't that right, Fleet Admiral Cusin? The Marines get silenced by what Buggy says because they themselves know they have done many evil things that were the opposite of their justice. But they still did those things because of orders. That means for them, their justice was lower than orders from the world government. These guys were fighting against slavery that was illegal by law but being ignored when the celestial dragons were the ones who did it. Is that not a good enough example? The room is still silent. Well, enough of that. My point is both of your organizations aren't the perfect images of good world protectors. Can't you just accept each other and work together? I'm sure you Marines know there is no organization more suitable to take over the world government other than the Revolutionary Army right now. Just let them do the governmental job while you do your job. Just make it so that the new world government won't have control over Marines. Both Marines and the world government should be partners that stand on equal ground to protect this world. You should keep each other in check and make sure they work properly. Two souls in one body, just like that. Buggy stands up and walks to the door. His crewmates who came here with him are following him. Anyway, just accept each other so you can start working right away. The longer you wait, the harder it will be for you to keep everything caused by this war under control. That's your top priority. Other things can be discussed later. Buggy waves his left hand while walking out of the room with his crewmates. He leaves everyone speechless because they never thought they would hear those things from a pirate. Especially one that looked like a clown. How's my performance? After leaving the meeting room, Buggy asks his crewmates such a question while grinning. It gave me goosebumps. You were very cheesy just now. I agree. You sounded like a kid with a syndrome that makes you want to look cool every time. But I must say that those words were very convincing. Yeah, those guys will be convinced even though a pirate was the one who said it. Well, it's not like they have any other choice. It's either they let the revolutionary army take over the world government role as soon as possible, or they let the world fall into chaos without a proper government. The problem is the reactions of the nations all over the world. Especially those that received a lot of benefits from the previous world government. No need to worry about that. Dragon and I have made alliances with a lot of nations in various ways. We used all of our connections and it should be enough. Many nations that weren't part of world government have agreed to join the new world government after long discussions with Dragon. Their number and strength should be stronger than those who were on the old world government's side, so there shouldn't be any problem. The leveling next year will be very interesting. Next year? I thought it would be held immediately. No way. They need to stabilize the situation first before talking with those annoying royalties. If they hold the leveling now, then there will be a high chance that the next world government will be formed by those kingdoms again. They have seen how great the life of celestial dragons were. So they will try to be the next celestial dragons even though they know the previous ones have been massacred. Not everyone is dead. Imu is still alive and we didn't kill one particular family because of a request from Queen Odo him. Oh, right, Mjasgard's family. I thought it was just him who was opposing his fellow celestial dragon's behavior. But his wife actually supports him. The problem is his kids. It's fine if they follow their parents, but if not, they'll become the next Doflamingo. They even originate from the same clan as that flamingo. As long as they don't get treated like Doflamingo's family in the past, then they should be fine. Where will they live now, Captain? Odohim asked them to live in Fishman Island, but I opposed that idea. Even though they don't hate fishmen and even helped many fishmen slaves, many fishmen will still hate them because they were celestial dragons. So I suggested them to live in Wano where not many people know about celestial dragons. They won't be discriminated there. That's a good idea. Buggy's group returns to their ship and finds that the other ship's captains have gathered. They wanted to know how the war on Marigio went and Buggy's crew has explained it. To say they were shocked is an understatement, they were speechless when they heard how Buggy cut the red line. Even Whitebeard was impressed and now he wants to see if it's real. Everyone else also wants to go to the red line immediately to see the new shape of the red line. But they hold back because they know this whole war hasn't truly over yet. Are you here to collect your payment? Didn't I tell you we will handle that a week after the war? Buggy asks them jokingly right when he steps on his ship's deck. We know, and you better pay us well, you red-nosed brat. Buggy just grins before he sits next to Whitebeard's big old ass. These pirates didn't help his crew in this war for free. They are pirates, after all. They won't risk their lives if there's no benefit for them, so Buggy offered them some compensation. He will never give them money though. What he promised them were personalized weapons for their crews. Buggy's organization is the biggest weapon manufacturer and broker. Every pirate crew in this world would want their weapons, but their supplies are limited and their prices are high, so not everyone can buy their weapons. Also, the weapons that the Caribbean, Buggy's underground organization sells are not the best they can make even though they are much better than other commercial weapons. The best weapons are exclusively used by clown pirates and their subordinate crews. So when Buggy offered them those great weapons and they could even make the weapons based on request, these guys immediately agreed to help in this war. If Buggy simply offered them money, then they would refuse because these crews are rich enough. But special weapons from the Caribbean are too tempting for them. Buggy isn't worried about giving them those powerful weapons. After all, those aren't his group's greatest weapons. Furthermore, their scientists always improve their weapons and now they have recruited the best scientists in the world into their group too. They have recruited Vegapunk before this war, without the world government's knowledge, of course. Vegapunk agreed to join them because they promised to support all his research. Ruff played a big role in the recruitment because all his team's research really piqued Vegapunk's interest. Vegapunk has some insiders in the world government like Stussy. It was also one of the reasons why their attack was relatively smooth. After all, they got more information as Stussy was a member of CP0 who knows a lot of things. She even helped them sabotage many things behind the scenes. That includes sabotaging the world government's weapons so that they couldn't be used. It was relatively easy for them because Vegapunk was the one who made or improved those weapons, so he knew them well. The only weapon they couldn't sabotage was that massive flying weapon, the Mother Flame. But because they already knew its existence, Buggy could destroy it before it attacked them. So Vegapunk's group contribution is very big in this war. Back on the ship, Buggy talks with the captains about the future. This war will surely change a lot of things and everything will be affected. Things will be unstable for quite some time, so they need to be ready for everything. Chapter 485, Trapping Red Hairs. After some hours, Buggy finally allows the other crews to leave. They need to return and protect their territories now. This war will cause some massive changes and increase the pirates' activities, especially in the New World where most of these pirate crews' territories are located. Captain, I think we need to secure Sabayati too, as it is like a gate from Paradise to New World. I know you've talked with Rayleigh, but I don't think he and Shuki are enough to handle the problems that will arise there. Especially after you cut a great chunk of the red line that's right beside the archipelago. Don't worry, I have thought about it and made a preparation. A certain Emperor crew that doesn't participate in this war is returning after hiding for a year. They should have reached Sabayati by now and I've asked Rayleigh-san to hold them there. The others are quite dumbfounded by Buggy's strategy. They know he is talking about red hair pirates that have been training Leo for a year, after all. You really like to mess with them, aren't you? Ha, it's their fault for being too passive about everything. They would just keep partying if I didn't give them some work. I am just helping them save money by not letting them buy too many drinks and food. Also, they need some fights after disappearing for a year. Maybe their skills have gotten rusty, you know. So they need to polish their skills first before entering the New World. Buggy grins and laughs maniacally after saying those things. Many pirate crews in Paradise will try to enter the New World after this war. They will see this as a great chance because the world government and marines are in bad shape, after all. But if too many pirate crews enter the New World, it will cause a lot of problems for the pirates in the New World, especially the emperors that are ruling this sea. So Buggy needs to make sure that those pirate crews from Paradise can't enter New World easily. He has trapped red hair pirates to handle things in Sabayati while the Sun pirates have agreed to handle things in Fishman Island. Buggy also has sent some of his subordinate crews to the first islands of the New World. So he has secured the gates between Paradise and New World. However, he knows that it's almost impossible to really stop all those pirate crews from crossing. There are just too many of them, so some with skills and resilience will eventually succeed. It's not a problem though, as Buggy's goal is to reduce the number of pirate crews that cross to New World. Puru puru puru. When he thinks about that, his ship's Denden Mushi suddenly rings, so he picks it up. Sup? This is your man, Buggy. Buggy, you bastard. What the hell we're doing? The caller is Shanks, and he immediately shouts at Buggy as soon as Buggy talks. Rayleigh has told Shanks about this war and the red hairs have seen the chopped red line with their eyes. Of course, they were really shocked because they never expected to see this before they even returned to New World. I was just cleaning up some pieces of trash. It's just that those pieces of trash were very resilient and hard to remove. So I needed to be really serious and maybe did too much. Well, things ended well anyway, so there is no problem. As if there's really no problem. Attacking Marigio-Ase where the celestial dragons lived by cutting red line. That would surely bring a lot of problems. Had I known you do something crazy like this, have returned earlier. And what? Stopping me? You think you can stop me? Shanks, I know you don't like the way I do this as you have some connections with them, but the celestial dragons needed to be removed, and it would happen sooner or later. I have the capability to do that and I have a goal to reach. They were standing in my way and I have lost my patience, so I decided to do it with my own hands rather than just waiting. Of course, I would. You were too reckless and hasty. This is not a small matter, it's bigger matter than the Marineford War last year, might be even Roger Pirates reaching Laugh Tale, because this will affect world from top to bottom. The after effects of war are going much we thought. If you are afraid of changes just because it will cause big problems, then nothing will ever change. Problems always appear, it's just whether you are brave enough to face them and how you'll face them. If you keep taking it slow and calculate everything, you will be left behind as always. Shanks. Sigh, I know your point, but it just doesn't feel right for me. Whatever, what about the war? Seeing how you answer my call, does mean war has ended. If the war you mean is against celestial dragons, then yet, we have destroyed them completely. Now we are on New Marineford, talking about the next steps we should take, as there will be a lot of problems caused by this war. Oi, I am always a sensible person, you know. Some even said that I am actually a saint who plays as a pirate because of how kind I am. Anyway, I will help you. It's not like have any other choices anyway. If the pirate activities raise too much, then it be very problematic for all of us. Territories and men to protect, so can't just let these guys enter New World wreak havoc there. Good, I've arranged things here in New World too, including the protection of your territories. You just need to make sure no one slips through your watch. Just trying is not enough. Be serious, you damn redhead. I know you can stop all of them if you are serious. Alright, I want to see the result, not just promise. Sigh, you and your act. Anyway, don't want to know about Leo. Not really, I know he'll be fine. He's my son, you know. I will see him in a year anyway, and it will be more interesting if I don't know anything until we meet again. Rather than him, I am more interested to know about Yuta. She's alright, she's getting better by the day. Now she is with us, planning to go around and see world. We agreed that it's best for her know more about world it from different points of view. That's a good move. But it's not just her that needs to work on her problems. You also need to work on your problems with her as a father. Do you know how much I wanted to beat your ass when I knew you left Yuta on that island just because of that reason? I mean, you could make a better decision than that. Time was tight when that happened, man. But I know your point, so we'll work on it. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to save her before it's too late though. Realized if you didn't make go there last year, then might lose soon. Show your thanks by doing your job well. I'll hang this up, it seems the discussion is over. Alright. Buggy closes the call as he sees Dragon, A.K.A, and the others who talked in the base are coming out. They go to the harbor where the Marines are standing guard while watching the only pirate ship left there. Are you done? Buggy stands on the front of his ship and asks them. As if this scale of discussion will be over in just a few hours. It's just that we have agreed on the most important thing and decided to take action to stabilize the situation first. Other things can be talked about as we progress further. Dragon says it while grinning, so Buggy knows that it went according to his plan. The Marines look quite dissatisfied though, but their expressions aren't that bad. He assumed that even though they weren't satisfied with the result, it was not a bad thing either for them. So we can leave now, right? Not so fast, clown. Sigh, what do you want, Kuzan? This whole mess was caused by you and your crew, so we want you to take responsibility. Dragon said that you aren't the type of man who will leave the mess you made irresponsibly. Buggy raises an eyebrow when he hears how A.K.A talks about him, but he stays silent and waits for the Iceman to finish. The New World, we want you to protect it as if you and your men are Marines until the situations all over the world return to normal. If you do that, we will allow you to explore our islands in the future. It's not just Buggy and his crew that get surprised by what A.K.A says. The Marines who didn't join the discussion are shocked too. They can't believe their fleet admiral asks a pirate crew to do the Marines' jobs. Sure, the clown pirates have the power to do that, but they are still pirates, criminals. Are you saying I will be something like a warlord now? You can interpret it in that way. We know well that this war will massively change the world. The Marines' power alone isn't enough to solve all the problems that will appear. We have Cypher Paul in the past, but they are celestial dragons' dogs and you have basically destroyed them. Although there are still many agents remaining all over the world, those guys won't listen to us. They were trained to only listen to celestial dragons. It won't be strange either if they even become our enemies now that we've made an agreement with the people who destroyed their organization. That's why we want you to handle the problems in the New World so we can handle the other seas. New World is the most troublesome sea, after all. If we also handle this sea now, we will need to use too many people and it will be harder to control the other seas. Of course, we will still leave our men here, but we will focus more on other seas, especially Paradise. How is it, clown? I don't care about the other reasons. Knowing we can explore your islands is enough for us. It was the reason why we started this war, after all. Fine, we'll do it, we'll guard New World. So you better keep your promise or it will be Marine's turn to be destroyed next. Buggy grins before ordering his crew to leave. He has gotten what he wants, so there's no need to stay here any longer. The war has truly ended now with the pirates as the victors once more. Chapter 486, War Effects. Just as predicted, the world is in turmoil as soon as the news of Marigio-Asae's fall spread. Everyone is shocked that the capital of the world, Marigio-Asae, has been destroyed. After all, it is the most defended city, the strongest in the world, and a pirate crew managed to destroy it. What shocks people more is the fact that one man managed to cut a big chunk of that massive red line. Those who have seen the red line obviously can't believe it at first. That is until they see the picture of the chopped red line. Well, even those who have seen it in person are having a hard time believing it. Such a thing as someone cutting the massive red line wall is simply impossible in people's minds. But they can't deny it with the proof lay bare in front of their eyes. This actually causes another effect that's different from what was predicted. Instead of having many pirate crews rushing to the New World, there are only some that even try to go there. Most of them are just staying on Sabayati or even going to other islands in Paradise. They are afraid to enter the New World because the monster that cut the red line is there. There aren't many that have the courage to face such a powerful and dangerous monster like Buggy. They know well that compared to Buggy, they are much too weak and can be defeated with a flick of his finger. Well, they know that the chance of meeting Buggy is low because he is only one person, but they don't want to take any risk. Furthermore, even if they don't meet and fight him, they still won't have the chance to spread their names and become great pirates in the New World as long as he is still there. Most pirates don't just like wealth, but also fame and obviously power. Those are their desire, and that's why many are chasing One Piece. But now they know that it will be very hard to obtain those things in the New World with Buggy there, so they choose to stay in Paradise until they think they are powerful enough to enter the New World. They actually save themselves by being some little cowards because those who are confident they can make it in New World and see this as a very great chance are faced with the hard truth immediately when the red hair pirates stop them before they can even see a glimpse of New World Sea. It's relatively easy for the red hair pirates to stop those pirates. They just need to make sure they can't coat their ships. So the red hair pirates are asking the coaters to not take any coating jobs for a while, and Rayleigh helps them talk with his fellow ship coaters. Those who aren't satisfied try to attack the red hair pirates. There's no need to even ask what happened to them after that. They obviously get defeated easily, although the red hairs don't kill any of them because it isn't necessary. Because they can't go to New World through Fishman Island, some idiots are trying to go there by climbing the red line. There is a much lower part now after Buggy chopped the red line. They are trying to cross the red line through that chopped part. The red hair pirates don't even try to stop those idiots. After all, they can't do anything even if they succeed in climbing the red line and moving to the New World side. They can't bring their ships over the red line even though the chopped part is much lower than the original height. Not only it's very difficult to lift the ships up the wall, but it's also very difficult to drag the ship over the red line because the red line is actually very wide. Their ships' bottoms will break before they can even sail, and even if they succeed, the New World's harsh sea will break their weakened ships' hulls. Well, although the real reason the red hair pirates don't try to stop those idiots is because the chopped part already has guards. It is guarded by the ones who created this whole mess, the clown pirates. They don't return to their base after leaving New Marineford and come here instead. Buggy realized that the chopped part could be used to cross to the New World. If given enough time, some organizations can build something like a port to cross this low red line wall. So he decided to prevent that because it would make Fishman Island run out of business. Also, if a port really needs to be built, then it should be his organization that builds it. He is the one who made this thing, after all, so he has the right to use it. However, it might be impossible because Dragon and Aokiji have asked for the right to use this place. It will be an official crossing port, just like the old Marigio-Ase, but without annoying celestial dragons. Buggy agreed to it because his organization would be the one that built the place and they would get a share of profit. Marines and pirates running a business together. The world has really changed in such a short amount of time. But well, the Marines and the New World government don't have the manpower to build such a big infrastructure. Furthermore, they need to focus on stabilizing the chaotic situations all over the world caused by the fall of celestial dragons. That's why for now, the clown pirates are guarding the chopped part. It's also a good chance to rest after going through a tiring war. They have a lot of supplies in their ship, after all, so they can enjoy their time here and even hold a big celebration party. What do you think they will do to Imu, Captain? Brooke suddenly asks that while playing the party music. I don't know, but I'm sure they will try to get information from him. He knows so many things that have happened in the last 800 years, after all. So there must be many useful information they can use even in this era. But I doubt he will say anything even if they torture him with the most inhumane method. Well, I think your torture was the most inhumane one he could get, yo ho ho ho. What torture? Turning him into fish feed. Ah. Now that I think about it, you are right, that was very inhumane, ha ha ha. Yo ho ho ho, that's really the worst punishment, Captain, yo ho ho ho. Both of them laugh at such a dark topic while the others just sigh. Hey, Captain, I have just remembered this. Didn't you say that Robin was sent to the Revolutionary Army by Kuma? Then why didn't she join them in this war? Mantis suddenly changes the topic while serving some hot dishes. Isn't it obvious? It's because the war is in the New World and she doesn't want to enter it without her crewmates. Another reason is although she is now with the Revolutionary Army, she isn't their real member. She is a member of Straw Hat Pirates, so she doesn't have any obligation to follow the Revolutionary Army's moves. Why ask a question you already know the answer to? Sigh, I just missed her. It has been years since we last saw her in person. Sure, we always knew what she was doing through our sources, but I really want to see her with my own eyes after all these years. It isn't just me, Jude also feels the same, and I'm sure you too. She has her own life and we shouldn't meddle with it too much. We have done some things in the back to help her. A smart girl like her would obviously notice those things. Now she already found her real friends, so we should just let her do things on her own. Just be patient. She will surely come to us in a year along with those kids. Alright, it's been more than 20 years anyway. One more year is not that long compared to that. Well, actually Buggy was also one of the reasons Robin didn't join the Revolutionary Army in this war. He told Dragon to not bring her and Dragon agreed. Not only she wasn't ready for this level of war, but she was also too valuable of an asset to be put in danger as she could read the poneglyphs. Although currently, it's not just Robin who can read poneglyphs as Odin is still alive. But while he can read poneglyph, Odin isn't an academic and won't study it thoroughly like her. Also, he isn't someone who can go around the world to discover the mystery of ancient times like her anymore, as he has a great responsibility now as a shogun. Anyway, the clown pirates are guarding the chopped part of Red Line. Also, while they're at it, Buggy decides to rearrange the terrain once more. He chops the red ground on some spots into blocks and uses them to close the gap of the Red Line wall on Paradise's side. Palu directs him to make sure the wall is sturdy and they don't chop the wrong parts. They really enjoy this because it's like playing with big Legos and they can imagine people's shocked expressions, which makes this more interesting. Good, this should do. The Marines won't like this. It's their fault for letting us stay here for days. No, they don't let us, they asked us. Haha, that means they asked this themselves. The clowns are talking happily while looking at their crew's Jolly Roger that gets carved on the Red Line. They thought just making it plain was boring, so they asked their captain to carve their Jolly Roger on the wall he built. Buggy liked the idea and he even went as far as carving one on each side. So there are 4 in total now. One on Paradise's side, one on New World's side, one on the inner left side, and one on the inner right side. The crew also painted those carvings to make them better as they're too free. Nice, this should be enough to warn people to not cross this place. There hasn't been anyone coming here since we started building the wall, so it should be fine to leave now. Let's go back to Clown Land. Chapter 487, True Emperor Fight. Things go quite well in New World with the 3 Sea Emperors controlling things here. There hasn't been the 4th Emperor after Big Mom's death, even though many have tried. They tried to take over Big Mom's territories, but Charlotte Pirates still can defend them well so far. They are now members of Clown Pirates' fleet, after all. So the Clown Pirates helped them protect those territories even though many of Big Mom Pirates' subordinates defected. Those places are also Clown Pirates' territories in a sense now, so the clowns won't let them be taken over. With those additional territories, Clown Pirates now have the largest territories under their wings. Combined with their territories in other seas, they truly have become the greatest pirate crew. They can even be called a half-world government organization now. Their territories outside of New World are the most peaceful after the Celestial Dragon's fall. Their men can control the situation well in those places. Besides, most people on those territories are very satisfied with the crew's protection and help, so there aren't that many problems caused by the war. After all, not only the Clown Pirates' subordinate organizations, the Caribbean, and some of their subordinate crews that are stationed there never caused trouble and protected them well. The fees for protection they gave are reasonable and they even helped people get money by giving them work on their factories or companies. Currently, Clown Pirates have a lot of businesses all over the world. They have a lot of people to feed, after all. It's also a good way to gather information and spread their influence. Years of consistent hard and smart work have given them good results now. For the people on those territories, the Clown Pirates might be even more helpful to their lives than their own country's governments. That's why most of them don't think of causing problems because it is equal to biting the hands that feed them, and a lot of them will also lose their jobs. So instead of being scared or thinking of this as a chance to cause problems, most people in those territories are happy and proud now. After all, the crew that protects them has done a great feat no one has ever done. It just shows that they are being protected by the right people, the truly strong people. On Clown Land, a great celebration party is being held. The island that already looks like it holds parties 24/7 as it has a big amusement park gets even livelier. For a week, everything they sell or rent on Clown Land is free, so there are many more people who come there. Many allied forces also came to New World, including the Red Hair Pirates that finally can return now after the Marines managed to calm the turmoil in Paradise caused by the war. They also can leave now because Clown Pirates have sent some subordinate crews to replace them. The first thing that happens when the Red Hair Pirates arrive is a fight. Shanks, who is pissed with how Buggy treated him before, immediately get into a fight with his sworn brother. Of course, they don't fight on Clown Land lest they destroy it. They fight on a nearby island and people are watching and betting on it happily from the ships. Obviously, both of them are only doing their usual sibling fights. They don't use their real abilities and don't even use weapons. They only use their bodies, but each of their attacks can kill people easily. Buggy, who knows that Shanks is pissed at him, adds even more fuel to it by chopping his right arm and leaving it on his ship. It works well at making Shanks even more furious, which makes their fight even more intense. They only use their physical strength and technique, they don't even use haki, but the impacts of their clashes already shake the small island. Bahaha! What's with these flimsy attacks, Shanks? They make me regret I didn't leave both my arms on the ship. What are you saying, Buggy? Yours are the flimsy ones. Are you sure you won against the world government with only this much? Of course. This is just 50% of my power, after all. Really? I only use 40%. But my 50% is of my 50% because I don't use an arm. My 40% is always of my 40% too because I really lost an arm. Oh ho? But my 50% of 50% is actually of my real 10% of power because I don't use most of my abilities. What a coincidence! My 40% of 40% is just from 8% of my real power because I don't use my full abilities and I am tired after returning from paradise just now. Both of them keep mocking each other while bragging some nonsense while fighting. Their voices are so loud that the people on the ships can hear them quite clearly with observation haki. Those childish verbal battles make everyone sweat drops. Is this really the fight of two sea emperors? If not for the vibration that I can feel even from this distance, I wouldn't believe that two sea emperors are really having a fight. They already have wounds and blood all over their bodies, yet they are still bragging to only use some percent of their power. Even children won't believe what they said. Well, what can we expect from idiots like them? Them being sworn brothers also contributes to this kind of fight. Everyone comments jokingly at the battle, but they all know that none of them want to get involved in the two's brawl. The two of them might keep having childish arguments, but their physical fight is really dangerous and deadly for anyone there. Even Odin, who also comes here to have fun, doesn't want to get involved in this level of fight recklessly. He is someone who enjoyed battle when he was young and he still has that hot blood in him. But even he doesn't think that he can fight at that level while joking around like the two of them. Don't they remind you of when we were young, Whitey-chan? Nope, I wasn't an idiot like them. Also, we never fought like that back then as I always hooped your ass. Ha, you're right. But that was years ago. If we fight now, I'm sure I can beat you easily. Humph, you can only win against an old man on his deathbed. What's so impressive about that? An old man on his deathbed doesn't drink alcohol like it's water and can't make it tsunami. You only look like an old man with accessory medical tubes. Boom. Odin and Whitebeard turn around when they suddenly hear a loud booming sound behind them while they talk. They see Ace and Yamato are fighting on Moby Dick's front deck. These two fight almost every time they meet. They would always argue about things and fight. Right now, they are fighting because they argued about which is stronger between the current Whitebeard and Odin. They don't argue about Buggy and Shanks because they both are on Buggy's side. Then when they hear Whitebeard and Odin's conversation, they start arguing about it. Ace chose Whitebeard obviously, while Yamato chose Odin. She is closer to Odin, after all, and she idolized him ever since he fought against Kaido's rule on Wano. He might not be the one who defeated Kaido, but Buggy always told her that it was impossible for clown pirates to win against Beast's pirates without Wano's samurais, which were led by Odin, so his role was very big back then. Buggy also told her that other than him, only Odin could defeat Kaido back then in the whole Wano. That shows how powerful Odin was, and Yamato knows it well too because she has fought Odin many times in sparring. Just like Leo, who wants to surpass Buggy, she wants to surpass Kaido. So she started making Odin her goal, but she hasn't won against him even once till this day. That's why she believes that Odin is the strongest after Buggy and he won't lose to Whitebeard. Of course, Ace thinks otherwise because he always believes that Whitebeard is the strongest. Only an existence called Buggy can make him doubt that, but not Odin. For him, Whitebeard is obviously stronger than Odin. That's the reason they fight right now, a debate of whose idol is stronger. The spectators aren't even disturbed by this. They like it even more because their fight makes the lively atmosphere livelier. A fight of commander-level pirates is always good to watch, after all, even if it pales compared to the fight of two sea emperors on the island. So no matter the results of these battles, everyone is having fun now. The world might have turned upside down after the fall of celestial dragons and the old world government. But these pirates can always enjoy their lives. This is why they love the freedom they have as lawlesses. Chapter 488, The following months. As usual, Buggy and Shanks have a big party with everyone after trying to kill each other in a fight. It's like they forget they've just sent deadly attacks at each other's throats a moment ago. They even dance happily while hugging each other on the shoulders. Yuta, who has joined the Red Hair Pirates again for a year, is still quite shocked by this. She doesn't know how these pirates can be so carefree. But the most shocking thing for her is how powerful these guys are, and they are very different from the images of pirates she always thought of. For her, pirates were ruthless people who would commit any sort of crime, and it's actually true for most pirates in the world. But now she finally finds pirates who don't do anything she thought pirates would do. The pirates around her now are just a bunch of carefree sailors who labeled themselves as pirates. Why are you in a daze, little girl? Mantis approaches Yuta while carrying a plate of food for her. She thinks Yuta needs to talk to other women because red hair pirates only have men, so she decides to talk to her. I am realizing something important. My view of the world was so narrow and I judged everything too fast with limited information. It has just been a few weeks since we left the island where Leo and I trained, but I've already seen more things than all those years on Elijah. Experiencing things yourself is surely different than knowing it from others. After all, you can experience the real things and judge them by yourself. What others say always has their personal feelings mixed in it, even though they are telling the truth. We all have our own views of things, so there will always be bias in what people say. Only through experience can you understand how to know the truth. So you need to experience more things, darling. I guess so. I've just realized how narrow-minded I was after I saw many things in Grand Line. Both of them have some deep talks while the others are losing their minds at the party. Mantis really just can't leave her motherly habit, that's why she talks to Yuta, because she knows this girl just needs some guidance from adults. Talking with Yuta reminds Mantis of her children with cricket. They already have a 12Y.0 daughter and a 10Y.0 son. But their kids aren't here now, and so are the other members' kids. They were sent to East Blue, to Belmir's care before the war started. Even if they were confident they could win the war, there would always be the risk of losing. So they didn't want to put their children in danger by letting them stay in the new world. They will pick up their kids after this whole mess is over. Well, not everyone sent their kids to East Blue though. Palu and Jude sent their 11Y.0 daughter to Palu's parents' home in Birka. The little girl asked to live with her grandparents herself because she likes Sky Island, so they sent her there. Anyway, the party lasts for a rather long time and Clownland holds the festival for a week. But even while having fun, the clown pirates and their men don't forget to do their jobs. They are still running their business behind the scenes and still observing what happens in the world. The situations around the world have become more stable now. New World and East Blue don't change much, while Paradise becomes the most violent sea now with wars happening most of the time. It even starts to resemble New World except for the fact that the forces there are too weak compared to New World. But their numbers keep increasing as many new pirate crews are entering Grand Line from the 4 blue seas. Unluckily for them, the Marines have waited for them in Paradise. The Marines are focusing their force in Paradise instead of spreading it equally all over the world because they know a lot of these pirates will enter Grand Line. With so many high-ranking Marines including the admirals on Paradise, the rookie pirate crew's chances of passing through that sea and entering the New World are very slim. Many rookie pirates fall even before they can spread their names. A lot of them don't even have bounties yet, but they have been defeated already. The Marines don't want to take any risk, so they stop every crew that declares themselves as pirates. It is relatively easy for the Marines to stop these rookie crews even though their numbers are much higher than the Marines. After all, number isn't everything in Grand Line, power matters the most. Even so, there are still pirate crews that managed to slip through the Marines' defense. They are either smart or lucky to escape the Marines' pursuit. However, it would be a pipe dream for them to make names by causing problems in New World, which is under the Three Emperors' control. The Emperor crews, especially clown pirates, are very active in managing orders in New World. They can't slack off lest the Marines use it as an excuse to cancel their agreement. The Marines promised to let them explore the Marines and government's islands in exchange for them managing the situation in New World after the war. Obviously, the clowns won't just buy it as it is because pirates and Marines can't just believe each other. So to make sure they get their payment, the clowns asked to explore the promised islands in the New World while maintaining the order of this sea. The Marines can only agree because they really need the clown pirates' cooperation to handle New World now. Even after the situation starts returning to normal after 7 months, the Marines still can only let the clown pirates explore those islands. As the clowns have guessed, the Marines would breach the agreement if they could. Unfortunately for the Marines, even after they managed to stabilize the situations around the world, they are still faced with problems regarding the newly formed governmental system with the New World government. Many nations are urging them to hasten the process of forming the complete New World government. Obviously, the system has been formed by the New World government since the group that handles this affair was known as the Revolutionary Army. However, the kingdoms and countries that were once benefited by Celestial Dragon's world government system are not satisfied with this development. They see this as a chance to get power and replace the Celestial Dragons, after all, so they are trying to take over the New World government. Of course, the New World government and Marines know this very well. But they can't just oppose these nations like facing pirates, they need a strategy. So they are planning to hold the first levee of this New World government era using the same schedule as the former world government, which means it will happen in a few months. But the ones that are invited to this levee won't just be the affiliated nations of the old world governments. They are inviting almost all nations worldwide. This includes those that weren't parts of the old world government like Wano, Elbaf, and even Sky Kingdoms. That's right. The New World government wants to include the Sky Islands in their ranks. Nations of various races that weren't part of them like minks of giants are invited into the levee. They really want to create a world where all races and nations live in harmony, even if it will be very difficult. Even so, this is their ideal and the Marines are happy with this. But it's also a problem for them because they are not close to those races and nations. Instead of them, the ones closer to those races and nations are actually the pirates, especially the clown pirates. Not only clown pirates have visited almost every nation in the world as they are world explorers, they also forged good relationships with almost all races. It is proved by the compositions of their organizations. They have almost all races within their ranks from up to bottom. Of course, it doesn't mean they are every nation's allies. But most of the nations that are hostile to clown pirates are human nations. They have good relationships with other races, mainly because they treat them normally and they have a lot of business with those races. That's why even though the Marines are reluctant, they can only agree to let clown pirates visit all their islands in the world. They even pay the crew to help them invite those different racial nations into levee because it would be very difficult if the Marines were the ones doing it. Of course, the clown pirates take this job happily because it's also a good chance for them. They can visit those places again and even strike some deals with those nations for the future. Other than being pirates, they are also businessmen, so they can't let go of this big chance to have good deals with nations that will be parts of the New World government. The clown pirates are very busy in the months after the war. They've predicted that the war would make them busy, but they are much busier than they thought. After all, they never thought that they would work together with the Marines, their great enemies. But well, there is no real enemy in business, only profit and loss. They can always try to kill each other yesterday and be chummy today before going for each other's throats again tomorrow. That is the current situation between the clown pirates and the Marines. Needless to say, the clown pirates are professional when it comes to business. They deliver the invitation quickly and do everything they can to persuade the various races to come to Levely. It took some effort, but they managed to make sure every nation they invited would come to Levely. The Marines and the New World government are very impressed by how the clown pirates conduct their business. They never thought that pirates could be this professional. Especially a crew that is known to be the most playful and led by a literal clownman. Anyway, we've done our side of the deal. It's now your turn to do yours. Don't worry though, we plan to visit your islands after Levely, so you can focus on preparing things for that hot meeting. We still have some things to do, so we'll take our leave. Buggy gets up and walks out of the Fleet Admiral room. A pirate meeting with the admirals in the Fleet Admiral's room in Marine HQ would be a very unbelievable sight, but it is the reality now. Most Marines are still on edge every time the clown pirates come though because they are still enemies no matter what. Are we going back, Captain? Yeah, let's relax a bit. I think it's almost time for those kids to return. Cricket and CO understand what he means, so they grin just like him. I wonder how they grew in the last 2 years with everything that happened all over the world. Chapter 489, Return Time. On the calm surface of Calm Belt, a boat that shoots fire from its rear is cruising fast. It's Leo's boat that was made by Red Hair Pirates shipwrights. They made it so he could return to Sabayati on his own using his Flame Fruit ability. It's bigger than Ace's boat in the series, so Leo can sit and even sleep comfortably on this boat that looks like a big bullet. If it's made out of steel, then maybe it could even become a submarine because it can be closed tightly, making it really look like a bullet. The boat moves fast on the calm surface and it attracts the Sea Kings here. They try to eat it, but the boat is evading all their jaws even though they come out of the water. It's as if Leo can see their movements underwater and moves his boat to evade them. Damn, I don't have time to deal with you guys. He uses more power and makes his boat move faster. Leo keeps looking at an eternal pose that points to an island named Jagged Island. It's the closest island in Grand Line to the island Leo used to train in Calm Belt. The Red Hair Pirates gave him that eternal pose. It takes a day for Leo to reach the Jagged Island from his training island. Just as its name suggests, the Jagged Island is full of jagged rocks. It's a quite big island, but no one lives here as there are not enough natural resources here. Leo stays here for 3 days though. His adventurous heart makes him very curious about this new place. He is truly Buggy's son, after all. They both might like battles and getting stronger, but they like adventuring to new places more. Looking around the island is fun enough for Leo's, but he actually finds treasures. He finds a skeleton that leans on a rather big worn-out sack in a small cave. Leo moves the skeleton and picks up the sack, but it rips immediately because its condition is very bad already. When it rips, a lot of jewelry flows out and covers the ground. Leo's eyes gleam because this is his first time finding this kind of thing. Even if wealth isn't his main purpose in life, he will never refuse free wealth like this. No wonder Dad likes exploring the world. He could find this kind of thing if he's lucky. He said he has explored most islands in Grand Line, right? That means he has been here, but he didn't find this thing. You sure weren't lucky here, Dad. The red hairs too. They have come here but also didn't find this. Their luck was really low. As Leo says, the clown and red hair pirates have explored this island already. But they didn't find these treasures because they didn't find the cave which is located in a hidden spot. Leo's luck on this island is better than theirs. Great, now I can buy supplies. Haven't eaten good food for a year now. Since the red hair pirates left, Leo needed to cook by himself. Unfortunately, he is a bad cook and he himself doesn't like the food he cooks. The only cooking method he can do well is boiling, so he mostly boils his food, and just with salt. Only sometimes did he roast them, though he preferred not to because he always burnt them. His fire was always too strong to roast the meat or veggies. That's why he mostly boiled his food. Well, he doesn't hate it because he likes the broth made from boiling the meat and veggies. Anyway, Leo leaves the jagged island and follows the log pose now. He still has time before the meeting time, so he wants to explore a bit. That's why he just asked for an eternal pose and a log pose to the red hair pirates. The next island is a medium-sized island called Pony Island, which has a town called Trixie. This island is known for its native small horses or ponies that have various beautiful colors. But even if they are smaller than regular horses, they are actually stronger and aggressive. These ponies live in an open field on the opposite side of the town on the island. They're separated by a small mountain and a forest. The locals don't catch the ponies because these animals can kill them, and if they hurt a pony, the others will attack them together. Leo learns it the hard way when he gets ganged up by many ponies. He landed on the ponies' territory and he was hungry, so he thought of capturing a pony. In his mind, the pony is just another wild animal even though it's cute, after all. He punched a lone pony and knocked it out before attempting to cut it apart. But before he can cut it, the other ponies suddenly attack him together. It confused him, but he just shrugged his shoulders and fought them back. Leo only uses his fists and kicks though because he doesn't want to kill them all. One thing Buggy always taught him is to not kill unnecessarily even if it's an animal. He needs to make sure he kills if he needs to, so he will only kill the animal he wants to eat. The ponies are stronger than Leo thought, but they are not threats to him. They attack him from all sides using their feet, but it's like he has eyes all over his body because he can even dodge attacks from his blind spots or counter them. His attacks are also powerful as he can knock each pony with just a few attacks. Normally, beasts will be afraid if their comrades are defeated easily. But these ponies get even angrier and angrier instead. They just keep coming and attacking Leo mindlessly. It makes Leo start to feel frustrated even though he can defeat them easily. Arg! Damn it! Why are you keep coming at me? Alright, I won't eat you, so stop it. A burst of pressure suddenly spreads out of Leo's body and knocks all the ponies. This is his conqueror haki that he has trained to control for 2 years. He doesn't like using it, but these ponies are just too annoying. TCH, such persistent creatures. Leo keeps his word and leaves instead of just killing and cooking one of them. Seeing them fighting with their lives for their comrades has reminded him of his crewmates. It makes his appetite go, so he decides to leave and go to another place. He sails around the island and finally finds the town on the other side. Now he really wants to scream. He didn't know there is a town here. Had he known, he wouldn't even bother to attack that pony for its meat. But he can only sigh as he approaches the town's port. Some people are looking at him strangely because his ship looks unique. He ignores them and goes to the town to sell some of the pieces of jewelry for money so he can buy food. On the way, people are avoiding him as he walks. They were looking at him impressedly and some girls even looked at him flirtatiously. He is a handsome man with a good posture, after all. But they all avoid him as soon as he gets closer to them. It's because he is so stinky. He hasn't washed himself for a few days and his clothes haven't been washed too, so he smells terrible. Well, he didn't have any choice because he was sailing and didn't have that much water. It's only enough for drinking, not washing himself or even his clothes. Even the jewelry shopkeeper needs to hold her nose when Leo sells his goods. If not for the blades on his waist, she would have thought that he was a beggar or petty thief. But she knows he is either a bounty hunter or a pirate, so she doesn't dare to scam him. Leo gets his money and goes to a pub to buy food and drinks. He knows people are avoiding him because of his smell, but he doesn't care. His empty stomach needs to be filled and it's more important than people's weird gazes. After filling his stomach, he buys some clothes and goes to wash himself in a public bath. His fresh self makes things better for him and the people around him now. No one avoids him anymore now, including those with bad motives. Some thugs try to rob him, but he handles them easily and even makes them do chores for him instead. Leo just doesn't know that these people are not just some random street thugs. They are sent by the Caribbean to approach him because of his dad's order. Well, these thugs are not members, just being used by them though. Some members are watching from afar to see how things go. They have been following him since he arrived without him noticing. That's some serious stalking skills right there, as their target has trained all 3 types of haki including observation haki. Even if he has just trained for 2 years, Leo's observation haki is quite strong already. But he doesn't notice them at all. After staying for 2 days with no noticeable thing happening, Leo leaves the island. He has gathered some info and realizes this island is far enough from Sabayati. So he decides to go straight to Sabayati following Rayleigh's Vivre card after stocking supplies. He sees some islands on his way but doesn't stop on any of them, except for Water 7. Leo doesn't have any choice but to stop on Water 7 because his boat almost breaks. He has been cruising on Grand Line's violent sea for days, after all, so his ship has gotten a lot of damage. Luckily, he knows the shipwrights there, and with Icebug's help, his boat gets fixed in less than a day. Icebug is really glad to see him because it means the whole Straw Hat crew is fine and about to meet. There hasn't been any news of them in the last 2 years, after all, so he was very worried. They talk about the things that happened in the last 2 years. To say that Leo is shocked is an understatement. He is speechless when he knows what happened a year ago. He was on Com Belt, so he didn't get any news for 2 years. You don't lie, right, Icebug? Well, you'll see if I lied or not when you arrive on Sabayati. You can see the biggest proof of what happened from there. What Icebug says makes Leo want to leave immediately. So he leaves as soon as his boat is fixed and goes to Sabayati at full speed. He arrives in just a few hours and immediately climbs a mangrove tree instead of going to Rayleigh's place. Leo's eyes widened and his body stiffened when he sees the red line. It now lost a big chunk of its red wall and there is a big carving of a pirate cruise Jolly Roger on the red wall. He already knows that Jolly Roger because he has seen it since he was a kid. Damn, it's really them, those monsters. Chapter 490, 2Y Reunion. It's not just Leo who gets so shocked. Everyone who knows the red line's original shape is shocked when they see its current shape. Only the ignorant ones who never saw the original red line or even knew what was on top of that massive wall are not having much reaction. Just like Leo, the other Straw Hat pirates who have arrived on Sabayati are also shocked. They have gotten much stronger in these 2 years, but even they don't know how strong one must be to cut the red line like this and even carve it. It makes them realize that they haven't reached the top levels yet. But it also makes them glad that they didn't rush to New World and strengthened themselves first. Who knows what would have happened if they entered the New World 2 years ago? They might have been buried on an island somewhere or even sunk in New World's cold water by now. Leo finally stops gazing at the red line and goes to Shucky's bar after a while. He is the 8th member to arrive, right after Sanji who has just arrived an hour earlier. Only Luffy is left now, but it seems they'll need to wait a bit because all 8 of them come here earlier than planned. They all were very curious about the red line's current state that they hastened their travels. But they know Luffy won't care about it like them, or to be precise, he might not even know about this at all. That's why he won't rush his way here to check whether the red line really has been chopped or not. What? You mean the red hair pirates were stationed here after the war, Shucky? That's right. They were very upset because they needed to stay here for a few weeks. That's why Shanks got into a fight with Buggy right after he returned to New World. He was forced to stay here because of your father, after all. My dad forced him to stay here. Yet, to stop the pirates in Paradise from entering New World for a while. The fall of celestial dragons was causing too many problems all over the world and it would be even bigger in New World. Shuki explained what really happened in the world after the war to Leo. She also explains what happened in the war last year in general. Even she doesn't know the details, as only the clown pirates know the full details of the war. The War of Gods, that's the name people gave for that war. It signed the fall of the celestial dragons that referred themselves as gods, and it signed the rise of a new god. People think that the one who can defeat gods is the real god, after all. God? The one who defeated the gods? Are you talking about my dad? Yes, some crazy people think he is the real god now. Well, they can't be blamed because in their minds, only a god has the power to cut the red line. The Marines also did something that made things worse. Now your father actually has some believers that worship him. Shuki takes a stack of paper from the drawer and puts it on the bar. Leo opens it and his eyes widen as he sees the content. It is a stack of Clown Pirates bounty posters, and his dad's bounty poster is on the top. Clown God Buggy, 7,5 billion. 7,5 billion belly for his head. It's the highest ever bounty in history, much higher than even the Pirate King. His previous bounty was already higher than Roger's at 6 billion, but now it has risen to 7,5 billion because of what he has done. It's not just Buggy. Everyone in the Clown Pirates has their bounties raised. It's not just the executives or the infamous members that have bounties now. Now every one of them has a price on their heads because each one of them is very dangerous. Even the weakest member is priced at 50 million. It can't represent her power though, because she can easily fold any pirates that are worth 50 million. Even those with 100 million on their heads are still not her match. That's just how strong the Clown Pirates are. Leo clenches his fists because his goal is getting harder to reach. But instead of getting discouraged, Leo is actually getting even more excited as his mouth forms a big smile. Shuki shakes her head while smiling as he sees how excited Leo has become now. That's right. It won't be fun if I can get what I really want so easily. The best goal is the one that's very hard to reach. The harder it is to get, the more satisfying it will be when I succeed. I really made the right decision to make him my goal. Leo. Oh, sis, you're he. Nami suddenly enters the bar and hugs her brother excitedly. Leo turns around happily before getting his face buried between Nami's mountains. Shuki has informed her that her brother has arrived, so she comes quickly. Other men would be happy, but Leo only feels suffocated right now. He tries to escape, but he can't because he is afraid of injuring his sister. Nami finally releases him after a while, so he can finally breathe and see her. He frowns deeply as he sees his sister only wearing long tight pants and a bikini top. What happened to your clothes? Hey? These are my clothes. What? You called those clothes? You only wear pants and a bra. Wear a shirt. What do you know? This is fashion. How dare you question my fashion sense? Do you forget it was always me who chose your clothes? Fashion? You look like a pervert and you call it fashion? Damn it, sis, what happened to you in 2 years? Why did you turn into a pervert? Bam! Nami hits her brother's head and it lands perfectly even though she can't use haki. Arg! The fuck are you doing? Why hit me? Shut up! How dare you call your sister a pervert? Now I need to teach you a lesson. Both of them start their sibling fight as soon as they've just reunited after 2 years. It's always like this between them siblings. They miss each other while they are separated, but always fight when they are together. Still, in the fight between Nami and Leo, the winner is always Nami. In the end, he can only let her wear anything she wants. He only needs to make sure that others won't have strange ideas about her sister or he'll kill them. Both of them then go to the market to buy things while talking about their experiences in the last 2 years. But even they don't know what to say about their father after knowing what he did and seeing the proof of his power. Well, let's just do what we need to do. Our goal as a crew won't change no matter what. We need to reach Laugh Tale. If Dad is standing in our way, then we need to defeat him. It is my goal to defeat him anyway, so we'll need to confront him sooner or later. Sigh, you are always persistent with that goal of yours. Is seeing that not enough to make you stop? Nami points at the chopped red line while asking that. Make me stop? It makes me even more excited instead. The strongest man in the world, no, the strongest individual in the world. What's better than that as a goal? Sigh, whatever. I'll just bury you when Dad finally kills you in your fight. Obviously, Nami is joking as she knows Buggy will never kill them. He will beat them until they wish they're dead though, but he won't actually kill them. Leo has felt that so many times in the past because of Buggy's ridiculous training methods that won't lose to Garp. Music store? Sis, let's stop by for a bit. Leo doesn't even wait for Nami's response and just enters the store. She can only sigh because she knows no one can stop Leo when music is involved. So she follows him inside and sees him checking every instrument there. Ooh, this one's good. I never used this one. Ah, I never saw this type of instrument. Tisk, this is trash. Good shape, but the material is too brittle. Wow, this is a masterpiece. Leo keeps looking around while commenting on the instruments. He doesn't filter what he says, so everyone can hear his praises and disappointments with the instruments. His blunt commentaries really make them speechless. But then some customers suddenly approach him and ask his opinion about the items they're about to buy. Leo, being a true musician, tells them whatever he thinks about their choices. If bad he says bad, if good he says good, which makes the shopkeeper frustrated because it makes him lose some profit as the bad ones won't be sold now. Luckily for him, Leo doesn't just come to say bad things about some of his items. Leo actually buys some of the best instruments and some that he never played before. He has quite a lot of money now, so he can buy some good instruments. Strangely, Nami doesn't even try to take his money like she always does to the others. She is biased when it comes to her family, except her stepfather obviously. The only one in her family that she'll rob is Buggy. He is ultra rich, after all. Both of them then buy some other things around the market. But they keep frowning from time to time when they walk around because they see children running around wearing blue wigs and red balls on their noses while swinging sword toys. They are cosplaying as Buggy. Leo and Nami know why these children do that, but it somehow makes them embarrassed. So they hasten their walk and then they suddenly meet some of their crewmates. Zoro and Sanji are together, while Usopp is with Chopper. Oh ho, seems like the both of you have finally become friends. As if I'll be friend with this Marimo/curly eyebrows. Ah, so you've become best friends, my bad. Shut up, Leo. Or I'll kick you back to East Blue. Ha, try me, long pants. This will be interesting. You come too, second-rate swordsman. What did you say, bastard? Leo, Zoro, and Sanji suddenly get ready to fight. They prepare themselves and rush at each other even though they are in a park now. The three of them almost hit each other when they suddenly get hit on their heads. Nami suddenly appeared near them and hit their heads almost at the same time, stopping their fight and planting their face on the ground. She really has a strange power where her attacks are always very strong when they are targeted at her friends, but not so strong against her enemies. You better behave or I'll kill the three of you. Yes, Nami-san. Aye ma'am. Sanji and Leo answer, while Zoro just stays silent. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, they hear some powerful explosions nearby. The three stand up and look at the direction of the explosions. They can sense many people are gathering there and some of them are quite strong. Ha, seems like today won't be boring. Chapter 491, Progress. Leo, Zoro, and Sanji go to the source of the explosion sound while the coward trio tries to stop them. Now it's not that they are worried about the three boys, but they don't want to cause any problems before entering the new world. Their captain hasn't even arrived too, so they shouldn't cause commotion. But they can't stop these boys who have been out of real action for some time. So in the end, the coward trio can only hide in the back when they arrive at the location while the three boys are openly watching the situation. What the hell are they doing? A competition maybe? It can't be a war with spectators cheering on them. What they see is a war between two pirate crews that is watched by so many people. The spectators are even betting on which side will be victorious. This is like a tournament instead of a war, but they truly try to kill each other. Are you guys new here? A hunched old man suddenly shows up beside them and asks. Yeah, we've just arrived. No wonder you don't know. This is actually something that started after the War of Gods. Many pirate crews tried to enter the New World, but they were stopped and could only stay here. They didn't even dare to sail around Paradise because the Marines were very active. So they stayed here, and you can guess what would happen when many pirates were gathering in one place. They clashed. Correct, they started fighting each other. They fought everywhere, causing problems here and there, endangering civilians. So the red hair pirates that stopped them from entering the New World took action. They forbid the pirates from fighting in any location. They could only fight here where no civilian lived. Also, they could only fight one at a time, either it's a personal battle or a crew battle. That really looks like a competition. Yeah, you can say that. This thing then becomes something like a tradition. Now pirate crews often fight here to see which one is more qualified to enter the New World. Of course, they started fighting because of arguments. Ha, sounds interesting. Should we join after Luffy comes? Not a bad idea, Leo. We can warm ourselves up before going to New World. No can do, Moss Head, Fire Brain. If we join the fight, we will draw too much attention. We should remain low before leaving Sabayati. 2 years aren't that long for people to forget. We were causing so much problem back then, and our captain was gaining too much attention in Marineford. At least wait for Luffy before you go make trouble. Leo and Zoro click their tongues but don't say anything because Sanji is right. It will be very problematic if they gather too much attention before Luffy arrives. So they only watch the show and don't join for now. They return to Shucky's bar after a while and finally get to meet with the others who have come here too. Everyone else has met 2 days ago and shared their experience, so now it's Leo's turn to share his experience as he has just arrived. Obviously, they also share their experience with him because it won't be fair if he is the only one who doesn't know what his crewmates have gone through. Everyone has different kinds of exciting experience that doesn't lose to each other. But the most exciting one for Leo is Sanji's life in the last 2 years. Well, by exciting, he means it is the most entertaining to hear of everyone's lives in these 2 years. Sanji's 2 years might be the most miserable out of everyone here, after all. He lived with wannabe women while being a true woman lover himself. Every day was hell for Sanji and he was having a nightmare every night. These 2 years might be the scariest and worst time of his whole life. Even scarier than when he was stranded and almost died on an island with Zeph when he was a kid. But for his crewmates, everything that happened to him is hilarious. They aren't even sympathizing with him and just keep laughing at how miserable his life was. Though none of them want to be in his position and just want to laugh at him. Ha ha ha, you should see what happened when he saw Nami and Robin for the first time. Shut up, Usopp. You better not tell him. Sanji tries to stop Usopp, but Zoro holds him back so that Usopp can tell Leo what happened. Oh ho? What happened? He has a nosebleed. Wait, calling it a nosebleed doesn't sound right because blood was coming out of his nose like a strong stream. He even flew to the sky because his blood shot out very strongly from his nose. All was because he saw Nami's and Robin's cleaves. Seems like they broke him in Kamabaka. Sigh, it was really hard to cure him. He needed so many blood transfusions and did therapy with pictures of women. Chopper was working very hard to cure him and now he's better. Sigh, you don't need to work that hard, Chopper. He might not have a nosebleed anymore, but it doesn't mean he has been fully cured. It's impossible to cure idiocy and pervertness, after all. Damn it, Leo, shut up. Do you want to go at it? Hey. Sure, let's do it outside. Sanji and Leo are starting a quarrel outside the bar and no one stops them now. Even Nami doesn't stop them because they are not in a crowded place like the park or street, and the owner of this place doesn't stop them anyway. Instead, Rayleigh goes outside to watch how it goes with the others. Although they are not fighting seriously using all their might, everyone can see that they have gotten much stronger now. Rayleigh can see even more from their little quarrel. He is impressed by the two of them, but he is the most impressed with Leo. It's not that he is biased because Leo is Buggy's son, but he really can see the power that dwells in Leo's body even though Leo doesn't show all his power. Rayleigh can see that Leo is holding back more than Sanji and he still has more power he hasn't discovered yet. He doesn't say anything though because Rayleigh knows that the only way to release those potentials is by going through difficulties and maybe life-death situations. That is how all strong individuals grow, including Buggy and him. Leo's little brawl with Sanji doesn't last long because some people disturb them. These people are the Flying Fish Riders, Duval's gang. They have just returned from sending some pirates to a marine base to get their bounties. Ooh, you guys look stronger now. Big Bro Fire, you're here now. You can tell, hey? We are now the strongest bounty hunter group on Sabayati. The idiots start posing to show their muscles that have developed a lot in the last 2 years. Rayleigh then tells Leo that they have protected Thousand Sunny for 2 years. The first year was very difficult for them as many people were attacking. But their luck changed after the War of Gods when Red Hair pirates came. They were trained by Red Hair pirates who were impressed by their loyalty. It was just a few weeks, but the training given by an Emperor crew has made them get much stronger. Should we test how strong you've become now? Why, you must be joking, Big Bro Fire. We are stronger now, but we are not as strong as you. As I said, it's just a test. I want to see how strong you've become and maybe I can give you some advice so that you'll be even stronger. Leo grins while playing with his blades, making the Duval gang cower in fear. They might be very confident with their power, but it's just among the bounty hunters and average rookie pirates here. They are not arrogant enough to face the Straw Hat Pirates members, especially the main fighters after 2 years of training. Too bad, Leo was not listening. He was having too much fun brawling with Sanji, so he is a little pissed they come and stopped that. Then they get into a little game of fire shooting with Leo as the shooter, of course. Anyway, Luffy still hasn't come after a day and they wait again. Leo mostly stays in Shucky's place while waiting to play music. He didn't have that much time to play the music he loved when he was training on the island, so he takes his time to do it now. Leo pours all the song ideas he has while training on the island. He had too many ideas in his mind but didn't have the tools to play them. He has tried to make musical instruments using anything available on the island, but he realized he isn't good at all at crafting, so he could only sing the song ideas without any instruments. Also, he used his imagination to play the instrument in his head. He was worried that it would lower his skills, but he actually gets better now after some adjustments with the instruments after not playing them for a while. Leo keeps playing music happily all the time that he doesn't realize 3 days have passed since he arrived here. He only realizes it when his crewmates tell him that Luffy has finally arrived. Now they can finally continue their journey after 2 years. It's time to enter the new world. Chapter 492, Full Squad. Luffy finally arrives, but as usual, he doesn't show up without causing any trouble. He is too focused on following Rayleigh's Vivre card and doesn't watch his surroundings well. He passes through a war between pirate crews, disturbing the ones who fight and the spectators. Everyone is angry because he just disturbs their sacred tradition by just walking in the middle of a war with his big backpack. So they start chasing him to give him a lesson. Luffy, who was told to not make trouble, decided to run and not fight them. He is excited to meet his crewmates in front of Shucky's bar. They are also excited to see him until they see the big angry crowd behind him. No one even wants to ask what happened because they already know Luffy doesn't know what he did wrong just from the look on his face. Well, let's just end this quickly. Shaboom! A massive explosion suddenly hits the angry pirates. It's not the Straw Hats doing though, so even they are confused. They look at where the shot came from and see some familiar faces. 4 pacifistas and many marine soldiers led by Sentomaru. Beep. 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 Scanning complete. Detecting all members of Straw Hat Pirates. At the mention of Straw Hat Pirates, all the angry pirates suddenly get silent and their jaws drop in shock. Ah, it's you. Straw Hat Pirates, you're really here. Time to finish what we left 2 years ago. I will capture all of you here. Tisk, what kind of timing is this? How can they appear when Luffy arrives? They didn't show up at all these few days and now they suddenly know we are here. Also, he said it as if he gets information that we are here. Does someone report it to them? But why now of all times? We didn't even try to hide these last few days. Nami and Robin are speculating that someone has reported them. But the timing is strange because it looks like the informant waited for them to gather completely. The Marines also seem stupid now because they didn't know the Straw Hats were already here for days and only waited for Luffy. You better go now or they'll send more people and stop you from going to New World. Rayleigh suddenly tells them to go quickly and they know he is right. So they move quickly and Luffy has a short talk with Rayleigh that makes the old man tears up a little. They have placed their stuff on the ship already, so they can leave immediately. The crew runs to their ship and the Marines chase them. Rayleigh sends a slash attack in front of the Marines to stop them, but Sentomaru and the pacifistas have gotten away, so the Straw Hats need to handle it themselves. What do you think, Shucky? About what? About this coincidence? Phew, there JS no coincidence. It must be Buggy-chan's doing. He has eyes and ears everywhere, so even if Monkey-chan tried to hide his arrival, it would be found out by Buggy-chan easily even if he's not here. There is no way the Marines would miss such a rowdy crew without any interference. So Buggy-chan's men must have hidden the information about them and only revealed it after Monkey-chan arrived. Isn't that too exaggerated? You think so? I think that isn't even his full plan. We are talking about Buggy-chan here. He would do the most ridiculous things just for fun. As Shucky has guessed, it is all Buggy's plan to make the Marines chase the Straw Hats after Luffy arrives. Things have changed a bit from how they were in the series. So Buggy decided to do something about it so as to not make things bland in Straw Hats' reunion. He actually has some more interesting ideas, but his crewmates opposed them. Well, it was mostly Mantis who opposed them and the others couldn't oppose her. So Buggy can only do this plan which is not too fun, but decent enough to play around with the kids. The pacifistas are fast and catch them up in a short time. 4 pacifistas shoot light beams at the same time toward the Straw Hats. They almost get hit, but they manage to get away with some helping the others. Leo grabs his sister, Frankie grabs Robin, Zoro grabs Chopper and Usopp, Sanji fails to save the ladies, and Luffy just jumps away alone. The 4 main fighters then tell the others to go first and prepare the ship while they'll stop the pacifistas. Zoro and Sanji move first to attack the 2 pacifistas in the front. They move swiftly and easily to destroy the pacifistas. Zoro cuts PX-7's body, while Sanji breaks PX-5's neck. Their attacks made the 2 pacifistas explode. I got it first. Both of them are still competing and quarreling even in this situation. When that happens, Leo flies over them with fire shooting out of his feet. He lands on PX-3's big head and puts his hands on it before releasing fire from his hands. Leo releases a big amount of fire and creates a big fireball that engulfs the cyborg completely with it. The fire is so bright that it makes everyone there close their eyes. Leo puts it off soon and then everyone can see that what's left from PX-3 is just a hot red human-shaped metal. To be able to withstand that level of heat, it is made of good metals. But my fire managed to burn all the electrical circuits that it didn't even explode. Boom! Suddenly, Leo hears an explosion and sees that Luffy has finished the last pacifista by punching it to the ground from above. The impact caused by his punch dents the ground deeply and breaks the cyborg's machines, so it explodes. Sentomaru, who is left behind, is surprised by what he sees. The Straw Hats have become much stronger than he thought, and he realizes that except for Leo, the other three are using Haki. Leo didn't use it, but Sentomaru knew that there was no way he couldn't use it when the other three could use Haki. Alright, let's go. The four of them run as fast American Samoa they can to their ship after destroying the pacifistas. They don't want to fight Sentomaru because they know this guy is strong. Besides, if they stay here for too long, an admiral might come again, like 2 years ago. Sentomaru tries to chase them, but they are too fast. No, it's actually him who is too slow. So he calls the other marine units and tells them where the Straw Hats are going so that they can block them even if it's nearly impossible. Well, it really is impossible for those marine units to stop them even though they are led by some rear admirals. It's especially harder for them when another pirate crew is stopping them. They are stopped by a former warlord of the sea, Boa Hancock, and her Kuja pirates. Yet, Hancock is a former warlord now even though the warlord system hasn't been demolished like in the series after Levelly. She was the one who resigned from that position herself some months ago, so she is a wanted pirate again now. The Marines have chased her crew a few times already. However, the Marine doesn't dare to attack Kuja pirates' base, Amazon Lily. It's because now the Kuja pirates are parts of Clown Pirate's fleet. Well, they have been allies for a few years already actually. Hancock has become Buggy's informant inside the Seven Warlords after he erased the mark of Celestial Dragon on her and her sister's backs. He told her that he would remove the Celestial Dragons from this world. So she decided to join his force now that he had done it. She knew that joining Buggy's force would give her more freedom than being a warlord, and it is actually safer for her people if they follow Buggy now. After all, the Clown Pirates are the strongest of all forces in the world right now. Anyway, Kuja Pirates' interference makes the Marines unable to do anything to the Straw Hat Pirates. Sanji is really jealous when he knows that Luffy was sent to Maiden Island while he was to fake Maiden Island. But there's nothing he can do now other than weeping. Besides, he would get killed if he was sent to Amazon Lily because he is very lecherous, unlike Luffy, so the women there would kill him. Or at least he would turn into a stone statue, so he won't make it on Amazon Lily anyway. With Kuja Pirates' help, the Straw Hat Pirates finally can continue their journey. They dive into the sea with their coated ship. Now they can finally go to the last stop before entering the new world, Fishman Island. Chapter 493, Fish Business. The Straw Hat Pirates have reached Fishman Island, Captain. Della reports the Straw Hat Pirates progress to Buggy in the captain's room. They are currently sailing to a newly discovered island that was found by one of their expedition teams. None of them want to miss this opportunity, so they go to the island as fast as possible. Let's stop observing them. Pardon. Tell the men to stop following them. I don't want to know what they do from now on, unless they appear on the news. It won't be fun if I know their progress every day. Knowing they can reach Fishman Island is enough for now. Understood. But Jinbe has just contacted us. He was asking if Sun Pirates can handle that problem without us. They want to show that they are still strong to their people. No problem, just tell him that he can ask our help anytime he needs it. Fishman Island is still our ally, so we will help them anytime they need it. The problem that Jinbe wants to solve with his crew is a war against another Fishman pirate crew. It is led by a tiger shark fishman who was a member of Sun Pirates. Buggy has killed Hody Jones in the past, but many fishmen are still not satisfied with how things go with humans. Many fishmen still hate humans and want to conquer the world to enslave humans. They were hiding in the dark and accumulated their force for years. Most of their core members were from Sun Pirates who left when Fisher Tiger joined the Revolutionary Army. They were very dissatisfied with Tiger, who joined hands with humans but couldn't do anything because he was stronger than all of them. Jinbe is also too strong for them, so they hide for years. They finally come out of their hiding now because of the Celestial Dragon's defeat. It's their greatest chance to get on top while the world is in chaos. But Sun Pirates and Ryugu Kingdom managed to suppress them so far with the help of Clown Pirates groups. Their war has been dragged on for too long and now it seems Jinbe wants to end this already. It's good that Jinbe finally decided to end this. He always wanted to stop the war peacefully, but it was too difficult. Those guys, especially the leaders, can't be changed already. I even doubt they actually hate humans. They might just want to rule and they are using their fellow fishmen's grudge against humans. We can only eradicate them, but Jinbe was too soft because they are his kin and old friends. I will tell the ones on New World's first islands to get ready to move to Fishman Island anytime then. Alright, I doubt they will need to go, but better prepare for the worst scenario. Della gives more reports, but they aren't as important as the previous one. So Buggy handles them quickly and focuses on the journey to the new island again. They haven't found an unknown island for a long time, so this is very exciting. Meanwhile, the Straw Hat Pirates have finally met Sun Pirates on Fishman Island. Luffy and Jinbe have met in the Marineford War, so both crews get closer rather easily. The Sun Pirates guide them exploring Fishman Island together with Kami and Papug. When they are in Mermaid Cafe, the royal family suddenly shows up to meet them. Otohime is the most excited because she wants to see Buggy's son and daughter. She has heard about Straw Hat Pirates many times, especially about Leo and Nami because they are Buggy's kids. Shirahoshi also joins her family as there is no Deccan who would disturb her because Buggy killed that guy years ago and took the Flying Dutchman to be used on Clown Land. But she is still a shy and cowardly girl, so she hides behind her much smaller mother who can't even cover her nose. The Sun Pirates and civilian fishmen are surprised by the sudden visit of their royal family. They immediately bow to the royals, but the Straw Hat Pirates don't do anything. Kami asks them to bow nervously, but Otohime says they don't need to, so it's fine. You must be Straw Hat Pirates. Nice to meet you, I have heard a lot about you. Who are you guys? Ah, right, let me introduce myself. I am Otohime, Queen of the Ryugu Kingdom. This is my husband, the King Neptune, and they are my children. Otohime introduces her family excitedly, not giving anyone a chance to interrupt her. It seems you want to meet us. Why is that? Do you have some business with us? We actually want to invite you to have a feast in the palace. Otohime's invitation makes the fishmen's jaws drop while the Straw Hats only think of the food they can eat there. Can we bring others? Yes, you can bring your friends if you want. Alright, let's go Kami, Papug, and you guys too. Luffy invites Kami, Papug, and the Sun Pirates to join the feast. But obviously, they refuse because joining the royal family's feast is too nerve-wracking for them. They want to, but they are too nervous to actually join, and they are afraid of making mistakes. Only one person agreed to join, that's Jinbe, who is close to the royals already. This is also a good chance to talk about his plan, so he decides to join them. They go to the palace immediately under the people's jealous gazes. Some people are lurking in the dark alley, watching the group leave for the palace. They leave as soon as the royal family's ride gets quite far. Their gazes are full of hostility and they seem to be planning something very bad. Back in the New World, Clown Pirates finally arrive at their destination. The island they are visiting right now is a small island the size of a football field, a true football field that the world knows where people play round ball with their feet, not playing oval ball with their hands. It should be called handballs instead. Anyway, the crew is exploring the island happily and doing their usual things like collecting local items or making an eternal pose. They become very busy with their exploration and Buggy leaves the matter on Fishman Island to the back of his head. It will be solved anyway, as Sun pirates have enough power to defeat the enemies. Even if things go wrong, Luffy's power of MC will solve anything. His men are ready to help anytime too, so it will be fine. Clown pirates finally finish their exploration after a week. Well, they could finish faster, but they took their time there. It's been a long time since they explored a new island and they haven't had a good rest for a while, that's why they are enjoying this vacation. After returning to Clown Land, Buggy finally gets the report about Fishman Island. The problem has been solved and the opposing Fishman pirate crew has been defeated as well. Buggy doesn't read the details though and only read that Straw Hat pirates were helping them. Why don't you read the details? As I said, I don't want to know how powerful the kids are right now. Knowing they are strong enough to compete in the new world is enough for now. They will eventually come to challenge us if they want their captain to be the pirate king. Well, at least Leo will come to challenge me. It will not be fun if I know their power well enough before that time comes. Do you want me to stop reporting about them then? No, keep telling me where they are and what they do. But no need for details, just general situations. They might appear on the news once in a while anyway, so I'll hear about them even if I don't want to. Understood. Then I'll move to the next report, it's about Elbaf. They want us to negotiate with the Charlotte Pirates again about Lola and Loki. Tisk, I've told them many times that Lola doesn't want it and we won't force her. Seems like that damn giant prince still wants to get her. Tell them I'll flatten their country if their prince doesn't stop bothering me about this. I'll erase them from the map even if Magnus begs me to stop. Charlotte Pirates are my people, so that includes Lola who has returned because of Katakuri. That's right, Lola has returned to her family now with her idiot crew members. Katakuri has unified their family again after Linlin's death. It wasn't easy though because most of the Charlottes were following their mother's principles deeply, so it took a while for Katakuri to change them. He needed to clean up their force too because Linlin's influence was deep. He even did something rather extreme as he killed Streusen because he knew Streusen was the one who influenced his mother a lot, just like Mother Caramel. Katakuri could only take Lola after everyone else changed for the better. Their changes also make Charlotte Pirates stronger now because they become more solid. They are not unified by fear again now, but real love for each other as siblings. Also, something odd actually happened because of those changes. Smoothie actually accepted Enel's advance after years, so now they are a couple. He finally succeeds after chasing her for years. Well, being on the same side also helps because they were enemies in the past, so she would never accept him before. Another couple was also formed after that between Clown and Charlotte Pirates. Buggy never even expected this, but Pudding actually became Maverick's lover. Their age gap is quite big, but it's normal in this world. Though Buggy would still beat Maverick to a pulp if he makes a move on Pudding before she turns 20. He almost beat him up too for being a couple with a 16Y.0 girl. Maverick was saved because it was Pudding who loved him first and she actually cried when asking him out, so he was forced to accept her. Well, no one can blame her for falling for Maverick despite the age gap. She is a half three-eyed tribe while Maverick is a pure one. He is the only one here who can understand her, who is seen as a freak by many people, even some of her siblings, and also her late mother. Maverick took care of her and comforted her every time she was down. So no wonder she fell in love with him. Katakuri is actually glad that she can find someone she can depend on because he can't be that person. He loves his siblings equally, but that's also the reason he can't treat Pudding specially. That also applies to his other siblings. But he actually feels that things kept getting better for them siblings since their mother's death. They become closer and their bonds are real now. They feel happier even though their overall crew power has reduced a lot because of Big Mom's death. But well, following the Clown Pirates isn't bad at all as they actually get a lot of benefits. They find themselves getting stronger at a much faster pace than before and they find a lot of new things they never knew. All in all, they feel happier now than when their mother was alive. Buggy doesn't know that they think that highly of him and his crew, but he doesn't care. As long as they are still on his side, then he will help them. But he won't show mercy to his enemies, especially the ones that really annoy him. That flamingo is stirring up things again even after I warned him so many times. Della, contact Law and tell him that he can start his plan to take Doflamingo down. We will give him anything he needs for his plan. I will break that bird's legs for real now. Chapter 494, The Kids Move. Dong Quixote family has become Clown Pirate's business rival in the underworld for years. Buggy could squish them anytime, but he didn't do it. He felt that his business wouldn't grow if they didn't have any competition. Besides, he wanted to leave some enemies for Leo even if Leo might not fight Doffy. The current Dong Quixote family is much stronger than the one in the series. After all, to compete in the current new world that has become much more dangerous than how it was in the series, they need to become stronger as well. Doffy is smart. He recruited many people who were defeated by clown pirates, including the remnants of Beast's pirates. His force is almost as big as an emperor's force now, but their power is still lower, so he can't be an emperor yet. It can be said that he is a quasi-emperor now. He should be stronger than he was in the series as well now because he once fought Katakuri after Big Mom's death and it ended as a draw. But if they fight again now, Buggy is sure Katakuri can win because he has grown a lot under Clown Pirate's guidance. Still, a stronger Doffy will be a difficult enemy for Luffy and Law. His force which has grown much stronger will also become a difficult opponent to beat for their crews. But Buggy won't help them because if they can't even defeat the Dong Quixote family, then they won't make it in the current new world. Law has planned to make an alliance with Straw Hat Pirates, just like in the series. He chose them not only because Luffy is AD, but also because of Leo. As someone who has followed Clown Pirates since he was a kid, Law knows that Buggy won't let his son grow into a weak man, after all. Besides, among all the rookie supernovas of his generation, the ones he knows to have the most decent characters are Luffy, Leo, and Zoro. Law and his crew never attack civilians unless provoked, and so are the Straw Hats, that's why he prefers to work with them instead of someone like Kid and Killer. Another consideration is that Buggy's son and stepdaughter are in Straw Hat Pirates. Even if Buggy said he wouldn't send anyone to help, Law still believes that Buggy won't stay still. At the very least, Buggy won't let his children die, so they will be safe even if they lose. Currently, Law and his crew are staying on one of the first islands. It's the most peaceful island among the first islands of New World which is also under Clown Pirate's control. He chose to stay here because he can get any information easily here through the Caribbean. The Caribbean's information network is very vast and the most up-to-date. They know the Straw Hats have left Fishman Island the moment they step out of the island's bubble. They will also know where the Straw Hats are the moment the crew steps on any island in the New World. Heart Pirates are a little different now compared to how they were in the series as well. They are stronger despite being composed of medical personnel just like in the series. After all, they also trained seriously in the last 2 years just like the Straw Hats. They were trained by Legend Pirates, a crew formed by Clown Pirates apprentices which is as strong as Charlotte Pirates now. Not only that, they also have a strong person as a member. He should have been dead, but Buggy saved him, and now his only mission is to stop Doflamingo. This man is none other than Dong Quixote Rosinante A.K.A. Corazon. He officially left the Marines for his mission to stop his brother. He left the moment Doflamingo became a warlord because if he stayed in the Marines even as an undercover agent, he wouldn't be able to do anything to his brother. So he left despite Sengoku's prohibition because Sengoku knew he planned to stay under Clown Pirate's wings. But Corazon still left because, for him, it is his duty to stop his only brother. He knows he isn't strong enough to defeat Doffy, so he chooses to help Law defeat Doffy together. Corazon, what do you think of our winning chance? If it's just against their main force, then I think we have a pretty good chance of winning, around 40%. But they have thousands of members while we and Straw Hat Pirates only have a small number of members each. Even if they are weak by New World standard. I am also concerned by that. Their number really overwhelms us. We need to do something about that. How about recruiting Don Quixote family's enemies? I'm sure the Caribbean can find them with its ridiculously vast information network. And how will we recruit them even if we know where they are? They might be all over the world and we don't have all the time in the world to find them. It doesn't need to be every Don Quixote family's enemy. We just need a big force that can handle all the cannon fodders and maybe even take some of the executives. Seems like you have a group in mind already. Have you ever heard about Dressrosa Kingdom? It was a kingdom ruled by the Don Quixote clan before they became celestial dragons. My brother has tried to take it over many times, but always fails because Dressrosa is protected by clown pirates as their vice-captain has a deep connection with it. Cricket-san. Yeah, you know that he is Mont Blanc Norland's descendant, right? I heard Norland has reached Dressrosa and he is actually being worshipped by the natives there. By natives, I mean the dwarves, not the people. Dwarves? I don't know much about them too. It's only a piece of information I got from Cricket-san himself when we were drinking together some years ago. I was just talking about Dressrosa because it was once ruled by the Don Quixote clan and he told me that. So you want us to work together with those dwarves? Not just the dwarves, the humans too. It was mainly the humans that the Don Quixote family targeted because my brother wanted to take over the kingdom. The dwarves who live there were dragged into that. So to protect the dwarves, clown pirates need to protect Dressrosa. But are they strong enough to do this? I think yeah, as long as they don't fight the executives. Well, from the information I get, their knight captain, Karos, who is also the first princess's husband, has equal power to Diamante. They've fought a few times and each ended as a draw. That's impressive. Law is really impressed by that because he knows how strong Diamante is. Then Dressrosa's knights should be strong as well. But will they agree to work together with pirates? What a strange question. They've already worked with pirates, the clown pirates. But if you mean will they work with us, then I don't know. However, we have a chance because the Don Quixote family is their enemy too. Alright then, can I leave the talk with Dressrosa to you, Kora-san? I will handle the Straw Hat Pirates. Kora-san nods before they discuss about other potential allies. They need to have more options in case some groups refuse. Also, they need to plan how they'll attack. They just don't know that their plan will never work no matter how good it is because the Straw Hat never followed any plans. Anyway, it's not just them who are thinking of toppling a big force in the New World. Some other supernovas of their generation are also planning to attack big forces. They couldn't move freely for 2 years, especially the last year after the war. Now they can move more freely and they have gotten stronger. So they think it's finally time for them to chase the top ranks. But they know they can't do it alone, so they make alliances with other supernovas. Some others choose to join the big forces instead of trying to fight them. But whether they are loyal or not is difficult to ascertain. They all have different strategies to reach the top of the pirate world and achieve their goals. Currently, the ones with the biggest appetite might be Kid. He wants to go after clown pirates, or to be precise, Buggy the strongest pirate. But obviously, his crew disagrees with it, even Killer doesn't agree. Clown pirates are still too much for the current them. So they change their targets to the weakening Emperor, Whitebeard pirates. The old man is getting weaker by age and his crew has become more passive after the Marineford War. Some subordinate crews also left, either to grow their power by being independent or retire. Yet, some of their subordinate captains have retired from their pirate lives. They couldn't keep up with the current New World's progress, so they chose to stop. Kid and Killer make an alliance with Hawkins, Apo, and X-Drake to attack Whitebeard pirates. They have the confidence to win as there are 5 of them. They believe themselves to be strong enough to win, but they still don't know how powerful an Emperor's crew is even if it has gotten weaker. But all these movements will make the new world a lot livelier. New world will get even more dangerous from now on, and Buggy really anticipates it. Chapter 495, Alliance and Giants. The Straw Hat Pirates arrive at the first island, and it's not Punk Hazard. They don't get any distress calls, so they keep moving to the island pointed out by Log Pose. Luffy wanted to follow the needle that danced around, so now they arrived on the most dangerous first island, Ragin Island. This island has thunder striking everywhere all the time. But people actually live here even though it's dangerous. Well, this place is a lot safer now with the structures built all over the island to absorb the lightning. Enel loves this island, so he asks Buggy to conquer it. Ruff also asked him because they could use the lightning here for energy. Buggy didn't have any problem with that, instead, he was anticipating the result, so he agreed. Clown pirates built many tall infrastructures to absorb the lightning and turn it into energy that they can use. Of course, they worked together with the locals, so there wasn't any big problem. Now this island has developed a lot and it's much safer without lightning striking the ground all the time. The Straw Hats are impressed by this island's infrastructure, especially Frankie. He can see that everything here is planned and built very well. It makes him want to meet the people who built these amazing infrastructures that seem like they won't break even if they get struck by lightning for hundreds of years. Nami is also interested in the weather manipulation technology. Although the system used here is basic, the way they executed it was exceptional. It even looks to be better than the methods she learned in Weatheria. The Straw Hats are exploring Ragin Island without knowing that they've been found by Law, who is waiting on another island. Law leaves the island quickly and moves to Ragin Island with his crewmates to meet the Straw Hat Pirates. Long story short, both pirate crews agree to form an alliance. Luffy just accepts Law's offer without much consideration. He is just happy with the idea of getting new friends and proving his crew's power in the new world by facing a warlord. So, where are they now? Where will we fight the Don Quixote family? Also, have you researched them? Leo is asking some important questions at once to make sure this alliance will work. Of course, we've gathered some information about them. Their current base is an island owned by the previous world government that was used as a research facility, Punk Hazard. It was left after a failed experiment destroyed the lab. Unlike in the series, Punk Hazard isn't split into hot and cold areas now. There wasn't a fight between Akainu and Aokiji because Akainu died years ago in Buggy's hands. The fleet admiral selection was also easy because Kizaru wasn't interested in that position, so Aokiji was the only choice. That's why there was no need to use Punk Hazard as a battleground to select the fleet admiral. However, the failed experiment that destroyed the island was still a problem. Until Doflamingo recruited Caesar, who was expelled from Vegapunk's team. Doflamingo made Punk Hazard his base before the defeat of Celestial Dragons last year. That's why he gets it so easily through the Five Elders as a former Celestial Dragon who knows a lot of their secrets. Punk Hazard was full of toxic gas before, but Caesar cleaned them. That's one of Doffy's reasons for recruiting him. Another reason is Caesar's knowledge to make artificial devil fruits. That's right, they are still producing Smile now. But they can't spread it freely like in the series because of Buggy's group's interference. Well, Doffy also didn't plan to spread it because they were made to strengthen his force. He feeds his men with Smile to give them power. Just like Kaido, he doesn't care about the success rate and side effects on his men as long as his force gets stronger. Though that was the reason why his Don Quixote family could survive for this long. If Doffy dared to spread Smile to civilians, then Buggy would destroy him without a second thought. Caesar also doesn't experiment on kids now without Big Mom requesting giantification on humans, so Buggy doesn't destroy them. But because they focus on developing Smile and using it on themselves, their force grows very rapidly despite a lot of them failing to get any abilities and just getting the side effects of laughing all the time. Well, many still succeed, so it isn't a loss for the Don Quixote family. Buggy doesn't care about them because they are pirates and they know the risk before eating Smile, unlike the innocence of Wano in the series. Another reason Buggy lets them grow is because it's more satisfying if he destroys them after they grow, and they'll be good stepping stones for Leo. Buggy hears about the two rookie crews alliance, but he doesn't care much about it now. He has something else to think about currently. Some young giants come to test their strength by challenging their crew. It's none other than the new giant warrior pirates led by Hatrudden. Unlike how it was in the series, they actually have 10 members, not 5. These young giants want to test their strength by being pirates and challenging strong people. But they already have a target since they left Elbaf, which is none other than the strongest pirate crew, Clown Pirates. They also know that a giant from Elbaf is a member of Clown Pirates, so they want to test their strength against this giant too, which is none other than Magnus. So you want to fight us? Is that it? Correct, we Elbaf warriors are challenging you. Sigh, what's in it for us? Hey! What benefit can we get by fighting you? We are pirates, we don't fight if it doesn't benefit us. So what can we get from this fight? Then, if you win, we will be your subordinates. We won't ask for anything because we just want to test our strength. How about that? Being my subordinates? Sigh, sorry, but I don't need more subordinates right now. I have too many already. Then what should we do so you will accept? What about this? If we win, you will do what we ask. It will be reasonable, so how about it? Hatrudden looks at his crewmates and they all nod. Alright, let's go with that. Great, that's what I want to hear. So about the fight, I want to propose something. Instead of just fighting together like a war, what if we make it to look like a tournament? We will send our members to fight one by one. The winner of each fight can choose to fight the next person or withdraw. You have 10 people, so we will also choose 10 people. It's a fair method that will really test our best power. How is that? We don't mind fighting a lot of you, but this sounds like a good idea. A fair fight is the best fight for warriors. Buggy grins and looks at Magnus, who sighs and nods. It's clear that Buggy doesn't want to send 10 people for this. After all, they only need one person to face all 10 members of the new giant warrior pirates. Magnus alone is enough to wipe out his fellow giants here. Alright, let's start the tournament. Buggy says it will be a tournament, but it will never actually be a tournament at all. He will let Magnus fight and wipe them out alone to show the gap between their power. Crushing these young giants' spirits sounds very interesting, after all. Well, if their spirits really break just with this much, then they won't make it in the pirate world anyway. So really, Buggy is helping them by crushing them. They can go back to Elbaf now if this is too much. It will save their lives before they die somewhere because of overconfidence. The battle starts with Magnus facing the only female giant in the crew, who's also their doctor. He takes it easy and dodged her attacks without much trouble. Then he swung his axe and placed the blade right beside her neck. My win. Just placing your weapon on my neck won't defeat me. She is stubborn and doesn't admit her defeat. She pushes the axe away, making Magnus sigh as he dodges her attacks again. He knows how stubborn Elbaf warriors are, but he tried to be nice to his juniors just now. Well, if that's what you want. After saying that, Magnus punches the female giant's head from above. The punch is really powerful as it slams her head to the floor. One punch and she is knocked out. The other giants are surprised, but they don't chicken out and get excited instead. Sigh, alright, next. One by one, the giants are fighting Magnus, who keeps defeating them. He could have just beat them with 1 or 2 moves, but he plays along with their attacks. He even gives them some pointers while facing their attacks as if they are actually training, not fighting. Your techniques are lousy. Just because you have great physical power as a giant doesn't mean you can neglect your skills. You will get defeated easily by people with great skills if you stay like this. Magnus schools a giant who tries to hit him with a big sword desperately. Train your skills again. Bam! Magnus punches the giant's lower jaw and knocks him out instantly. With this giant's defeat, Magnus has defeated 9 giants of the new giant warrior pirates. This means there is only one opponent left, their captain, Hajrudden. Let's get this done, little Haj. Chapter 496, Hidden Plot. Needless to say, the result is still the same even for Hajrudden. Magnus trashes him easily, he beats all of them without even using his devil fruit abilities or even haki. He only uses his basic power and skills to defeat these 10 young giants. You guys are not bad, but you are overconfident although you lack the basics. Being warriors isn't just about being brave enough to challenge everything in your path. Be smart and humble but stay confident without overestimating yourselves. You're lucky that you fought me because you would suffer more if you fought those stronger than me here. Who are stronger than you here, big bro Magnus? Power-wise, there are 4 people. Captain, Vice-Captain, Palu, and Enel. But in a fight, I might lose to one more person. Mantis has lower power than me, but her skills are very great. She could beat me even with a weaker body. That's why you need to know that power isn't everything in battles. The young giants are surprised that Magnus isn't even among the top 3 strongest here. They thought that at most he would be weaker than the captain and vice-captain. But he is actually weaker than 4 people and someone weaker than him can defeat him in a battle. Big bro Magnus, we want to get stronger, please teach us. Hajrudden suddenly shouts and bows to Magnus, followed by his members. Magnus looks at Buggy, unsure of what to do with these guys. He never thought they would ask for guidance right away. Buggy smiles and claps his hands once to get the giant's attention. Do you really want to get stronger? You are serious, right? Yes. Good, there's no point if you aren't serious. But there's really nothing we can teach you at this point. What you need now is experience, not training. Go explore the world and fight a lot of strong people. We were also fighting lots of life and death battles for years to reach this level. So we just need to keep fighting. You need to train too, obviously. But hard battles help you grow faster, rather, they force you to grow. When you finally hit the wall and feel like you can't improve anymore, that's when you can ask for Magnus' help. But it's not the time yet now. What should we do now, Captain Buggy? Buggy almost chokes when he hears them calling him Captain Buggy. He hasn't heard that way of calling for years and it reminds him of how the Buggy in the series was called. Well, you are rookie pirates, so do what rookies do. Start from the beginning to gain more experience. So we need to go to Paradise. Paradise is too weak if you want to get stronger. You can go there if you want to experience the world, but if your aim is power, then just stay in the new world. You can start from the first island and keep following the log pose or just go around New World to fight more people. But if you want a real challenge right away, then I have a place in mind. The giants look at each other and ask Buggy to tell them where they need to go. Buggy grins and tosses an eternal pose to them while Magnus is sighing. He doesn't know what his captain is planning but he knows it will be tough for these young giants. Go there and you'll see how vast the world truly is. The new giant warrior pirates finally leave after a while. They go to the location that Buggy told them, which is none other than Punk Hazard. He wants to create a big show in New World using these rookies. Time to shake the world again. It's not just the new giant warrior pirates or Straw Hat Heart Pirates Alliance that goes to Punk Hazard. Many more people are coming there right now with different intentions, but they are mostly pirates. Their sudden movements alarmed the Marines that obviously make a move quickly. The Marines don't know why these pirates are suddenly going to Punk Hazard. They are guessing that it's because of Don Quixote family's product, Smile. Doffy might have hidden his identity in the underworld, but they all know that he is Joker, so they know about Smile too. They are right about the Smile, but that's not the full reason why these pirates suddenly go there. A lot of them aren't coming for Smile, but for Don Quixote family themselves. They are people who hold grudges against Don Quixote family and want to have revenge. Of course, they didn't just move together coincidentally. Buggy was pulling strings from behind and Doflamingo knew someone was plotting something. He just doesn't know that it's Buggy, but he still needs to prepare for it, that's why he uses Smile to rope more people to his side. After all, even if he doesn't know exactly who, Doffy knows that it must be a very big force behind this. He has some suspects and one of them is clown pirates. There's also the New World government that has just officially disbanded the warlord system. That's right, the New World government has destroyed the warlord system after going through lots of procedures like weighing the pros and cons or getting a lot of kingdoms agreements. So now Doflamingo isn't a warlord anymore and Don Quixote family is just a criminal organization. Hancock quit being a warlord just a few months ago, so she didn't miss things too much. Mihawk also doesn't care that much because he just becomes a warlord to make his hunt for battles easier without Marines chasing him around. Now he just needs to add Marines to his list, that's all. The one who's getting the most loss is Doffy because now his underworld business won't get any protection from the world government. Luckily for him, his business has grown very big and his force is also strong enough to compete against Emperor Cruz in New World. That's why now, instead of sending help, the Marines send their soldiers to Punk Hazard to take advantage of the situation. Things aren't looking so good from outsiders' eyes, but Doffy isn't afraid even a bit. He is confident his group can handle this. After all, he hasn't shown all his group's power. They still have hidden weapons that no one knows yet. Even most of the people in his group never knew about those hidden weapons. Only the executives who are close to Doffy know about those hidden weapons. Will we go straight to their base? That doesn't sound like a good idea. Robin asks Law before they leave Ragin Island after staying for a few days. No, that is a suicide. We will go to meet with the others first. There will be more people? I thought the alliance was between our crews. Sanji frowns when knowing Law doesn't tell them that they have more people in their alliance. They are just joining us to fight the Don Quixote family. We will be outnumbered too much without those people. Fair enough, but can we really trust them? I don't know about trust, but at least they have much more credibility than pirates. They aren't pirates. Yeah, they are kingdoms. Dressrosa and Province kingdoms. Corazon has managed to negotiate with Dressrosa a few days ago. But he never thought that the Province kingdom would offer assistance. Their kings are close friends, after all, so Province decided to help Dressrosa because the Don Quixote family is a big threat to Dressrosa. That's why now the two rookie pirate crews will go to Dressrosa where they will plan their attack on Punk Hazard. Luffy is excited to see Dressrosa more now than the fight. So his crewmates are relieved because he at least does what is planned and doesn't force them to rush to Punk Hazard. They arrive in a day because Dressrosa is close enough to Ragin Island. Luffy immediately forgets about why they came here and decides to explore the kingdom. His crewmates sigh, but they also leave to look around the kingdom instead of going to the castle with Law. Law starts to get a headache about the Straw Hats, but luckily two people are still willing to cooperate. Frankie and Robin are following Law to the castle where they'll meet the kings and plan the assault. I can't believe two kingdoms agree to work together with pirates even though our targets are pirates too. How did you convince them? It wasn't me, but Corazon. He is good at negotiation, but I think there's one thing that really helped. It's the fact that Dressrosa and Province have relationships with a pirate crew. Maybe it makes them more open-minded about pirates and don't easily judge us like most people. Oh? Which crew is that? One of the Emperor crews, the strongest of all, clown pirates. Frankie and Robin are surprised when they hear about it. Isn't that Leo's and Nami's dad's crew? Their father is a member of clown pirates. Law hides the fact that he knows about Buggy's relationship with Leo and Nami because it is never published, although no one hides it too. Yeah, and not just any members, their dad is the captain. Law's acting skill is really good as he shows a very realistic shocked expression. It can fool Frankie, but it is still not enough to fool Robin as she can see something strange from Law's act. But she stays silent because she also knows that there's no malice in Law's actions. She is still giggling in her heart though. Seems like he has a rather close relationship with clown pirates. I wonder what Buggy-san is planning now. Phew, I really miss them. Chapter 497, Common Enemy. Things go smoothly in Dressrosa, especially the negotiation for an alliance to defeat the Don Quixote family. However, there are still some problems caused by the Straw Hat Pirates that can't stay still even for a minute. They cause some commotion around the kingdom, but nothing is too big luckily. At night, all involved parties finally meet to have a small discussion. Straw Hat Pirates, Heart Pirates, Dressrosa Kingdom, Province Kingdom, and surprisingly Tontada Kingdom too. The dwarves decide to join after hearing about the war against the Don Quixote family. Their reason is Don Quixote family kept trying to capture their people. They are very easy to fool because they believe people too easily. If not for clown pirates doing things in the back, they would have gotten a lot of their people kidnapped by the Don Quixote family. When will we attack? As quick as possible. The longer we wait, the smaller our winning chance is. Doflamingo has many eyes and ears, so he will find out about our alliance soon. We can't give him too much time to prepare, so we need to be quick. I think so too, glad we are on the same page here. Our kingdoms have made preparations, so we are ready to move as soon as tomorrow. We're leaving so soon? I haven't seen all the good places here. Luffy complains when he hears they'll leave tomorrow. His crew sighs while the kings are laughing because they think he is joking. They just don't know that he is very serious right now. Only his crew knows, so Nami is trying to persuade him. We will come back here after the war to celebrate our victory. You want a big feast for that, right? They will prepare it here. But you need to defeat Doflamingo for that. Then that's fine. I will beat Mingo, so you better prepare a lot of meat for the feast. They laugh seeing Luffy's antiques, but none of them are looking down on him. They know that he is one of the few here who have the ability to defeat Doflamingo. His power is among the best in this group, so they'll never look down on him. Anyway, they do things quickly and go to Punk Hazard the next day. Tens of ships are leaving Dressrosa with tens of thousands of men on them, ready for war. This number looks big, but the Don Quixote family has more men than them. The enemy has around 3 times their number, but they aren't afraid. These soldiers from Dressrosa and Province kingdoms are chosen based on their power. Not all of them are elites, but they are powerful enough to defeat some opponents at once. Well, power isn't the only reason they only take this many soldiers. They have a lot more soldiers, but they surely can't take them all. Their kingdoms still need the soldiers' protection, so they can't take every soldier to war. As they've predicted, the Don Quixote family has found out about their plan to attack Punk Hazard. Doflamingo gives his men some instructions to prepare for the war. He might be smiling widely as if this doesn't bother him. But he knows that this won't be an easy war. Even so, he is very confident his force will not lose this war. They just need to do some preparations so their men and weapons will be ready for the war. They believe they won't lose because they have some advantages, like they'll fight on their ground. But even Doffy can't predict everything and he can't know everything. He doesn't know that it isn't just the Straw Hats alliance that comes. There are more forces that come to Punk Hazard to attack his group. Buggy pulled some strings behind the scenes and made these forces move to attack Punk Hazard. He decided that it was time to end the Don Quixote family after years of competition in the underworld. The Straw Hats alliance plan is a good chance for him to end the Don Quixote family without lifting a finger. As Law feared, the Don Quixote family was ready for the war. They have ships ready for battle around Punk Hazard. Many men are also ready with their weapons on the island. They have been waiting for the alliance to come. Tisk, we're not fast enough. It doesn't matter now. We have thought of this possibility and will continue even if this happens. It will just be harder than we thought. Right when they think they'll have a very tough war, they see some ships are coming from different directions. Those ships are moving to Punk Hazard and they thought those are Dongquixote family's ships too. However, the flags on those ships aren't from Dongquixote family's group. Those ships get closer and now they can clearly see the flags. They are surprised to see different forces suddenly come here. Daffy is also surprised and his wide smile disappears for a moment. He knows that these forces don't come here to help him because he doesn't have any relationship with them. But it also doesn't look like they are the Alliance's group, so he is quite confused. Why do all these bastards suddenly come here at the same time? The new giant warrior pirates, Barto Club, and beautiful pirates? What are their agendas? They don't seem to be people with the same interest. Another group is coming. They look at the incoming group of ships and Daffy's expression turns really ugly now. After all, this group is different and he knows that they come here for his head. Hapo Navy, they come at a very bad timing. I thought they've agreed with our terms and won't attack again. Don't they care about their men's safety? Dongquixote family and Hapo Navy had a war once because of a territory dispute in West Blue. With Grand Line's underworld business being dominated by the Caribbean from clown pirates, the Dongquixote family was forced to do business in Blue Seas. But there are forces that rule Blue Seas business too, so they have to fight with those forces. Hapo Navy from Kano country is one of the biggest forces in West Blue, so a clash against them was inevitable. They got into a big war some months ago and Dongquixote family won it. Some people with high ranks from Kano country were caught as hostages to make sure they wouldn't disturb the Dongquixote family. Hapo Navy could only agree because the ones caught were nobles of their Kano country. They never gave up on saving those hostages though and keep planning a rescue mission. Then they get news about a big attack on Punk Hazard. They can't miss this chance, so they move immediately. Of course, it was Buggy who made this news reach their ears. Young master, it seems we need to use those guys. They may not be as strong as our men, but they are still useful. Besides, we don't need them as rablats for Smile anymore. Prepare them, but don't release them to fight too soon. We'll use them after a while. Make sure they all have explosive collars to make them behave. Understood. The incoming forces are getting closer to each other as they also get closer to the island. They finally see each other clearly now and they all are staring at each other. Everyone is silent as they look warily at each other before King Riku starts speaking. Excuse my rudeness, but what is your intention of coming here? To destroy Doflamingo. Don Chinjao doesn't hide anything and just tells what his group wants to do clearly. He stares daggers at Luffy for a moment, but then he stops looking and focuses on business again. We also come to defeat Doflamingo. I heard he is a former warlord of the sea, a strong pirate with a strong crew. We, the new giant warrior pirates, want to challenge strong people and they are suitable opponents. Ha ha ha, sorry to say this, but the one who will defeat Doflamingo is me. I will defeat him and gain the fame that your generation has taken. Straw Hat Luffy, Surgeon of Death Trafalgar Law, Fire Blade Leo, and Pirate Hunter Zoro. I will show you that I, Cavendish, is the one who deserves all those fames. Cavendish says all those things flashily, but everyone ignores him quickly and looks at Barto Club. They are confused because the people of Barto Club are crying and hiding behind things while looking at the Straw Hat Pirates instead of saying their purpose for coming here. Then, is it safe for me to assume that everyone is here to defeat the Dongquixote family? Yeah, but so what? Do you want us to work together? Ha, just us are enough to defeat them. Don't underestimate Hapo Navy. No, it seems you misunderstood. I'm not proposing us to work together. I just want us to not fight each other because it will just help them instead. We never met before, so working together will be very difficult too. But at least we shouldn't fight each other while fighting a common enemy. If there are some disputes that I don't know between us, then we should only talk about it after this war finished. They look at each other for a moment and nod because this is the best they can do now. Their current priority is defeating the Donquixote family, so what King Riku said was right. They agree to not fight each other in this war despite not working together to defeat the Donquixote family. Alright, let's wreck them. Chapter 498, War of Punks. The war finally breaks on the sea near Punk Hazard. A naval battle occurs with all the ships shoot their cannons at their enemies. Explosions happen all over the place, making the violent sea of New World churn up. The Straw Hat Pirates also shoot their normal cannon while defending their ship from the incoming cannonballs. They are also preparing their big cannon for a big attack. Frankie is pumping the cola energy barrels while Usopp still shooting their normal cannon. Usopp, get ready. Alright. Usopp gets inside the ship's head, followed by Nami and Chopper who want to hide there. Sunny opens its mouth, taking everyone's attention as a cannon barrel comes out of it. Leo goes to the back of their ship and tells the ships behind them to move aside. Move aside or you'll get caught up by this attack. They hear him, but they don't move because they are confused. After all, the attack should be aimed at the front, so they don't know how the ones behind will get caught in it. Leo clicks his tongue and turns his arms into flame. I will burn you guys if you don't move now. He points his flaming arm to the ships behind, ready to shoot his flame anytime. Now the ones behind understand that he is serious, so they move their ships out of the way quickly. Leo puts off his flame and gives them a thumbs up before going to the deck. Shortly after that, the cannon barrel in Sunny's mouth and the one behind glow brightly, gathering everyone's attention. Doffy, who is already in a bad mood, frowns even deeper when he sees that. He doesn't know what the Straw Hat Pirates will do, but he has a bad feeling about it. His executives also have the same thinking, so they warn their men. But it's too late to do anything already by now. The Jaeon cannon is ready to be shot and Usopp doesn't hesitate to pull the trigger. Boom! A bright light shot out from the mouth cannon. It releases a powerful air pressure, so it would push the ship back if they didn't shoot another strong air pressure from behind. That's why the ships behind need to get away or they would get caught up. A great explosion is created by Jaeon cannon's attack. It destroys a few ships instantly and breaks a few more, making them sink into the sea. No one on those ships can defend against that shot, or to be precise, they can't even see it coming. Everyone is shocked by what they see. That cannon is just too powerful. It can't be used many times, but this is enough to lower the enemy's morale and boost theirs. The ones who are not in the alliance are also glad they decided to not fight each other and focus on their common enemies. The war gets even more intense, but the Donquixote family gets pushed back quite easily. Doffy is ordering them to retreat. He wants to take the war to the island, so they retreat from the sea quickly. Just like what Doffy wanted, the war moves to the island. The alliance enters the island and chases the Donquixote family to the center of the island. They don't realize that they are being lured here, but they also don't have any choice other than entering if they want to win this war. Suddenly, after everyone gets onto the island, Doffy executes his plan. He makes his bird cage to trap everyone on the island. Previously, he planned to do it as a last resort, but he changed that plan and activated the bird cage quickly. It surprises everyone, even those on Doffy's side. But they know it's their boss's power, so they are not panicking and become ecstatic instead. Their dropped morale rises again with the bird cage being activated. Battles happen all over the place on Punk Hazard as tens of thousands of people are fighting. Doffy and the executives aren't fighting yet. They are going to the big lab facility that also becomes their base. Should I use that gas and turn them all into statues, Joker? You will turn our men into statues too, so don't. They just have more numbers now, it doesn't matter at all. We'll still defeat them even though they have more numbers. We simply need to change our plan a little. Treble, release the chokers. Treble smiles evilly and nods before leaving with Giola and Sugar. Pika, Diamante, you can start anytime you want. We don't need to wait for too long now. Good, straightforward. I will kill that Karas now. Diamante touches his chest. There is a big scar on his chest that was caused by Karas's sword. It is the biggest scar Diamante has, so he is very displeased with it and holds a very strong grudge toward Karas. What will you do, Daffy? I will take our guests here. It's been a long time since I last saw them, Law and Corazon. Daffy smiles widely, but then his smile stiffens when he remembers his last meeting with Corazon. It was years ago when he almost killed Corazon for betraying him by giving Op fruit to Law and revealing their location to the Marines. However, what makes that day very memorable is not that, but Buggy's appearance. It was the first time he met someone he knew he could never win against. Just one punch from Buggy was enough to make him see death, and it wasn't even Buggy's full power. Since then, Daffy's goal has been to defeat Buggy, because if he wants to be the king of the world, then he needs to pass a big wall named Buggy. But things weren't going well for him all these years. He tried to chase Buggy, but the gap between them just kept getting wider. Caesar, you stay inside, don't ever leave this lab before we're done. Daffy gives another order and gets up to leave the big lab facility. He climbs to the sky using his thin yet powerful strings. After reaching the top, he scans the whole island to see the situation and executes his plan. There you are, Law, Corazon. Daffy grins widely before dashing towards Corazon's location. Corazon is fighting some cannon fodder when he feels that someone strong is coming to him. He looks at it and his eyes widen as he sees Daffy coming to him at a high speed from the sky. Their distance is closed rapidly and Daffy reaches Corazon in a few seconds. Daffy swipes his right hand forward to catch and slam Cora's head. But he doesn't catch anything as Cora dodges it at the last moment. Daffy frowns because he could see Cora's dodge wasn't a fluke. At his level, he can see whether someone's success is caused by luck or skill. Cora certainly dodged that with his skill, which means Cora could see and react to Daffy's attack very well. It seems that you have trained properly in all these years after we separated, Corazon. No need to hide that fake mute anymore, you can talk now. I know everything already. Long time no see, Daffy. Phew, I can finally hear your voice again. Too bad that I won't hear it for too long. No one will hear it anymore after this war. You will be a real mute after you lose that pathetic life of yours. Pathetic? Are you talking about me or yourself? You say you would be the king, but that king on A.K.A. has been defeated by the one true king, Clown Lord Buggy, who interestingly enough is also your goal. He crashed all your dream and hope one by one. Daffy's smile is gone and his veins pop out, showing how furious he is at those sentences. Corazon just smirks before he dashes at Daffy and sends a straight right punch at Daffy's chest. But his punch is stopped a few centimeters away from Daffy's chest. He doesn't realize the thin strings that stop his punch before it gets stopped. Corazon suddenly throws his head back to avoid a kick from below. Then he crosses his arms and coats them with haki to block a thick string spear shot from Daffy. Good to see you are not the same weakling and coward as back then. Killing you now will be much more worthwhile, phew. Try it. You will lose before you can even kill me. Phew, you will kill me? What a nice joke. You? Killing me? Seems like you learned how to joke too, other than training so hard. I never said I am the one who will kill you. Corazon smirks as he sees Daffy's smile gone. Daffy suddenly jumps high and a sword slashes on the spot he has just left. He looks to the side and grins again when he sees who it is before he stands on some strings in the air. Phew, long time no see too, Law. Seems like the one Cora talked about is you. No matter who it is, I'll make sure today is your last day of having fun, Doflamingo. Ooh, so scary. Youngsters are so scary these days. Phew, let's see how you will do what you said then. The three of them are staring at each other intensely before they start to clash again. Meanwhile, the Straw Hat Pirates are still busy with the cannon fodders. There are too many of them here and they don't really know where to go without Law. They're like headless chickens, powerful headless chickens. A black masked man is looking at them from the top of a high building afar from them. He has long blue hair and wears a long white lab coat. Behind that black mask is a too familiar face. It's none other than Buggy. He planned to not get any news about Straw Hat Pirates in New World. But his curious nature is too strong and he couldn't hold back. So he comes here alone to see how the kids are doing, especially Leo and Nami. He hadn't seen them for years, so he missed them. When he arrived, the island had been covered by Doffy's bird cage. But it's not a problem at all for him. He just walks through the strings that chop his body apart. It's the second time he does it, as the first time was when he saved Corazon and Law. If he wants, Buggy can cut this bird cage and save everyone. But this is not his war, so he won't join them unless it is truly necessary. Besides, he has another purpose here other than watching the war. Smile, I wonder if an artificial devil fruit can also kill a devil fruit user if they eat it. Let's find a lab rat and try it. Buggy plans to destroy Smile to the core here. He can't let it spread after the Donquixote family gets defeated. So he needs to destroy every piece and destroy the factory too. Caesar Clown, what an interesting name. Seems like he wants to compete with me as clowns. Let's play with him then. Chapter 499, Artificial Devil Fruits. Without anyone knowing, Buggy enters the big lab facility. He moves stealthily amidst the battles without anyone realizing. Stealth is a skill he trained quite seriously because it's really fun and cool, so now he is good at it. He moves around inside the big facility and looks around as if it's a museum. Of course, he still avoids people while searching the Smile production rooms. Buggy already gets information about this place's layout, so he can find those rooms, if he doesn't forget to bring the map. Tisk, I should have put it in my pocket. Well, I know the general location, so it doesn't matter. Buggy doesn't really mind it because he can just destroy this whole island if needed. He has some ways to deal with this problem, so there's no need to overthink it. However, he doesn't want to destroy an island unless he doesn't have another choice. A while later, Buggy finds a storage room where they keep the Smile fruits. He passes the guards easily without them knowing. There are many boxes of Smile fruit inside the storage room. There are too many of them even if they want to feed the whole Donquixote family. Seems like they really plan to sell these fruits outside after they have enough for their men. Trying to be sneaky, Buggy takes a small round metal ball from his pocket. It's a time bomb that has enough power to destroy this whole room despite its small size. He sets the time to 30 minutes, enough time for him to finish all his purposes of coming here. After hiding the bomb, Buggy goes to find the other Smile rooms. He has some time bombs ready to destroy this facility. Vegapunk has said that there's nothing important here, so he can destroy it. But Buggy knows there is at least one good item here, Vegapunk's failed artificial devil fruit. It's a failed product by Vegapunk's standard, but it's much better than Caesar's Smile. He is thinking about the artificial devil fruit that Momo ate in the series. Pink Dragon is still a dragon. That crazy old man deemed it as a failure simply because the dragon is pink instead of blue like the original. Buggy obviously wants that fruit because its power is the same as the original. Only the color is different and it doesn't matter. But he doesn't have much hope because Doffy might have given it to one of his people. Some time later, Buggy finally finds the sad room, but it's locked tightly. It's not a problem for him though. He just chops the thick metal gate using his awakened ability and reattaches it again to make sure no one will find out. There are some guards inside and he knocks them out quickly. He also knocks out the surveillance camera Dendon mushies on the wall. It will surely make the guards realize that there is an infiltrator, but Buggy doesn't care. They can't hurt him anyway. These tanks look sturdy. Buggy knocks the tank lightly to check its sturdiness. It's made of good materials as he expected because it is used to store an important chemical solution. I would take some samples if we don't have Vegapunk in our group now. But there's no point taking this thing because he can make something much better. Buggy tosses a few time bombs to the gaps between sad tanks. Then he leaves the room before anyone arrives. Some guards come to check the situation and only find the sad room's guards lying unconscious on the floor. They woke those guards and asked who the attacker was, but no one saw who it was. It makes them raise the security level and then Caesar sends all the guards to find the infiltrator. He contacts the executives, but they all are busy, so they can only send some officers. The executives are busy because they already started fighting the strong enemies. Diamante finally meets Karas and both of them are coming with their men. A rather big war breaks between the pirates and Dressrosa's soldiers. In another place, Pika also starts fighting. He turns into a big stone man and fights the 10 giant pirates. They want to fight him fairly in a one-on-one battle, but he is too strong for them and they can only fight him together. Besides, Pika doesn't fight fairly either because there are many pirates supporting him by attacking from afar using guns. So there's no need for the giants to fight fairly like warriors. Also, this is a war, not duels, so their priority as warriors is victory. Another big war also happens on Treble's side. He takes so many men to fight Happo Navy's big army. However, the men that Treble takes are very strange. A lot of them keep laughing and some of them have unusual animal transformations. But all of them wear metal collars on their necks and those are none other than explosive collars. These people are their lab rats for Smile and most of them ate failed Smile fruits because they ate when the fruits were still researched. That's why most of them are laughing like maniacs. What's wrong with these guys? They all are crazy. They don't even show any pained expression when they get hit and just keep laughing. This is madness. Just ignore it, boo. They might have gone crazy after being enslaved. Just look at their collars. If you pity them then defeat them quickly. We need to defeat them if we want to save our... No way. Sai suddenly stops and gets pinched, but he is fine. Don Shinjao asks him why he suddenly stopped, but then the old man himself stops, and so are the other Happo Navy people. They stop because they see a very shocking scene. Some new laughing maniacs come, but they are not random people. They are Kano country's nobles and people who were caught as hostages by the Dongquixote family. These are the people they want to save, but most of them are laughing like maniacs too. What have you done to them? Bahaha, we were just making them happy because they looked very sad every day. Isn't this good? They look happy anyway. Happo Navy has a hard time fighting now because Treble keeps their nobles close to him. They know he is using them to threaten them all and it distracts them. They can't fight properly when their nobles have knives put on their necks. Suddenly, a fireball flies above them and moves toward Treble. The snotty guy is surprised, but then one of the officers below him moves forward and raises his big and thick blue shield. Right after that, the fireball hits the shield and it actually creates enough impact to push the shield guy back a few meters. Oh ho! You're not bad. The fireball doesn't disappear, but it turns into a person instead. It is Leo who looks fine after crashing into that shield guy. He transformed his whole body into flame and flew in the air to hit Treble after seeing the snotty guy from afar. You are an executive, right? Good timing, I am now competing with my guys to see who can defeat an executive first. I think they haven't found anyone, so it's a good chance for me. Come, old man, let's end this quickly. Treble is fuming after seeing Leo's smirk and hearing that mockery. But then he starts to laugh because for him, Leo is simply an overconfident kid. Seems like you think you are big just because you have quite a high bounty. But let me tell you a fact. Bounty doesn't represent power, especially in New World. I never said bounty is a representation of power. But I realize that it's what people with a low bounty always say when they are facing someone with a higher bounty. It's their way to tell themselves that they are strong while they are shits. Leo doesn't want to talk nonsense anymore, so he unsheathes his cutlasses. He sets his feet and blades on fire before getting ready to move. But then Don Chinjao suddenly disturbs his fun. Wait! Boy, don't attack those laughing people. They are our nobilities who were caught as hostage. I don't know what they have done to them, but we still need to save them. Hey? Is it you who wants to save them or me? If you want to save them, then grab them and leave. We can't just do that. They have slave collars and I'm sure they'll explode when we take them quite far. Then just make them stay, don't disturb me. Suddenly, Leo releases a strong burst of Conqueror Haki. He knocks a lot of the laughing people with that one burst. It surprises the Hapo Navy and the Dongquixote family. Treble and Chinjao are surprised too because they never thought Leo would also have Conqueror Haki. Conqueror Haki. Ya ha ho ho, I didn't even think of doing this, well done, boy. You're not even the captain and you have a strong Conqueror Haki already. Boy, what kind of king do you want to be? Ha! Do people need to be captains to have Conqueror Haki? As for what kind of king, well, even I don't know what kind of king I want to be. It's just that my goal may be even harder than being even a pirate king. Oh ho! A goal harder than being a pirate king? What is it? To defeat the strongest individual in the world. Now everyone is truly shocked because they know who that individual is. They don't say he is the strongest man again now because they think he has surpassed any individual's power, not just men. Clown Lord Buggy. That's right, sounds like the best goal, isn't it? Leo grins widely while everyone's eyes are widened in shock. In their minds, Leo is more of a maniac than these laughing people. They can't even laugh because of how shocked they are right now. Well, enough chit-chat. I need to defeat you before the others defeat your other executives. Sorry, old man, but I never discriminate against people. I will hit women, elderly, or even children if needed. I'm a true believer of gender equality, and age equality I think. Chapter 500, Doffy's Shock. Buggy walks around the facility freely without any disturbance even though the guards have been alerted by the presence of an infiltrator. But they don't know who the infiltrator is yet and they can't find him even though they are searching everywhere with so many people. It's easy for Buggy to avoid them because he can feel the presence of everyone on this island. His observation haki has reached a very high level that it can cover a whole island the size of Punk Hazard easily. No one can escape his detection, even the person who sneaks around the facility like him. Buggy can also feel the battles that happen all over the island. He can sense Leo's battle against Treble too and it's quite interesting even for him. But he doesn't really care about that now and keeps walking around the facility while planting bombs here and there. What a surprise, they haven't taken it. Not a smart decision, Doffy. Buggy finds an abandoned lab room and sees what he is looking for, Vegapunk's creation, the dragon artificial devil fruit. Vegapunk has told him the room where it is saved, so Buggy just needs to find the room. He didn't have much hope about the fruit but it's actually still there. Seems like the old man is right. Caesar would never reveal this fruit and hide its existence from Doffy because if Doffy knew it, he would ask Caesar to make artificial devil fruits of this level and it's impossible for Caesar. Though I'm surprised none of Doffy's men found this place. It seems Caesar doesn't only hide the fruit but also everything related to it, even the lab room that was used to make it. As Buggy thought, Caesar hid this lab room from everyone. He sealed this room and told them that there was very dangerous chemical stuff here as a result of the failed experiment. He said this lab room was the source, so it can't be cleaned, and they can only believe him. Although he is very stupid too for not removing this artificial devil fruit. Well, destroying it might cause a problem because no one knows what will happen. It might be reborn like a normal devil fruit, that's why Caesar was very hesitant. But he could just seal it in a better place instead of just leaving it here. Though thanks to that, Buggy can get this good artificial devil fruit easily. Now his force will have another dragon although he still doesn't know who'll get it. It's almost time. Right after Buggy asks that question, the first bomb explodes. It's the bomb in the sad room. He placed 2 there and their explosions are powerful. The explosions destroy the tanks that store the green chemical liquid, making it scattered everywhere. Some Dongquixote family men are caught in the explosions and a lot of them die instantly because of the powerful explosions. After that, a chain of explosions happens inside the facility. It takes everyone's attention, so the battles stop for a while. Daffy widens his eyes before he shows an enraged expression. His veins pop out and he grits his teeth in anger. He suddenly dashes towards the facility, leaving the badly shaped Law and Corazon. Both of them could fight Daffy decently, but he was still too strong for them. The current Daffy is even stronger than he was in the series, after all. Law couldn't even land any clean hit on him inside Op Fruit's room and got beaten instead. Daffy is moving fast, but he is too late. He can't save the facility and can only watch his men running away from the explosions. It doesn't take long for the facility to be completely destroyed, so the smile fruits inside are as good as gone. Which bastards dare to do this? Daffy shouts while releasing his conqueror haki, intimidating everyone close by. He scans his surroundings and sees Caesar. It relieves him a little because Caesar is the only one who can make smile, so he can't lose Caesar. He goes down and asks Caesar what happened here. Caesar explains about the infiltrator with a fearful tone because he's afraid Daffy will punish him. He knows Daffy won't kill him, but he still can get beaten as punishment. You still can't find them. Sorry, Joker. I have sent all guards to find them in every room, but they could always slip away. They even escape from the Denden Mushi surveillance cameras. No, should I say they messed with the Denden Mushis? Somehow some Denden Mushis in the same area would turn off for a moment. I always sent men there, but then they were beaten up badly and they don't even know who attacked them. Daffy was about to get angry, but now he is thinking deeply. Some people or someone with the ability to move around a heavily guarded and watched facility isn't something he can take lightly. Based on what Caesar said, he knows his men can't fight this unknown enemy. He makes some speculations and thinks of who could be the culprit. There are only some organizations that can do this, but he doesn't have any clues that point to a specific group. The world government and Marines? Or the emperors? Law's group don't have such capabilities, so it can't be them. Just when Daffy is thinking about that, another explosion occurs quite far from the facility. But it's not caused by a bomb. It's caused by a battle between Devil Fruit users. To be exact, the battle between Leo and Treble. Leo was caught by Treble's mucus power and couldn't move his body. So he tried to escape by turning his body into flame and decided to engulf Treble's whole body with a powerful flame. But the result is beyond what he expected. He just thought Treble would get burnt and weakened. However, the mucus around Treble's body actually exploded when Leo burnt him. The explosion is no joke either. It's very powerful because of the great amount of mucus on Treble's body. The surrounding areas are destroyed and some people are caught by the strong impact. Treble is now lying on the ground unconsciously with a burnt body. He survives, but won't recover from his injuries anytime soon. Meanwhile, Leo doesn't get affected by the explosion because he is the flame himself. The explosion doesn't damage him, so he only has some injuries from before the explosion. Still, he is surprised by the explosion because he never expected it. Damn, he exploded. Never thought that he is actually this skinny. It seems Doflamingo doesn't feed you well. It's an unexpected turn of events, but Leo is happy with the result. Victory is victory even if it's not planned and he won't refuse it. Seems like the boss is angry. Leo grins as he senses a powerful figure getting closer at high speed. He can guess that it must be Doflamingo because he can sense the rage in this guy's heart. Well, let's play with him then. Just as Leo thought, it's Doflamingo. The tall guy lands beside the defeated Treble after running into the sky. I swear I didn't plan to make him explode. It's his fault for covering himself with explosive liquid, not my fault. His answer only angers Doflamingo even more because he is in a very bad mood already after seeing the big facility get destroyed. But Leo isn't afraid. In fact, he actually enjoys it. He likes to annoy someone and makes them very angry, just like now. You are such a bad person, Mingo-chan. You should have told your grandpa to stay back at home with a nurse. He is too old to play a pirate game with you. Suddenly, the super pissed Doffy turns around while swiping his right hand. 5 colored strings come out of his fingers and move toward Leo, who blocks them with his blades while grinning. Leo gets pushed a few meters back but doesn't get any damage. Shut your crap, brat. I'm not in the mood to play around anymore. Oh? Really? Well, I'm sorry, but I'm always in the mood to mock people, especially a bastard like you. I heard from Law that you want to be a pirate king. Well? When will you get that title? It's been years since you became a pirate, but you still can't be the pirate king. You were so busy playing as a warlord that you couldn't even find Laugh Tale. Phew 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 phew, busy playing as a warlord you say? What a funny thing said by a clueless kid. Even if I only focused on finding Laugh Tale, I still wouldn't get there today. You don't know what kind of monsters are standing on your way there. The emperors are on different levels that you can't even imagine. Ah, I see. So you chickened out, you don't dare to fight those emperors, eh? What a great pirate king wannabe you are. You're really seeking death, kid. So what if I am? You want to kill me? Sorry, but you are not qualified. Leo dashes towards Doffy and his blades clash with Doffy's haki-coated hands. You should be Luffy's opponent, but you came here yourself, so it's not my fault if I will be the one who defeated you. Now, let's dance.